I'm so mad. I don't know what the hell's going on right now. It's fucking insane. The internet is perfectly fine the entire morning. No intro. Fuck it. No intro. The internet is perfectly fine the entire morning until I literally went live. And as soon as I went live, it just started cutting in and out. I swear to God, I don't know what the hell's going on. I have a serious problem with my ISP. This has been. It's not even the rain because it hasn't really been raining. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to fix it. We keep calling the ISP. The ISP keeps saying like things are fine. We don't see anything. We don't see any issues. And then when we bring them over, they say, okay, we actually did find an issue and we fixed it. But it turns out it's just on this PC. No, it's not just on this PC. It's just like across the board. Across the board, as soon as I go live, for some weird reason, as soon as I go live, there are issues. My upload right now, it says, is like 0.12 megabits. Like it's pretty crazy. But my download is bad too somehow. It's just it's ridiculous. I mean, look at this. Look at this, guys. Look at this. That was my speed just now. Like that was what it said my speed was just now. And it's probably going to go down again. And yep, it's back out. It's out again. Wow. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like sabotage. I don't know what's happening at this point. It's unfucking bearable. It's unbelievable. I mean, hopefully it'll get better. Can you turn on the bag just to be safe? Yeah, my provider is not providing. Okay. No, it's fine to keep it over there. I just don't know. I don't know. I mean, I can't even turn on Twitter right now. This is fucking ridiculous. I fucking live for chat suggesting the first shit you would try when your internet isn't working as intended. Year-long issue. No, this is a new problem. This is like since I got back. Yeah, I mean, dude, it's ongoing. Oh my God, it's so fucking frustrating. It's worse than yesterday. And it's crazy because it didn't happen before I started live streaming. And it doesn't happen until the live stream begins. It's like I'm 100%, 1,000, 1,000,000%. It's not the storms. I'm being fucking throttled. I'm 100% being fucking throttled. Like Spectrum is throttling the fuck out of me. And they will never admit it. Oh my God, I hate this. I hate this so fucking much. Oh my lordy. What the fuck? Okay. How much do you pay for your internet? Unlimited amounts. It's just like the maximum amount. There's no way. There's no other way to first world internet. It's pretty spectacular. Does your ISP use wireless or does it use cable fiber? Mine uses a cellular antenna on the building's roof, and through it, it's Fs. No, it's unfucking bearable. Anyway, we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, are MVC are having a fantastic one because today's going to be a beautiful day regardless. It's a sunny day here, or not sunny. It's a cloudy and rainy day here in California. Up 0, went back down to 0. Another F. Fucking awesome. Hopefully you guys can still see through it, like through the baby Fs. I have to keep going as though there is no Fs happening, but ultimately it's on my end. I see it. Your neighbor's internet fine? No, it's not. My neighbor's internet is not fine. I don't know what my neighbor's internet looks like. It's just like a crazy 1 to 2 second like cut in and out. I get hit with the throttle. And in the past when I used to get hit with the throttle, do not refresh, keep the delay, stops buffering. When I used to get hit with the throttle, it was just for the upload. It was not for the download back in the day. Now the download goes out too. So in any case, have you tried restarting the router? Dude, have I thought about restarting the router? Dude, oh my God. Congratulations, chatter. That is a brilliant idea. I had not thought about that. Thank you so much. Chatter. I never thought about restarting the browser. Oh my God, the router. Oh my God. That's fucking brilliant. You're brilliant. Yeah, I have an actual I got like a hardware. I got a Stream Deck up in here too. So I have a soundboard now. I have a full-blown soundboard, so get excited for that. Anyway, bless you, chatter. That's really cool because I did do that. And no, it's not a Windows 11 Ethernet issue. You want to know why I know it's not a Windows 11 Ethernet issue? Because I have on the back end, I'm monitoring it, and it's actually my router that is telling me that Spectrum is throttling. My router keeps telling me that it keeps cutting in and out. And I did restart it this morning. So just so you know, I did. I restarted it this morning. It doesn't fucking matter. It's not working. All right. Have you tried the power of prayer? I have not. Maybe.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe that'll work. Is that working? I can't tell if it's working or not. Yes, as you can see, I am undefeated. I have an endless amount of soundboards now, so I'm going to be unfreaking bearable. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, so personal news wise, your ISP tracks your usage. Did you do a factory reset? Yes, I did all the resets. Shut up. Soundboard sounds like something that you say when someone asks, give me an example of just because you can doesn't mean you should. I think you're gonna need to recognize that it's no, I don't have a Netgear router, man. Calm down. Anyway, but as I was saying, personal news wise, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are live. We're alive. There's gonna be F's in and out today. Just get used to it, just like yesterday. Hopefully it'll go away eventually. We shall see. It's not even like I can't even download the I can't even turn on a fucking a Twitter meme. Like, look at this. It's not even downloading a Twitter meme. Like, that's how bad my shit is. That's how bad and freaked up my stream is right now. But you know, we're gonna get through it together, okay? What is happening here? I can't even save the image. What the hell? I'm losing my mind. Did you try to mute chat for no F? Yeah, look at this. 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 Is this crazy? This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay. Oh, finally. Now it's doing it. It's not even going to download, I don't think. Well, we'll see. Have you looked into mesh static? Okay, we're done. We're done. We're done. We're not noticing the Fs. We're not going to give, we're not going to have all 20,000 of you try to give me IT specialist. We're not doing this thing where you guys are going to tell me you're going to help me with my IT problems. Okay. It's not happening. We're not doing that. It's my least favorite thing of all time. Okay. Please stop. What the frick? Bro, you're still connected to the UBC guest Wi-Fi? Shut up. Please stop. Shut up. It doesn't even download like emotes and shit, dude. Look at how bad this is. It's when I try to upload posts, like it's not even like showing me emotes and shit. That's how devastating it is on my end. Hopefully it's not like really awful on your end. Maybe it's just like cutting in and out every now and then, and it'll be fine. Anyway, Iran-US talks. Personal news-wise, not really too much to talk about. I started watching that new Game of Thrones show. It's actually pretty funny. Which is surprising. And woke up early in the morning to do a shoot for Jacobin. I have an article coming out in Jacobin, written by friend of the show, friend of mine, Alex Press. We had to do a photo shoot for that. So that's what I was up to this morning, up to no good. You already know. And that's it. We got Iran-US talks, trans-Nazi shooter, RIP Reverend Jesse Jackson, right-wing meltdown. Hold on. DHS Spox leaves. Talarico censored. Woke 2.0 beast mode. Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. New GOT is a change of pace. Latest episode just scored the highest episode rating ever in the GOT universe. Yeah. I don't know which one I hate more. Unsolicited IT advice or unsolicited health advice, because I feel like both are annoying in different ways, but I don't know which one I hate more than the other. But it's very, very frustrating regardless. Very annoying. Anyway, we're blasting off. I finally have a physical soundboard, so get Get used to it. You're gonna hear a lot more of these. You're gonna hear a lot more of these sorts of things. Just so you know. Playlist for later. Thank you. What is this? We are Share Spring Festival wishes you all happy Chinese New Year. Oh yeah, I did another China maxing story for the New Yorker as well. I got interviewed by a Chinese American reporter for another New Yorker piece that's coming out as well. And he also filmed the entire interview because he wants to like make it into a podcast or a Substack or something. So you need more sounds for the soundboard, Unc? I have more.
Do not come.
I haven't used all of them yet. Yeah, I got a lot. So don't worry. I'll be using these throughout the day. And probably one of the best ones, I suspect, that I will be using is, hold on, where is it? I mean, I got this.
And pussy too.
Obviously, but then also, where the hell is it? Hold on. Oh, here.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths. Forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
I got it. Don't worry. I got it. Chicago 7 did a piece on your interview with Brandon Johnson. Wait, really? What did they do? Crab dance for Netanyahu cancer news. Oh, you guys are so new to this, man. You're so new to this. Okay. Oh, wow. We just saw on Twitter a random account say that Benjamin Netanyahu has cancer. It's like, yeah, that's not how this works. Okay. 1, evil never dies. Okay. Evil never fucking dies. 2, don't believe random ass Twitter accounts that tell you something that's too good to be true. Okay. Love the soundboard. Makes me feel like I'm listening to the morning radio back when I was a kid while my dad crashed out over the Iraq war. Yeah, this is it. This is going to be exactly like that. Don't you worry about it. Okay. Except a little bit different because obviously my soundboard has like insane stuff.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and
Hassan Piker.
So obviously they called you an imperialist Marxist. Oh, I think they meant anti-imperialist, but they fucked it up, I suspect. Anyway, it's all good. ABC interview.
Also known by the online name Hassan Abi, appears with Mayor Brandon Johnson in Los Angeles. The podcaster has become one of the biggest voices of the far left. Piker has debated the late Charlie Kirk several times, but his live stream with Johnson was anything but a debate, more a discussion about the mayor's progressive agenda and the people trying to derail it.
So there's been a massive amount of money to interrupt and disrupt our overall agenda.
Johnson blamed the corporate media and certain Democrats for being influenced by corporate money, including the 30 city council members who shot down the corporate head tax. As he has done several times, Johnson took aim at Chicago Democratic donor Michael Sachs and former mayor Rahm Emanuel. In addition, there was a slight dig at former President Barack Obama.
The Emanuel administration embodied the 1% of society. You know, I mean, everything that
He did that in the Obama administration as well.
Oh, absolutely. Like, look, and this might be a good time to just insert a thank you, Obama, if we're going to criticize him.
Piker is a self-proclaimed imperialist Marxist who has been accused of
Imperialist Marxist, anti-imperialist, anti ABC 7. Come on, man. What the hell?
Like,
what
look, and
the
this
hell, dude?
might be a good time to just insert a thank you, Obama, if we're going to criticize him.
Piker is a self-proclaimed imperialist Marxist who has been accused of being anti-Semitic. Political analysts doubt the mayor's appearance will help his re-election efforts if the mayor chooses to run again.
He's got problems with his own base. He's got the challenge of reaching out to people who don't necessarily.
Oh my
agree with his
God, the
politics,
audio is
and this
so
just
bad.
moving further away from that.
The conversation
Oh, hell yeah. The internet cut out too, right when I was watching that. Come on, man. Come on,
Piker
man.
lasted over 35
Hold on. All right, we're good. We're back.
minutes. Political experts say plenty of material that could backfire during mayoral election season.
Doing a long form interview with a controversial host is a gamble. It leaves a trail of receipts. And when you have a half hour or 60 minutes of content, you are giving your opponents a lot to work with.
Hassan Piker also knows.
That's so funny. That's what you get for being a imperialist Marxist. Yeah, it's messed up. You're overdoing the sound bites. Shut up. Why are you making racist jokes about Poles? It makes me sad because I like you. What? What's cracking? Is the new meta once again? Hassan hates Polish people. Is that what we're doing? Anytime, bro. It's so funny. Anytime I say anything about another country being reactionary, everyone goes, "Oh my God, you hate every single person from this country." It's the worst thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Why do you want all Polish people to die or something? Look, still spamming it. Okay, here, I can't even fucking, this is great. I love that I can't even fucking use my moderation tools because my internet's out again. I'm on Polish internet. I'm on Polish internet, Poland internet right now. I'm on Polish internet. I'm on Polish internet, Poland internet right now. That's awesome. That's awesome. Oh God, I hate this. I hate this so much. What a fucking day, dude. What a great start to a fucked up day. Fuck. What's the matter? The internet's just not working. It's not working at all. It just like keeps cutting in and out. No, it's not because of the rain. It's not because of the rain. I think they're just like straight up throttling the fuck out of me. Like they just don't want me to. Okay, I can't have a conversation right now. I'm sorry. Okay. Is someone using the bag? No, I haven't swapped it over to the backpack yet. And the reason why I haven't swapped it over to the backpack yet is because if I swap it over to the backpack, it's going to DC. Anyway, that person literally was retweeting back in 2010, I guess, true friend to Israel related shit. So maybe that's the reason why they think I hate Polish people. I don't know. Maybe the communities that they're coming from. Anyway, do you guys have fiber in Los Angeles? Yes, I just choose not to get it because I hate you and I hate myself. Okay, I have the access, I have the capacity to get fiber, and I choose not to because I like playing games on New Game Plus difficulty. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Anyway, I've kidnapped your internet. Wait for ransom instructions. I'm gonna die before I actually give you the ransom that you want out of me. I know everyone is gonna say it's the soundboard. The soundboard is eating your bandwidth. It's gotta be the soundboard. Oh, that's the person who said the interview will backfire on Brandon Johnson. She's a Democratic consultant who loves Israel. Oh yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I think I'm not long for this world at this stage, at this state. I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this if it's this ass cheeks the entire day. Brother, get fiber, dude. Wait a minute. I should just get fiber internet. Oh my God. Congratulations, chatter. Dude, why didn't I think about getting fiber internet this entire time? I had not realized that fiber internet was readily available. Thank you. I figured it out. I should just get fiber internet. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I didn't realize. Do you guys have another suggestion? Maybe fucking turn the router on and off again. You know, some brilliant fucking suggestions that I haven't thought about. You know, because after all, this is my whole life. This is my life's work, and obviously I had not considered the 700 different things that you guys had actually suggested a million times over and have actually done them, and it's obviously not solved the problem. It's insane how fast they can install it. If there's a profit motive law, like our entire suburb got covered in fiber like 3 months with a few road closures. I don't even want to talk about this, man. Los Angeles is such captive territory to the oligopoly. Every ISP basically runs the show here. The couple different ISPs that they have here run the show in its entirety. It's really fucked up. Anyway, so that was the Brandon Johnson interview. Your boy is making waves. Your boy is making waves with the Democratic elite, it seems. Speaking of the Democratic elite, I will be interviewing Bernard Sanders. I have secured another like really fast interview before his rally tomorrow, before his billionaires tax the billionaires tour tomorrow. So we got that going on as well. So get excited for that. Let's start Communist Fiber Internet right now, bro. Just get rock and stick. Okay, tons of possibilities. All right, thank you. And also, I want to get started by, will you physically go down there? Yes. I want to get started by giving a shout out to the great Reverend Jesse Jackson, U.S. civil rights leader. Jesse Jackson dies at the age of 84. He was an iconic, heroic figure of American politics. I'm a huge fan. Rest in power to Jesse Jackson. Let's take a look at how mainstream media is covering his legacy.
Jackson, the famed civil rights leader who marched alongside Martin Luther King Jr. and later ran for president, has died. His family has confirmed he was 84. He died peacefully on Tuesday morning, surrounded by his family, they said in a statement. Aleem Maqbool looks back at his life.
November 2008, Barack Obama and a moment of history. In the crowd, the tear-stained face of a man who'd done much to pave the way, the Reverend Jesse Jackson.
It's been a long time coming, but tonight, because of what we did on this day, change has come to America.
Born to a teenage single mother in Greenville, South Carolina, Jesse Jackson grew up in a world where black and white were legally segregated. In 1959, he won a football scholarship to university, but threw himself into the civil rights struggle that was engulfing America.
And there's a great swell of cheers to welcome Martin Luther King.
Under the leadership of Martin Luther King. Reverend King sent the young Baptist minister to Chicago to organize protests. On marches, the two men faced violent crowds opposed to the movement. Then, in Memphis, Martin Luther King was murdered in front of Jackson. The assassin was later arrested, having fled the country, but Jackson was never convinced he'd been working alone.
This man could not have stalked Dr. King.
Yeah, one of the craziest parts about this is that I think he was totally correct in his assessment that this was the work of like an organized body of people, which I think we all know who that organization might be. It's the FBI. And basically, this was a reason why like everyone disparaged him in like mainstream media. They were like, oh, this is like, but Jesse was a Freemason as though, and his father, he was a Freemason though, but Jesse was a Freemason as though MLK Jr. and his dad. Okay, take a perma, I think. Fantastic. I love parapolitics. My biggest fan. I love parapolitics weirdos who will literally take like, who don't even recognize that they themselves are basically operating at the behest of the State Department because they're so schizophrenic about like anything. Like it's the same motherfuckers that are like, oh, I don't know if you knew this, but Zohran Mamdani's dad, Mahmoud Mamdani, was airlifted into the United States of America by the CIA or something. It's like, brother, like, I need you to understand something, okay? I need you to understand something. Especially when someone is like very clearly a fucking op, very clearly an op to the federal government. Like, how are you gonna be like, oh, MLK was a part of MLK was a part of like the secret Illuminati society that actually controls everything. Yeah, is that why they fucking killed him? You think that's the reason why they fucking killed him, dude? Like who? Who isn't an op in your mind? I love the fucking schizoid, communoid, parapolitics losers who will be like, no, actually, literally everyone. And I mean everyone. And especially those who are actually outsiders to the fucking game of politics, who are leftists, who are socialists, who are Marxists, who sometimes even take up arms against the American government. Those are the ones who are actually the real agents of the state. At some point, you have to fucking recognize that you literally are an agent of the state, whether you recognize it or not, okay? You are behaving like a real fucking op.
Had the logistical operation, had operative alternative passports, and got out of the country with money alone.
A powerful public speaker, Jackson continued the struggle.
When I am somebody, I may be on welfare.
Wait, though. I am 10 toes down for you, but Freemasons does not automatically mean Illuminati at all. Yes, but that chatter is bringing it up with the eye emoji to imply Illuminati references, okay? What the fuck do you mean? Oh.
But I am somebody.
In the 80s, he twice ran for president, but failed to win the Democratic Party nomination. But for the first time, a black man was a serious contender.
Our time has come. We must leave racial battleground and come to economic common ground and moral higher ground. America, our time has come.
On the international stage, he campaigned for a Palestinian state.
I think you guys can kind of understand why I'm obviously fascinated with Jesse Jackson in particular. Yeah, the Rainbow Coalition was a continuation of what Fred Hampton sought to do as well. It was a continuation of MLK's legacy, a class-first politics that still does not shy away from talking about the racial element of American white supremacy, but a class-first politics nonetheless, a class-first politics that focuses on improving people's material conditions unconditionally. And no, the little F's are going to cut in and out the entire day. Just know that it's going to happen, and there's nothing we can do about it. Okay, just it is what it is. It is what it fucking is. Okay. Oh my God, it's so bad. It's so bad. I'm gonna fucking cry. I'm gonna cry. It's so devastating. Yeah, I have don't worry, I got Chuck Schumer right here celebrating his defeat in 1988 at the DNC. Why is it like this?
Creating a long rift with American Jews after some unguarded and offensive remarks. He persuaded Saddam Hussein to release human shields on the eve of the Iraq War. And as South Africa emerged from apartheid, the man who spent years maintaining American pressure against them.
I don't know how bad it is. I can't tell how bad it is because I keep seeing zeros on my end. Not just you, I got a too loose connection for a few seconds every few minutes. I don't know. People say it's not that bad. It's probably not great though. It's probably not great at all. And I have no idea. I have no way of telling how bad it is. It's pretty bad. It's been smooth for us, maybe smooth for some, but bad for others. I don't know. Is it next slide? It's perfectly fine for us, dude. Some people are saying it's perfectly fine. Others are saying it's not. I guess, I mean, it's, we'll see. We'll see how in and out, how much this works. I mean, this throttle also does diminish the reach, unfortunately, because like people just keep coming in and seeing that it's cutting in and out, and they're like, okay, well, I'm not gonna fucking watch this shit then. At most is a 3-4 second pause. Great. I love that. I fucking love that. I love that. I definitely don't want to kill myself at all due to the way that this shit is working currently. Smooth from Australia just out for about 5 seconds, but it's been okay since then. Love that. Love hearing that. Love seeing that. Fucking fantastic. Fan-fucking-tastic. All right. Anyway, let's get back to it. Jesse Jackson.
The system was there to watch.
What time is it?
From the 1960s to the election of Barack Obama, even to the Black Lives Matter movement of recent years, Jesse Jackson was a constant figure in American public life, determined to show generations of young black Americans they too could have a voice.
Well, our US partners CBS News are reporting that Jesse Jackson had been hospitalised for observation back in November. Doctors said he had been diagnosed with a degenerative condition. He had revealed in 2017 that he'd been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, which affects the nervous system, which slowly restricts movement and daily activities. But Jesse Jackson called it a physical challenge. He refused to let it prevent him from continuing his civil rights advocacy. His father, Nois Lewis Robinson Sr., who had Parkinson's, also died of the disease. He was 88. That was back in 1997. But Jesse Jackson had been suffering from some health conditions since he was hospitalised back in November, revealing a few years ago now that he is diagnosed with Parkinson's. Let's bring you the family statement that we have. They say it is with profound sadness that we announce the passing of civil rights leader and founder of the Rainbow Push Coalition, the Honourable Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson Sr. He died peacefully on Tuesday morning, surrounded by his family. His unwavering commitment to justice, equality and human rights helped shape a global movement for freedom and dignity. A tireless change agent, he elevated the voices of the voiceless from his presidential campaigns in the 1980s to mobilising millions to register to vote, leaving an indelible mark on history. Reverend Jackson, the statement goes on to say, is survived by his wife Jacqueline, their children Santita Jesse Jr., Jonathan, Yusuf, Jacqueline, daughter Ashley Jackson and grandchildren. He was preceded in death by his mother, Helen Burns Jackson, father, Noah Lewis Robinson, and stepfather, Charles Henry Jackson. And they go on to say, the family statement continues, our father was a servant leader, not only to our family, but to the oppressed, the voiceless and the overlooked around the world. We shared him with the world, and in return, the world became part of our extended family. His unwavering belief in justice, equality and love uplifted millions, and we ask you to honour his memory by continuing the fight for the values he lived by. So that is a statement from the...
There's a video on his presidential run, the 88 campaign or 84 campaign.
In 1983, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, civil rights leader and former protege of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., announced his candidacy for President of the United States. Jackson galvanized black people around the country to engage in a campaign for an office that most of us had thought a black person could never win. A black man or a black woman occupying the White House, that was the race's impossible dream.
Jesse Jackson wasn't the first African American to run for president. That would be Shirley Chisholm. But Jesse Jackson's run was incredibly exciting. It wasn't just we might get a black president. We might get a black president with a narrative and an agenda that actually represents what democracy could really look like in this country.
By the way, his 84 and 88 campaign, or his 84 and 88 campaign both were far more radical and far more progressive than modern day Democratic campaigns are. Okay. Like I mean, this guy was the fucking real deal. Okay. The OG. It's kind of crazy to think about. And he was, of course, like disparaged endlessly. He was attacked endlessly. And the Democrats at the time did not shy away from using whatever ammunition they could.
Young people across the country leapt at the chance to work on Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign, reaching out to voters far beyond the black community.
He brought the white feminists, the white farmers, the first GLBT leaders within the Democratic Party. He said, come and take a seat at this table. I have enough room for everybody.
Surprisingly, Jackson struggled to receive endorsements from many high-profile black...
Surprisingly. No, not surprisingly, actually. As a matter of fact, very unsurprisingly. You know who else was also a prominent... Now we have the rear view mirror, so we have a very different attitude on this. But if you recall, there was another high-profile, young, black Democratic Party presidency contender who also struggled to receive endorsements from high-profile black figures in the party. His name was Barack Obama. Okay? I'm sorry. This is just how the game is played. If you don't understand it by now, make no fucking mistake. He had to literally earn that shit with the Iowa caucus. Okay? He had to earn that shit. They wanted Hillary. It's true, by the way. For those of you who don't know, this is literally what happened. Do not let any motherfucker try to do revisionist history here. Barack Obama went through a similar struggle. Barack Obama went through a similar issue with earning the endorsements of high-profile black figures in the Democratic Party as well.
Politicians.
Most of the black leadership was against him running. They had their own arrangements with the Democratic Party and establishment. They didn't think it could work, but he ran, and he did very well, better than they all thought.
3.5 million people cast their votes for Jesse Jackson. Some estimated that as many as 20% of the African Americans who voted for him had never voted before. Though he fell short of winning the Democratic nomination, Jesse Jackson's 1984 president.
Bro, I swear to God, this right here was another like 2016 Bernie versus Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump moment. Okay. 1984, Jesse Jackson comes in, DNC cooks his ass, okay, actively destroys his mobilization efforts, and basically, lo and behold, you got the proto-Trump, Ronald fucking Reagan. That's why they say don't blame me. I'm from Minnesota, by the way, because Minnesota was the only state that fucking voted for Mondale over Reagan. Yeah, just, you know, lots of comparisons to be made here.
Presidential bid changed the political landscape forever.
Long before there was a Barack Obama, there was a Reverend Jesse Jackson, and he was lifting up little kids all across
I'll be
America.
honest, the real comparison here is not a Barack Obama. The real comparison here is a Bernie Sanders, but obviously I'm too white to be making that comparison. A lot of people are going to be like, hush now, little white baby. But the reality of the matter is a more accurate comparison would be a Bernie Sanders.
Believing that they too one day can become president of the United States. He taught us that our voices matter.
Because the reality of the matter is Barack Obama won, right? Like, Barack Obama won. Whereas, and he was able to secure the endorsements by the time he was, the established candidate, right? And we also know how he governed after he won the presidency. He ran on a very progressive platform. He secured the endorsements. He won the primary. And then he kept up with a relatively progressive campaign in the general as well. And then he fucking turned around and governed like a Hillary, right?
Leverage the power of our vote.
Why are you lying, Hassan? Why am I lying about what? Do you want me to? I mean, do you want to get into an argument while I'm effing in and out? Like while my internet is cutting in and out? Is that what you want to do? You want to get into a fucking long, convoluted, heated argument right at this moment, you think? Anyway, here's another testament to the DNC's like machinery. Here's a clip of Chuck Schumer bragging about blocking the Jackson Plank, which was proposed in the 1988 DNC platform item by Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign supporting Palestinian self-determination. You might recognize a person who is speaking in 1988, celebrating blocking the Jackson Plank in 1988.
I usually begin my speeches by saying I'm glad to be here. I'm not quite sure that's appropriate tonight. That when I walked up the stairs, I was pushed. That when I came here...
Great. I fucking love that, man. I love
now,
this shit.
Now, if you don't want to hear the other side, then don't stay in this room. Go wait for your candidate and listen to him and make yourself feel good. Okay? If you don't want to listen to the other side, please leave. I may not convert you to my point of view, but I will tell you something. If you believe in your argument, you can withstand very easily the argument from the other side. And so if you can't, then I ask you to leave. Let me remind you the last time I was booed publicly, and this was the last time, was something you all abhorred, because I was the leader in the fight against the pro-Palestinian Jackson Plank at the Democratic Convention. And I got up on that platform and I said just what I thought. And certain other states got up and booed my speech. So that just as tonight...
It's so crazy that like Chuck Schumer has been Israel first for like his entire political experience. Like this is yet another glaringly obvious example of him just being like anti everything Jesse Jackson represents, including running on a platform for Palestinian self-determination in fucking 1988. Okay. The only time when you see him this energized, the only time when you see Chuck Schumer this energized is when he's speaking at like some like American Jewish conference or something like that, where he's just sitting there and talking about how excited he is to make sure that Israel gets unlimited support. Link, please. This is on my Twitter page. I quote retweeted this.
The MC had to get up and say, give the man a chance to be heard. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Perhaps it didn't surprise me that it happened there. It surprises me that it happened here. Folks. Hey, Bob, I deserve a little courtesy, don't you think? Don't you think, Bob? In conclusion,
it's not working.
There's one man there who's clapping his hands and booing. It reminds me of the old Sid Caesar routine like this. I usually begin my speech.
The struggle against the left flank that centers working class politics has been ongoing for far longer than these last election cycles. R.I.P. Jesse Jackson. It's once again, once again another instance. Senator Schumer says Jesse Jackson was an icon. Chuck Schumer now, of course, tweets, Jesse Jackson was an icon of the civil rights movement and a fearless warrior for justice for all people. He was one of the most powerful forces of positive change in the country. America is far more equal and a just place thanks to his work. My prayers are with his family and all those who were inspired by him. As we honor Reverend Jackson in the coming days, I will be thinking of the many lessons he taught us. Like, no matter what, I have to fucking make sure that there's no Palestinian self-determination. Okay? Here we'll do a history of Jesse Jackson's legacy from marching with MLK to building the Rainbow Coalition by Democracy Now! And then we'll move on to the MAGA family annihilator.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman, doing our look at the life and legacy of the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who died today at the age of 84. A civil rights icon, two-time presidential candidate. We're joined now by two guests. Larry Hamm is a longtime civil rights activist. He's chair of the People's Organization for Progress. He was co-chair of the Jackson for President campaign in New Jersey in 1988. Also a Jackson delegate at the Democratic.
It's just so crazy because, like, there is no reward. You know what I mean? Senator Chuck Schumer follows you. Will you have him on the show? No, he doesn't. The fuck are you talking about? Of course he doesn't follow me. Are you insane? It's like these people like Jesse Jackson were on the right side of history, okay? Unflinching, unyielding, always correct, okay? Always fucking correct. And they got punished endlessly for it. Some people who were also on the right side of history got killed for being on the right side of history, for having conviction, for believing in the cause of justice for all, for believing in egalitarian principles and acting on it, not just sticking to words, but acting on said principles. Our American history is filled with people like this, okay? Our American history is filled with brave civil rights legends like Jesse Jackson, who unfortunately just passed away, but was punished endlessly throughout his advocacy, throughout his activism, throughout his career. It's very, very frustrating to see these monsters that offered setback after setback after setback on numerous occasions, only to turn around and be like, wow, their legacy, we always loved it. We were always a fan, you know? Yes, Mamdani delivered. I know. I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about all of that. Okay? I'm going to get into that.
National Convention then, and the former president of the New Jersey chapter of the Rainbow Coalition. And we're joined by Clarence Lusane, political science professor at Howard University, the director of the International Affairs program there. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Professor Clarence Lusane, let's begin with you. You woke up this morning with this news of this historic figure having passed, the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Your thoughts on his significance, on his life and legacy?
Good morning, Amy, and good morning, Larry, as well. Yeah, my phone has been blowing up with texts from not just people here in the U.S., but from around the world as the news spread. I want to echo what Bernie Sanders said about Jackson's contribution. Jackson's life contributed to making this country more democratic, more inclusive, more fair. What Jackson was able to do was to marry movements, grassroots movements, with electoral politics. Prior to the 1980s, a lot of activists who were working on issues from anti-nuclear kinds of concerns to peace issues to civil rights had a kind of sketchy relationship with electoral politics. And Jackson saw that that was a vehicle for being able to bring this country to its principles that it espouses. And so in 84 and in 88, Jackson was doing two things. One was building an electoral movement that would make the Democratic Party and electoral politics more democratic. But at the same time, he was also building a movement outside of that, the National Rainbow Coalition, which picked up the mantle from the Civil Rights Movement and from what Dr. King and others had been doing in the 1960s and brought that into the 1980s and beyond. And his contributions were not just domestic, of course, but also international, not only working with folks who were working around issues like human rights and peace, but just a range of concerns that people had around the world, including, of course, the anti-apartheid movement.
And talk about that, especially for young people who aren't so familiar with the movement to take down apartheid in South Africa. And going back to 1966, the March Against Fear in Mississippi.
You need people like this. You need 1 million. You need tens of millions of Jesse Jacksons. The reality of the matter is the work never ends. The struggle always continues. You need people who say, nah, this is fucked up. You know what I mean? Whether it be the apartheid in South Africa, whether it be the apartheid in Palestine, you need people to continue pushing that advocacy. Okay? That's why I never discourage people from protesting. I never discourage people from changing their minds. I never discourage people when they actually come to that recognition, no matter how late it is, because we don't have the time, nor do we have the opportunity, the privilege to say no to people who come on board with these decisions, come on board with these movements. Okay? We need everyone, especially considering that the powers that be will do everything. We don't have the luxury. Thank you, Chowder. That was the word I was looking for. We don't have the luxury to just fucking push people away, to say, it's not for me. It's fine. You know, we have to work. We have to work within the system to the best of our ability. We have to work with people that we disagree with from time to time. We don't have the luxury. We don't have the resources.
Oh, up through, what was it, 2000 with the fight around Gore and Bush.
Yep, the 1966 March Against Fear happened in Mississippi. This was 3 years after King had given his speech at the March on Washington, I Have a Dream speech, and Medgar Evers had been killed. And James Meredith, who was a local activist in Mississippi, started a march. He was shot during that march, but that then galvanized the entire civil rights movement to come to Mississippi. So Jackson was there, King was there, Stokely Carmichael was there. That's where Stokely Carmichael made his famous statement about Black Power. And that's important because what we see with Jackson is that he brought together the disparate parts of not only the Black political movement, people who were nationalists, people who consider themselves socialists, people who consider themselves liberals, even Black conservatives. Jackson would galvanize and rally when he ran in 88 and 84. But Jackson also brought together people outside of the civil rights community and outside of the Black community. And so that was really kind of a turning point. So then we get to 1983, and there's a big celebration of the 20th anniversary of the March on Washington. But it's also a protest against Reagan. Reagan had been elected in 1980 and launched the harshest anti-civil rights presidency to that date. And so Jackson and civil rights leaders and trade unions and others called for this march. And at that march, there had been a grassroots movement growing and it's swell, Run, Jesse, Run. So this wasn't Jackson just saying, I want to be president. This was a recognition of Jackson's work, his moral and political clarity in that moment. And he launched not only his presidential campaign, which many of us worked on, and Larry was critical in that, Ron Daniels, Jack O'Dell, others, but he also launched the National Rainbow Coalition. And they worked in parallel. And as Bernie said and others have noted, the reason Barack Obama becomes president in 2008 is because of the work that Jackson and others like Fannie Lou Hamer, who made sure that the Democratic Party would democratize and change the rules of the game so that when Obama ran in 2008, he was running under very different circumstances than even when Jackson ran in 1984 and 1988. And Jackson...
I guess this is one way to get some Black History Month on the stream. I mean, come on. Yeah. Here. Let's hear a speech from Jesse Jackson talking about the neoliberal Democratic Party's refusal to even attempt to appeal to the working classes, let alone organize them. Okay, this is around the Reagan era.
We're gonna stop the rocks that's been laying around and pick them up. In 1980, Reagan won Massachusetts by 2,500 votes. There were over 100,000 students unregistered, over 50,000 blacks, over 50,000 Hispanics. He won by 2,500. Ted Kennedy State. Rocks just laying around. He won Illinois by 300,000 votes. 800,000 unregistered blacks. 500,000 Hispanics. Rocks just laying around. He won.
Jesse Jackson got rat fucked with the Clintons in the Dem primaries who bombarded him with openly racist campaign ads and messaging. There are a lot of reasons to despise the Clintons, but that's one of the biggest ones. The Clintons used racism to sink an ascendant socialist figure who would have won in a landslide if the Clintons had essentially rigged the primaries and got out of the racist white folks to sink him. Jesse Jackson and his politics will be very familiar to you if you're like a post-2016 Bernie bro, okay? If you're a post-2016 Bernie bro, the attacks against them also were obviously far more consequential than even Bernie Sanders at the time because, like, material conditions had gotten far worse by 2016, so people were way more invested in an anti-establishment figure as opposed to back then. And not only that, but also the shine of like New Deal Democrats was still very much firmly captured in the hands of the establishment Democrats in general. So that is part of the reason why it was like it seemed virtually impossible back then. But the slant that he ran on and his advocacy was damn near identical to the advocacy that you see nowadays with the Bernie-crats, with that same exact movement, what I like to call left flank candidates. Okay. The left flank candidates and their advocacy was very similar. It was a working class first. It was class first politics. It was a uniting message on the boundaries of class rather than other culture war narratives in general. And yeah, it's not even.
In 1980, 3 million high school students unregistered to vote.
Even down to the non-voters, like even down to going after non-voters, trying to organize non-voters and activate them into voting. Okay.
Now they've been registered to draft. Rocks just laying around. 11 million college students
I gotta pee.
who could have chosen jobs over jails, peace over wall, that didn't vote. Now they're crying. Rocks just laying around. Reagan won 8 southern states by 182,000 votes. Well, there were 3 million unregistered blacks in them same 8 states. Rocks just laying around. He won New York by 165,000 votes. 600,000 students unregistered. 900,000 blacks. 600,000 Hispanics. Rocks just laying around. 1980, Reagan won Pennsylvania by 300,000 votes. 400,000 students unregistered. more than 600,000 blacks unregistered. Reagan won Pennsylvania by the margin of despair, by the margin of the fracture of our coalition. Your time has come. Pick up your slingshot, pick up your rock, declare our time has come. A new day has begun. Red, yellow, black, and white, we're all precious in God's sight. Our time has come.
How depressing is that this same exact speech is the most relevant today still? Chatter. This is the exact same reason why you look back at my commentary from 10 years past. You look back at the stuff that I was writing about. You look back at the stuff that I was saying in 2016 and onward. And the reality of the matter is the issues are the same and my advocacy is the same. This is just how it is. This is how it always is. This is how it's always been, especially in a place like the United States of America. If you are a socialist, if you're a Marxist, if you are a progressive, if you are to the left of the Democratic Party and you see these problems, you recognize them, you want to solve them, you communicate how we could solve them, slowly but surely you start realizing that the hurdles are the same, the problems are the same, the setbacks are the same, but nevertheless, we still continue to organize. But that is the reality. You got to take advantage of the opportunities given to you, the opportunities to organize, and you have to be persistent, you have to be stubborn, and you just have to keep pushing. Yeah, the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles is true. I fucking butchered saying hitherto. I don't never know. I never learned how to say that word. Hitherto. Hitherto. Civil rights movement was built upon very similar work done in the 30s and 50s. Yeah. The struggle continues. So that's why I always say, look, man, I'm a socialist. Whenever people say, oh, Hassan, this is a setback far too large. What do we do here? What do I always tell you? Oh, man, we took a big L here. What do I always say? I'm a socialist. My entire life has been one L after the other. And yet we still continue. Because as long as these issues continue, you can't fucking cave. You can't buckle. You can't give in to some of the worst, most powerful forces in society telling you you have to stop. You have to keep going. You have to keep pushing, especially when you know your cause is just. You do it for those who were lost in the battle, and you do it for those who remain. Anyway, it is what it is. It is something you have to internalize, though. You have to have a backbone. You have to understand, like, especially in terms of the advocacy surrounding Palestinians and Palestinian self-determination, right? Here's Jesse Jackson, civil rights leader, accused of anti-Semitism for advocating for Palestinians in the fucking 80s, mind you.
You offended the Jews, and about you were sick and tired of hearing about the Holocaust. To say that when we're not sick and tired of hearing about black lynchings in the South and so on, I mean, we're still sympathetic. And what incredibly bad timing.
After visiting the Holocaust site, the tour guide asked me how did I feel about it. I said one has to have a sense of tragedy, and I think it's real tragic. I said, and the phrase that many Jewish people use, "never again," really should apply to everybody, because all of us should say never again to fascism, because this is the logical conclusion of fascism. So you say, well, you make it sound as if it's just a humanitarian crisis when it's in fact unique. I said, well, as a social scientist, I choose to use the word tragic. He said, but unique. I say tragic. I said, I read Trail of Tears. I know how the Indians were exterminated. 60 million blacks were lost between Africa and America. Other similar situations. And so he became offended because I chose to use the word tragic rather than unique.
Yeah, he was right. And he wasn't too early. He was right, but he wasn't too early even back then. It's just that society was not ready for it. But even back then, there were plenty of thinkers who recognized right from wrong, who understood the similarities, who understood that the very same ideological forces that committed the atrocities during the Holocaust were the exact same ideological forces at a different time doing the indigenous extermination, doing 400 years of colonial extraction, slavery, mass rapes, the death and destruction of black people from Africa. It was the exact same ideological motivation. It was fascism before fascism was able to materialize as a solid political movement, right? Before it was fascism, it was colonialism. Before it was colonialism, I guess it was I don't know what you would call it at that point. But the reality of the matter is that it was the same old tragedy in many respects. The exceptional nature or the consistent demands of singling out the Holocaust, especially nowadays, is weaponized against the plight of Palestinians. Anytime you make any sort of comparison between what took place with the Nazis, what they did to 6 million Jews and millions of other people as well, Slavs, people who had disabilities, gay people, trans people. When you compare that to the genocide that Israel is committing against Palestinians, people say, no, you can't do that. Never again just means never again for us. Never again just for Jews. That's not what never again is supposed to be about. Okay?
Which reflects a certain hypersensitivity that we must have a new formula in the Middle East that represents more balance in our policy. We must be concerned about Palestinian justice, Lebanon's territorial integrity protected, and normalized ties with the Arab world. That must not be considered offensive.
When quotes like that come out about the Holocaust and so on, who would be out to discredit you so by getting that kind of misquote?
Well,
if it is, as you say, a misquote.
Many Jewish people were insulted and outraged by virtue of the fact that we accepted Arafat's invitation to go to Lebanon. And therefore, and there were many who simply attempted to sabotage the trip by trying to discredit us and therefore make our meeting with him an irrelevant trip as opposed to a relevant trip. One of the guys who helped to deal with our ticket arrangements, getting a travel agent, he became so irate over the fact that we were going to meet this anathema, this guy called Arafat. And he just simply went in rage and lost all sense of emotional balance. He did a press conference.
You mean this is a man who worked for you?
No, he did not work for us. See, that was a lie he told. He did not work for us.
When you had your picture taken hugging Arafat, that, of course, offended a lot of people who strange bedfellows to be.
Yeah. I mean, this is it. How dare you? How dare you communicate with the other side? The other side that we obviously choose to undermine, the other side that we never want to offer a voice to, because if you never actually recognize the other side's humanity, then it's much easier to disparage them. It's much easier to dehumanize them. It's much easier to justify all of the atrocities that befall the Palestinian people, right? So we here in the heart of empire play a very significant role, a role that I try to play to the best of my ability, right? We have the opportunity to show the other side. We have the opportunity to give a voice to the voiceless. We have an opportunity to listen to their demands. We have an opportunity to humanize them to our friends, to our family members, using the platforms that we have at our disposal. They will always try and stop it. And this is not just the Palestinians versus the Israeli society and its military conquest. This is the same for every group, okay? It's the same for the Venezuelans. It's the same for the Cubans. It's the same for all of the dispossessed masses that American imperialism and Western imperialism chooses to dominate, okay? That's why there's always so much resistance. And that resistance should be expected. That resistance should always be expected. It's one that I expected when I had 35 people watching me. It's one that I expected when I had 350 people watching me. And it's one that I certainly receive every single day with 35,000 people watching me, right? That's part of the reason why I've always maintained a position where I want to make sure that I have the most reliable base of support through a subscription mechanism rather than one that relies on ads, rather than one that relies on contracts, rather than one that relies on corporations. I'm not like tying this back to, subscribing to the Piker Broadcasting Service. I'm just simply telling you that's precisely the reason why I do things the way I do, right? The reality of the matter is these are setbacks that you have to be ready for. These are setbacks that you have to to expect. No matter what happens, there will always be naysayers out there, people who seek to disparage you, people who seek to undermine your message, and you just have to keep pushing through. You have to keep pushing through regardless, as long as you know your cause is just. This is something that you have to remember. People will say a whole bunch of nonsense. You speak out against Israel, to call you an anti-Semite, as they did with Jesse Jackson. You speak out against American imperialism in Venezuela, to say, oh, well, you want to destroy the Venezuelan population. You don't care if they die. When in fact, it's actually the American government's design that is killing Venezuelans, right? That denies them sovereignty. Same with people in Cuba. It doesn't matter what people say. You can't listen to naysayers who are either deluded into thinking that you are a bad person, or people who are cynically weaponizing these other forces at play: racism, white supremacy, Nazism, fascism, misogyny, homophobia, transphobia. People who are very well aware of the social conditioning that exists and will choose to weaponize it against you, right? Just got to keep pushing through it.
Hugging a member of the PLO, an organization not unassociated with terrorism.
It's a matter of respect. In that part of the world, one of the common cultural ways of greeting people is with an embrace and a hug on both sides.
Yeah, this is the same shit where people say, Hassan, you're pro-Hamas, you're an anti-Semitite. Just like John Fetterman was saying the other day, Hassan, you're an anti-Semitite. You're pro-Hamas, you're pro-Hamas. It's like, the Palestinian people have a legal right to resistance, okay? That's just what it is. Take it up with the fucking international community if you have a problem with that. Take it up with international humanitarian rights, okay? Palestinians have a legal right to defend themselves, their lives, their dignity, their sovereignty against a settler colonial state that is seeking to wipe them out. Look, they said the same shit about PLO.
In 1984 that he got hammered for, and his relationship with the Jewish American voters. He denied this at first.
He eventually acknowledged that he made those comments. It was said in private, and he thought he was off the record with some reporters, and it ended up being a newspaper. And he apologized for it. This has always been the third rail in American politics, and it was even more so then than it is now. Back then, it was not okay to even talk about Palestinians. The U.S. government policy was not to even speak to the Palestinian leaders at the time who were considered terrorists. And when Jesse Jackson said that we should be seeking a two-state solution in the 80s, that was not a thing. The other thing is that he brought Arab Americans into the political process in a way that they had not been brought into the process before. And that's a legacy that I think still sticks with that community.
For more, go to podcastplayground.com.
There is some new trouble to tell you about tonight between Reverend Jesse Jackson and Barack Obama. And Fox's John Gibson is here with more on that. Hey, John.
Thanks, Martha. Barack Obama is about change, the Reverend Jesse Jackson says. Starting with the Middle East, we're quoting Jackson now, decades of putting Israel's interests first will end. In an interview in France with Amir Tahiri of the New York Post, Jackson said, Zionists have controlled American policy for decades and will lose their clout when Barack Obama enters the White House. Today, the Obama campaign reacted quickly by saying Jesse Jackson is not an Obama advisor, and Jackson is, quote, therefore in no position to interpret or share Barack Obama's views on Israel and foreign policy. Jackson's untimely quotes could have an effect on Florida and some parts of Ohio and Pennsylvania, where the Jewish vote is important. Obama's team further said no false charges can change Barack Obama's unshakable commitment to Israel's security, and as president, Obama will ensure that Israel can defend itself from every threat it faces. While keeping
Couple things to pay attention to here. Some things never change, and some things change dramatically. Establishment liberals, of course, will rat fuck the people that brought them along, the people that helped play a role in getting them to the position of power. That's number one. Barack Obama behaving like an establishment Democrat here. But something that has changed dramatically is the Fox News coverage. Can you imagine Fox News offering fair and balanced coverage as opposed to now in a situation like this? I'm just saying, this is considered fair and balanced reporting, especially in comparison to even the fucking New York Times coverage now. You know, I feel like Fox News back then, which was foul for the record. Foul to Barack Obama. Foul to anyone that was ostensibly to center left, like liberal, more liberal than Ronald Reagan. They were foul, right? But even then, this looks like more fair coverage than what CNN's Jake Tapper would offer to Barack Obama nowadays. Think about that. Think about how some things do not change at all. And think about how much certain things have changed. A relic.
Obama's denials in mind, I'd like to remind you of my comments last week on Obama's close relationship with Rashid Khalidi. Khalidi and his wife were personal friends of the Obamas in Chicago, as well as somebody who donated money to Obama and someone to whom Obama steered grant money in his position at the Woods Fund. According to the LA Times, Khalidi once acted as a spokesman for the PLO and a negotiator for Palestinians in peace talks, and Obama once said Khalidi opened his eyes to a different point of view. Obama's history with one-time PLO spokesman Rashid Khalidi makes me wonder if Jesse Jackson's error was simply that he spoke out at the wrong time, just 20 days before the election. Write to me at Gibson Radio at foxnews.com. Check out the radio show, XM1 at 168, Sirius 145. And
someone said,
yeah, Jesse Jackson, 2003. Don't attack Iraq. Yep. All you get for being on the right side of history is just an endless amount of fucking scrutiny your whole damn life, your whole damn career in advocacy. That's all you fucking receive, dude. Straight up. Straight up. You can be on the right side of every issue your whole damn life. And when you finally pass, they'll turn around and say, the very same people that actually caused you so much ire your whole life, that rat fucked you, that basically did everything in their fucking physical power to stop your movement, to stop your advocacy, will then turn around and say, in the most like whitewash, reputation laundered way possible too, they'll turn around and say, oh, he was great. He was a brave hero. And we fucked his movement up every single step of the fucking way. Chuck Schumer is not unique in this regard. I know we covered Chuck Schumer's statements now versus what he had said in 1988, taking credit for destroying the Jesse Jackson plank on Palestinian self-determination. But that's just how it is. That's how it always will be.
how can you do these things, Reverend? You're always out marching and you're demonstrating and you're willing to go to jail and you're going from nation to nation. And how do you reconcile that with your religion? Well, my religion obligates me to do that.
Okay, like legit feedback from a 41-month subscriber. For what it's worth, the soundboard makes your stream less watchable. My wife literally made me turn off one of your YouTube videos I was listening via premium on the drive home because she was so annoyed with the soundboard. No ideological problems here. It's just really annoying and repetitive sounding. I don't mean this as any hate, just feedback.
Bruh.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, well, to you, chatter, I say...
And pussy too.
Yeah, that's right. That's a bad take, and we're going to keep using the fucking soundboard, okay? I also have this to say for you and your wife. Okay? That's all I got. I'm going to keep using the fucking soundboard. I don't even care. I am going to keep using the soundboard every now and then, especially because...
We are change. We'll find the gospel business.
Yeah. So just, keep up. Nice, sweet wife flex, by the way. Respect to you. Respect to you, chatter. Blammo. I mean, that's all I got. Do you realize your fame and influence can vanish in a day? Be nice to your bosses / where your money comes from. My fucking bosses are you, okay? You are my bosses. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people, okay? So that's the only group of people that I'm held accountable to. But having said that, if they're going to fucking turn around and, get upset about my usage of the soundboard, then for them, I don't really have anything else to say. Even Reddit likes it, unless you sort by controversial. It's on, wow, I'm losing viewers, going to dual string. Also, it's on, fa. It seems like people like it. Or is it the uncleization and he's becoming jank? Remember when some of us chatters politely told you the bull hair wasn't cutting it? I mean, I'm not going to use it aggressively unless you guys, unless you tell me that you're annoyed by it, at which point I will actually keep hitting it, You know, I'm not going to overdo it unless you fucking tell me to not use it, at which point I will overdo it. Let's
My
continue.
religion obligates me to go to South Africa and witness. My religion obligates me to go to the Middle East and try to offer a peace plan and reconcile Arab and Jew. My religion obligates me to serve. And so I think that those of us who take our religion seriously, who would follow the mold of Christ, must teach and preach and do it in and out of season. The one fact is that we live our lives as if life is certain and death is uncertain. Death is certain, life is uncertain, and therefore, to that extent, we can make a choice. And so I fight in this struggle now, not because I'm afraid I might die, because if I die, I do not have to face the problems. I fight this fight because I'm afraid I might live, and if I must live, I certainly want to live in a world that's moving in a different direction than the direction it's moving in now.
Why did you choose to be a Baptist minister rather than a politician?
Well, I was chosen. I did not really make that as a conscious choice. I did not decide that blacks would not have access to public accommodations, but because we did not have them, and when I became conscious of the implications of apartheid, then I made the decision to fight to overcome apartheid within American society. I did not choose for blacks not to have the right to vote, but once I became conscious of the implications of that, I chose to fight for the right to vote. I did not choose for blacks not to have open housing, but once I became aware of the implications, I chose to fight. I did not choose the Vietnam War, and therefore choose to begin to become involved in international politics. But once I became aware of how much money was being wasted in the Vietnam War, how many lives are being lost, how many people were being killed, how the innocent were being sacrificed for the greed of a few, then I chose to become involved.
Spamming the soundboard doesn't just ruin the stream. Okay, take a week off. Again and again, I'm going to keep explaining to you that I don't give a fuck about your opinion on this. Okay? Keep ignoring me. Please actually listen to people, and if you use it sparingly, but genuinely, a lot of us take a day off. Okay, let's continue. Take a day off, chatter. Okay?
In that process. And so to that extent, many of my battlegrounds have been chosen for me, but since my conscious state, I have determined that the rest of my life will be spent trying to right these wrongs and trying to inspire people to believe that they can do something about it.
I may be poor, but I am somebody. I may be on welfare.
It's so funny because the reason why I think this conversation, before I get back to Jesse Jackson, the reason why I think this conversation is so funny is because all the adults basically want me to just pay attention to them and their current concern rather than do the actual fucking work, rather than do the actual coverage, rather than discuss back and forth like, you know, Jesse Jackson's importance in American politics. They are the ones who are childishly turning around and being like, well, you used the fucking soundboard like 25 minutes ago, and I've still been stuck on that. It's very one note for me. I'm hyper fixated, and it's been very frustrating for me. So I just want you to literally only discuss this now rather than whatever the fuck you want to discuss. Ironically enough, you are the one who's childish. Okay? You are the one who's being childish. And I know me listening to what you have to say or even blocking you is only going to make it worse. Okay? But I just need you to understand, like, your entitled attitude is not going to fly. Yeah.
But I am somebody.
No way he drops the know you argument.
Jail, but I may be uneducated. But I am somebody. I am beautiful. Try.
The world mourning the loss of a civil rights giant.
Our flag is red, white, and blue.
By the way, notice how like some of the coverage around his legacy is noticeably omitting key parts of his advocacy. If you notice, like in mainstream media, they'll either briefly mention the pro-Palestinian advocacy or they don't mention it at all.
Our nation is rainbow. Red, yellow, brown, black, and white. We're all precious in God's sight.
Reverend Jesse Jackson was one of the most prominent politicians in the 80s and 90s. blazing the trail for generations to follow. All of his life, the Reverend Jesse Jackson preaching, exhorting, demanding justice in a quest to help his people and nation overcome.
We ain't the bottom, we the foundation.
Always marching, civil rights nonviolent soldier. There he was, shoulder to shoulder with Martin Luther King Jr. after witnessing the beatings of Bloody Sunday on television. Jackson eventually became one of the top lieutenants in the critical Southern Christian Leadership Conference, which challenged the Jim Crow South's withering oppression. A witness to history, he was there on that fateful April evening when King was struck down by an assassin's bullet.
I tried to feel his head, and I asked him, I said, Dr. King, do you hear me? Dr. King, do you hear me? And he didn't say anything.
After a leadership struggle with King's successor, Reverend Ralph Abernathy, Jackson split from the SCLC and formed a new organization, People United to Save Humanity, PUSH.
Black, beautiful.
After Dr. King, I don't think anyone captured the spirit of America like Reverend Jackson, and he took the movement north. I think Jesse Jackson was the link from that generation.
Man, I used to think Jesse Jackson was so extreme when I was a child with how my parents and media talked about him. It's embarrassing for me now to have felt that way knowing what I know now. I mean, it's all good. You now are armed with the knowledge. It's good for you to move on from that, right? You've become a new person. Your third eye has opened, right? Whatever you want to call it. If you're a spiritual person, that's like, one way to look at it. What matters is not who you used to be. What matters is who you are now. And that transformational experience can actually make you a better advocate. That transformational experience can make you a better organizer because you are now equipped with the knowledge of the social conditioning that other people have, just like yourself. Now you know what steps it takes to make this transformational change. And you can use that in your advocacy. You can use that when you're talking to other people.
Of King and them all the way to my generation and then the generation behind me.
The first wave of the civil rights movement had succeeded in breaking down significant barriers, but Jackson's primary focus was on economic empowerment.
We know that we're worthy of respect and protection, but nobody really knows our name, and so we're really still struggling.
He broke boundaries in politics, twice running for president, first in 1984 under the banner of a Rainbow Coalition. In 1988, he was, for a time, the Democratic Party's frontrunner for the presidential nomination, before eventually losing the nomination to Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis.
I'd rather go down in the stirring fight than drowse to death at the sheltered shore.
Jackson also took on the role of freelance international negotiator, meeting with some of the world's most brutal tyrants.
Overseas, the American
world's most... Wait, hold on. Let's run that back. Wait, I'm sorry. What?
On the role of freelance international negotiator, meeting with some of the world's most brutal tyrants.
Overseas, the American black activist Jesse Jackson has become an intermediary in the Middle East.
In 1984, he met with Syria's Hafez al-Assad.
Goodman and the Reverend Jackson arrived at Andrews Air Force Base,
securing the release of downed American naval officer Lieutenant Robert Goodman. In 1990, he held talks with Saddam Hussein to free foreign nationals being held in Iraq as human shields. And in 1999, he went behind enemy lines again to meet with Slobodan Milosevic to negotiate the return of 3 American prisoners of war.
True.
At times, he was a spiritual advisor, counseling President Clinton in his darkest hour, facing impeachment over a sex scandal. But Jackson had his own moments where he fell far short of what he had championed. In the mid-1980s, facing controversy for allegedly making a highly offensive remark about the Jewish community.
God is not finished with me yet.
Oh, just let it hang. Let it hang. What was it?
And as an ordained minister, having to admit in 2001, he had fathered a child after an affair with a former staffer. Although somewhat diminished, Jackson leaned in on his faith of forgiveness and redemption and kept fighting, keeping his eyes on the prize. He saw one of his hopes realized on election night.
What was it? Let's see the clip. We already covered it. It was when he was talking about the Holocaust being a tragic incident, a tragedy, to basically confirm the point that Like, this was a tragedy not dissimilar to the indigenous genocide, a tragedy not dissimilar to chattel slavery, that it was the not unique nature of the Holocaust in terms of like thousands of years of human cruelty that was so frustrating. That was the controversy. And it was, of course, the reason. I can't believe that they fucking didn't even mention his advocacy work for Palestinian self-determination and only slapped on the whole, like, well, he had some anti-Semitism allegations. Obviously, that kind of stuff carried a lot more water for a very long time. That kind of sentiment carried a lot more water back then. Nowadays, when someone actually says that, and you look into their background and you realize that they were like literally spending years and years. I think they're talking about when he says slurs, not the Holocaust part. He did apologize and make amends. I thought they were talking about, they said the statement about the Holocaust not being they said that he was undermining the Holocaust, like the impact of the Holocaust. Is that not? Or, oh, he used outdated racial slurs? Well, regardless.
In 2008, in Chicago's Grant Park.
America, I have never been more hopeful than I am tonight that we will get there.
He wept as President-elect Barack Obama delivered his victory speech. In recent years, the effects of age and a long illness had slowed his gait, but not his spirit. Jackson goes.
We got another weirdo in the chat. Not unique genocide. What? Hassan, I fucking wasn't. What the F? Actual fuck? You think I've been stalking you for years? Okay, chatter, I'm going to give you a day off for your own sake. Hopefully, you will get back to your medication. Okay, I'm going to remind you, med check right now for all the chatters who might have forgotten to take their medication today, including you, chatter. Okay, I have no idea who you are. I do not think you are stalking me. I don't know where you came from, but I'm gonna give you a day off for your own safety. A good reminder for everybody to take your medication.
Going public with his private health battle, dealing with a myriad of health issues. He was hospitalized in Chicago in mid-November and released a few weeks later. Through it all, Jackson's faith and hope in what America could be endured. Jackson's family saying he passed away peacefully in his sleep. He was 84 years old.
America will get better and better. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. I love you very much.
So the life of a person who at times seemed larger than life comes to a close. There were many facets to Reverend Jackson. Perhaps the thing that defined him most was a deep understanding and a connection to the struggle that African Americans have faced in a march toward a more perfect union. On a personal and professional note, I saw that when we were colleagues at CNN. He made clear he was rooting for me as a black man to succeed. There he was introducing me to former Vice President Al Gore. He loved his people. Guys?
Yeah, sure did.
And he certainly did. Absolutely tireless.
Yeah.
Never, ever stopped working for the causes that he believed in.
And we were certainly thinking of his family this morning. Pierre, our thanks to you.
This morning, police in Rhode Island are trying to piece together what led to these chaotic moments at a high school hockey game. Video capturing the sound of gunshots at an ice rink.
All right, we're gonna talk about this now. Sorry, I was just looking through. All right. This is probably one of the top news stories that's impacting right-wing Twitter today. We have another incident, another very American incident that we are all, unfortunately, all too familiar with. There was a mass shooting that took place at a hockey game yesterday in Rhode Island. And I'm going to go through the details of the situation. I'm going to be covering exactly what took place, and then I'm going to be addressing the misinformation that right-wing media is throwing around. No, this was not an Order of the Nine Angles style mass shooting incident. Okay, and the interesting part about it is that even liberal media is also refusing to cover a very important angle here. A very important angle that makes this shooting not as unique as the way that they are presenting it. Obviously, the person, you will find out, was, I think, trans or a cross-dresser. I'm not entirely sure, especially because there's not really like a lot of coverage on it, or a lot of decent coverage on it. Having said that, however, this was yet another instance of right-wing domestic terror, okay? Because you will realize very quickly, even when you look at this photo, that the person, regardless of the person wearing a dress in this photo, who is the shooter, has a fucking SS and a Totenkopf tattoo. They were a goddamn Nazi. Some of you are actively practicing insanity. Assange says that the more you complain about something so unnecessarily, the more he will do it. So if you don't like that, okay, dude, he's still talking about the soundboard while we're talking about a fucking mass shooting that took place. Lock in, okay? Lock the fuck in. That's right. Not only did this person have a fucking Nazi tattoo, they literally were posting MAGA. They were constantly in the fucking replies of all of these like right wingers. So was fucking Hitler. So fucking what? Not a Marxist. Right of Hitler. Actually, try again. Post-op trans to the right of Hitler. So try again. They were a Nazi that had a higher degree of priority of being a fucking Nazi, in my opinion, than being trans. Okay. And it's not even like their account is readily available on Twitter. And I browsed through the account. They were replying to Nick Fuentes over and over again. They were reposting Alex Jones. All of these fucking right-wing figures, they were all up and down the timeline. Here it is. Roberta Dorgano, also known as T-Girl Cuda. Okay? Their last fucking retweet was James O'Keefe, Thomas Massey, Alex Jones, Marjorie Taylor Greene, numerous other right-wing accounts that they replied to over and over and over again. Okay, I think had mental issues is correct in this case. Wild fucking pose. Of course this person was mentally ill. They weren't mentally ill because they were a trans person. They were mentally ill because they were a fucking neo-Nazi. The problem here, of course, is that right-wing Twitter, who this person was very much a part of, by the way, very much a part of, is now turning on the shooter, of course, and being like, oh, it's because this is a Nazi. This is not one of ours. This person is not one of ours. Okay? This person had fucking SS tattoos, man. Like, how much more proof do you need? I don't want to like misgender the fucking shooter, but I don't know. I mean, I might accidentally do that. I hope people don't fucking get mad at me for this, okay? But the point is, they were abso-fucking-lutely a huge Nick Fuentes fan. For example, if Lindsey Graham went out and did a fucking shooting, would you think that Lindsey Graham's, potential homosexuality would play a role in this? Or do you think Lindsey Graham will be doing a shooting because they're a fucking far-right figure? I don't think anybody would be like, oh, well, there you go, another gay guy doing a mass shooting. You would go, okay, that's a fucking psychopathic Republican that did a family annihilator thing, except Lindsey Graham obviously doesn't have a family. That's the point. But of course, a lot of right-wing figures that were firmly a part of this person's fucking community and advocacy work have turned around to say, oh, well, this person was trans. That's why they did it. That's why they did it. Fucking ridiculous. And centrist liberals are also playing along with this, for the record. Let's take a look at how mainstream media is covering the story.
This morning, police in Rhode Island are trying to piece together what led to these chaotic moments at a high school hockey game. Video capturing the sound of gunshots at an ice rink.
We have shots fired, multiple people down at the Rich Arena.
Bystanders racing to safety. Police say the shooter opened fire around 2:30 Monday, killing 2 people and critically injuring 3 others.
There was one lone suspect, that this was a targeted event. It looked like it was a family dispute.
Overnight, authorities identifying the shooter as Robert Dorgan, who they say also went by Roberta Esposito. Social media posts showing Dorgan discussing getting gender reassignment surgery and recently responding to attacks on a transgender congresswoman, writing, quote, "Do not wonder why we go berserk." Police say,
yeah, the media is also hitting the angry trans panic angle pretty aggressively because it's not as interesting. It's not as interesting if you look at the actual full body of work here, right? It's dog bites man if it's another fucking neo-Nazi killing their family, right? But it's man bites dog if it's a trans neo-Nazi who shot their family. Thousands upon thousands of posts talking about 1488, talking about fucking how they're to the right of Adolf Hitler. And what makes the national news coverage interesting for the likes of ABC Today is the fact that they are trans and angry. October 6, 2025. That's okay. Trump will have his own Rushmore. I call it Trumpmore. My libtard neighbor called Trump a communist. Yes, they vote from 2017. They tortured Trump. Time to even up. May 4th, 2025. Take that, Trump supporters. In 2024, obviously saying that sarcastically. Responding to Alex Jones in January 10th, 2025. Obviously anti-Trump, burning the country down, throwing a hissy fit. July 7th, 2025. Biden gropes every single thing he sees, but Trump's the problem, right? August 27th, 2025. Yeah, but Trump returned before Jesus. Fucking ridiculous. This, in my opinion, is straight up an abdication of duty and responsibility. Of course, you're going to mention that the shooter is trans, right? That's fine. That's understandable. Okay? It's a unique aspect of their background. But the very fact that you do not mention that they're a MAGA Trump supporter and a fucking neo-Nazi means that you're heavily invested in a biased framing that the right is weaponizing right now. At a time when trans people are fucking completely under attack. As a vulnerable population, they've been in the crosshairs of the Republican agenda over and over again. Anytime something happens, remember, we made sure that the weird trans folks, they can't play football anymore. They can't fucking swim anymore. As though that's somehow solving people's material issues. Yeah, they also used to be a pro-Israel. They also used to be pro-Israel, and then they became a full-blown groiper, and probably around the second Trump administration, probably post-October 7. You don't see this shit in Israel because 14-year-old girls carry assault rifles in pizza joints. Fact. October 3rd, 2017. White Christian Israel equals chosen. September 15, 2017. So they were pro-Israel and obviously super pro-MAGA first time around. They kept being super pro-MAGA, became anti-Israel, and became a Nick Fuentes fan. Nick rules. December 24th, 2025. It's unfucking bearable seeing this slanted coverage. It's insane.
It appears the suspect died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, adding authorities retrieved multiple firearms from the scene. They say one person tried to subdue the shooter.
A Good Samaritan stepped in and interjected in this scene, and that's probably what led to a swift end of this tragic event.
The gunfire erupted in the middle of a senior night game featuring players from several local high schools, including goalie Olin Lawrence.
At first, it was like...
Hold on. It's effing again. I have to wait this out real quick. Server timed out, disconnected. Oh, buddy. Oh, brother. All right. We're back, I think. I think it's reconnecting now. Okay, small F saved. All right, good. Because I can't tell how bad the disconnection is on my end. It looks like it completely went out. Okay. It was only a mini one? Okay, on my end, it looked much more devastating.
Olin Lawrence.
At first, it was like pop, pop, and I thought it was balloons. But it just kept going, and it was actually gunshots.
As chaos erupted in the stands.
Me and my teammates ran right to the locker room. We pressed against the door and just tried to stay safe down in there.
Just over 2 months after a mass shooting at Brown University killed 2 students and injured 9. Rhode Island's Governor Dan McKee saying, "Our state is grieving again."
What are the odds of the person faked being an aside, either pretending to be trans or pretending to be a Nazi? I think the odds of both are incredibly low. I think this person was most likely, questioning their sexuality and their gender because they kept saying post-op. Okay, so and also they are definitely a Nazi. They had a fucking SS tattoo. Okay, not just the Totenkopf tattoo, but an SS double lightning bolt underneath the Totenkopf. That person is 100% a fucking neo-Nazi. I mean, it's crazy. So they were very likely both trans and also a Nazi. And for the record, this is not unique. Ironically enough, right-wing media talks about transgender mass shooters, and so does liberal media every now and then, right? Almost every single trans shooter, both the one in Canada and the trans shooters in the United States of America, have been neo-Nazi groiper trans shooters. The problem is most people don't look into it beyond transgender shooter. They go, oh, this person is a transgender shooter. That's it. It's actually the most common type of shooter. If you were to look at the ideological breakdown of mass shootings and school shootings, you will find that the overwhelming majority, if not damn near entirety, of mass shootings and school shootings that have taken place are conducted by even black people at times, which is unique, right? It's still a black white supremacist, a groyper, a neo-Nazi. There was a female shooter, a school shooter. Again, unique demographic, because the overwhelming majority of school shooters and mass shooters are white men, straight white men, cisgender white men. And yet what's not unique about all of these different demographic backgrounds of shooters is the fact that they are groyper neo-Nazis. It's people that actually go to these forums, become red-pilled, become black-pilled. They go to Telegram groups called Terrorgram in certain instances. This person obviously doesn't fit that profile. He's too old to be a part of that network. But in any case, very clearly, a person that went through that same pathway of radicalization, their transness is secondary to the fact that they are, once again, just like the overwhelming majority of these mass shooters and school shooters, a fucking neo-Nazi white supremacist. But because most people have deluded themselves into this false notion that like transgenders are responsible for all of these fucking shootings or whatever, they don't even understand. They don't even realize that this is more common than they fucking think.
Never thought that something like this would happen, especially with kids involved. It's something I can't really wrap my head around.
And Pawtucket police say the shooter was attending the hockey game to watch a family member. A woman who identified herself as the daughter of the suspect to other local media said, quote, he shot my family and was very sick with mental health issues. Local, state, and federal authorities, including the FBI, now on the ground and investigating exactly what happened. Craig and Hoda.
Emily Acataforce there in Rhode Island. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning.
It's so crazy that the mainstream news is literally doing the mentally ill trans person narrative. Like it's crazy how far we have fucking fallen.
An investigation.
It's crazy how far we have fucking fallen, dude. It is wild. This so close, by the way, to the MAGA guy in Texas that shot and killed his own daughter. Another MAGA dad. The fact that the very same people that were in the same spheres, trafficking in the same narratives as this shooter, are now once again turning around and saying, oh my God, this is because they're a woke transgender, is fucking crazy. Okay? The only reason why they can get away with it, however, is because liberals allow them to get away with it. Mainstream media allows them to get away with it. Mainstream media allows them to get away with it by hyper-focusing on the transgender part of this person's identity. 14 seconds this time. Just hold the line. We're gonna get through it on the other side in a brief moment. It is what it is. Unfortunately, this is it's cutting in and out. No matter what happens, it's worse than before. Small latency dip, but coming back. Yeah, if you lower the latency on your end, if you lower the quality on your end, I'm pretty sure you can overcome the fucking Fs. But the delay will be fixed in a moment too. We're good now. I think we're on the other side. Okay. It might go out again, just so you know. But yeah, even this person, Matt Von Swoll, right? Like this person is like a tech guy who is super far right now. And he says, I have lost the will to be tolerant of dangerous mental illness patients walking the streets of America and pretending it is normal. It is not normal, nor is it kind. It is cruel for future victims of their violence and cruel to the mentally ill to indulge in their delusions. This fucking post prominently features this person's SS tattoos, to which I replied with, I agree. Some MAGA people are dangerously and violently mentally ill and they need to get the proper health care before they snap, right? Oh my God. Oh my God. It's fucking, my internet is so bad. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for it to come back. It blows my mind that there is a pattern that plays itself out over and over again that is so consistent in what kind of radicalization, what kind of mental illness leads to like violent incidents. And it's almost always far-right neo-Nazi behavior, far-right neo-Nazi radicalization. And yet, it's not your internet, dude. It is 100% my internet. The cutout isn't obviously because of your connection. It's Twitch and Amazon server issue. There's nothing anyone but Twitch can do about it. You're not right. You're 100% wrong. You're 100% wrong. I know for a fact that it's my internet because I'm getting literal warnings from my internet right now. Oh, God, I hate this. I hate it because then it's like the conversation revolves around like, oh, it's your internet. It's not your internet. It's Twitch. It's this. It's that. I know what it is. It's my ISP. There's nothing we can do about it. Okay? There's nothing we can do about it. It literally starts as soon as I start live streaming. Okay? We're going to get through it. I'm going to get through it. I'm not going to lose my fucking shit. I'm not going to lose my fucking shit. I'm not going to lose my mind. Calm down. Stop bringing it up. Nobody really cares. Brother, are you aware of the chat? Are you seeing the chat? Nobody cares. It's the only thing people care about. It's literally the only thing chatters are talking about in the chat. Anytime there's a minor or major crash, not only does chat lose their fucking minds, but also on top of that, everyone starts rolling in with their suggestions. Backseat IT specialists. It's 100% the same exact issue that persists with my internet service provider that clearly did not weatherproof, the internet. Oh, God. Oh, my God. It's going in and out again. Oh, and then people go, you should move to New York. You should game more. Okay. I'm gonna keep pushing through. All right. As I was saying, another far-right neo-Nazi does the family annihilator move, as they're known to do, and instantly the very same people they retweeted are talking about trans identity. Also, to every shameless centrist floating trans disapproval polls right now, you discuss me as much as the right-wing freaks do. Because there's the other side of this story, the normalization of this kind of sentiment. Liberals could approach the story and go, here we go, another MAGA neo-Nazi piece of shit that did the unthinkable. The unthinkable that is unfortunately all too common. A person who very clearly is in the Trump cult doing what people in the Trump cult do. Behave in an incredibly unstable and insane way. And yet, I saw, what's the fucking guy's name? That centrist pollster, he blocked me. That centrist pollster who turned around and instantly, claimed that, this is a good time to bring up the trans disapproval ratings in the country. Okay. Does anyone have the link for that? It was insane to me. Not Nate Lead, not CN Liberalism. Lakshai Jain was the one who put it out. But I don't know if other people are also promoting it now. I'm sure it's gaining a lot of fucking momentum. Yeah, the trans rights backlash is extremely real and very worrying for progressives. This is literally hours after people found out that the shooter was trans. Immediately, this fucking dickhead. The trans rights backlash is extremely real and very worrying for progressives. The public is aligned with conservatives on several issues like sports, restrooms, and minors' access to care. It is possibly the worst issue for progressives if it's ever polled. Here's an example of how much ground progressives have lost on trans issues. In 2016, Dems won North Carolina on the back of the bathroom bills backlash. Those bills were quite unpopular in 2017. They are now 20 points above water. 52% for, 33% against. Imagine a self-described liberal centrist pollster coming out and being like, guys, Democrats have to drop this black rights advocacy. Sorry. Another black person engaged in a fucking mass shooting. We just got to drop this. It's underwater. Like, think about how fucking psychotic that is. And unfortunately, you don't even have to think about that hypothetical because given the penchant for centrist Democrats and establishment Democrats and the consultancy orbit that revolves around the Democratic Party apparatus, they might start saying that shit too. It's all a matter of how little advocacy work they engage in. It is the most psychotic thing to do this. The most psychotic thing to do this. It is it is so transparent what this fucking asshole is doing. They did this with immigration. They did this with trans people. They're still doing it with fucking trans people. It blows my mind. Okay? The idea that like a singular representative is representative of the broadest pattern, that this actually means we have to stop defending trans people, because that's the point here. The point that Lakshya Jain is making here is cut it with this trans shit. Put them on the chopping block. No more advocacy for trans people. We can't do that. No more transgender advocacy. These guys are too violent, or at the very least, the approach by the masses is that they're violent, that they're weird, that they have to be cut out from the public conversation. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous for two different reasons. Number one, if you claim that you're also no longer on board with trans people, you're not actually going to win any voters doing that. All you will do is normalize the anti-trans rhetoric, as Democrats have done. The polls shifting from being overtly pro-transgender rights to anti-trans is a direct byproduct of the Democrats' lack of interest in addressing this issue at all. That's number one. So it's already bad politics, because what comes after the sequence of anti-trans, trans-panic narratives is obviously anti-trans bills and a normalization of the claim that trans people are outsiders that no one should be protecting, and the bills that come along with that, not allowing trans people to get like the proper medical care, for example, right? That's number one. Number two, you must look at the polls on the trans issue in 2017. Why was it that the public actually favored pro-trans rights back then? Perhaps it was because Democrats did not shy away from doing advocacy work. They didn't worry about leading on this issue. And that's precisely the reason why the issue was bad for the Republicans. The lesson to learn from this is not to concede on some of these culture war narratives, because concessions on these culture war narratives allow the Republicans to win on these culture war narratives, and they don't stop. It's not like the Republicans turn around and go, see, the Democrats actually don't care about trans people anymore. I guess we will be more normal about their trans advocacy. No, they just keep saying all you care about is trans people anyway. Okay? And this is not just about trans people, which are less than 1% of the fucking population. This is about every issue that the Democrats cede territory on. This is about undocumented migrants. This is about migrants in general. This is about white supremacy. This is about anti-blackness. This is about every single issue that the Democrats lose territory on to the Republicans because they don't counter message at all. They are not invested in advocacy work. They're not invested, and they consistently take a defensive posture, and that's why they consistently fucking lose. They look spineless. They look hypocritical. They look like they were caught with their fucking pants down. No one truly believed that Kamala Harris was going to, for example, lead the most lethal military. They just saw it as, oh, Kamala Harris is going to do more wars. Perhaps we should vote for the anti-war candidate, Donald Trump. This was ridiculous, right? It's not like Donald Trump was the fucking anti-war candidate, but he was at least smart enough to present himself as such when Kamala Harris was saying, no, we're going to do more war. Same thing goes for building the wall, for example. Democrats spent a good deal of time attacking the Republicans on their immigration strategy, their anti-immigrant sentiment. They won on a pro-migration agenda. Joe Biden won in 2020, directly attacking Donald Trump's cruel and ruthless white nativist policies. By 2024, they had completely conceded on the immigration agenda. People didn't forget that Democrats were pro-immigration, but now that the Democrats were saying, no, we are the real anti-immigration party, we're just going to do it in a reasonable way, people heard that and thought, oh, you're a fucking hypocrite. Running scared is the problem here. Democrats consistently run scared. And then they have an entire communications apparatus and consultant structure that tells them they must run scared. They keep telling the Democratic Party, the establishment Democrats, that they must run scared, that they must concede on these issues. They do not have to concede on these issues at all. The other side of the story that is also endlessly frustrating, and this is something that I talked about with respect to Kamala Harris's campaign and why it was inevitably going to lead to a loss, most likely that it was a dangerous gamble over and over again. But the other side of the story is also what the Democrats don't run for. The Democrats don't run for things. They run against things. Okay? They run against the Republican Party. And when you do that, and when you run scared and you become the diet, watered down version of what the Republicans are offering, of course people are going to end up voting for the Republican Party, the real thing anyway. If the Democrats ran for things like health care for all, like an adequate housing policy that revolves around building housing units and even social housing units, right? Government-funded housing units. If Democrats ran on free college education for all, universal policies, then the Republicans would not fucking have the opportunity to turn around and be like, well, I know they want to give you health care, but also they want to give trans people health care too. That's a far better strategy that would also protect trans people, because the conversation would shift away from whether or not the Republicans want to kill all trans people and the Democrats want to kill 50% of trans people, to Democrats want to give you health care, Republicans care about silly shit. They care about 1% of the population. What are you, fucking crazy? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? It is that simple. Democrats need to do away with this running scared narrative, okay? It's not good politics and it's not good policy. All it ends up doing is actually normalize the right-wing attitude on every issue. It doesn't win a single damn vote from the other side. And it makes the independents in the middle, and it makes the Democrats in your base think, okay, maybe the Republicans were right on this issue. It doesn't make them think, you guys have a reasonable approach. It makes the unreasonable approach that is championed by the Republicans look reasonable. And when the option is the diet watered down version of fascism versus the full thing, the real full strength fascism, people go, okay, if that's the reasonable approach and my Democrats that I voted for are telling me that's the reasonable approach, maybe Trump is not so crazy with this stuff. That's it. If the Democrats ran on health care, the conversation surrounding transgender athletes participating in high school swim meets would look fucking stupid. Which one is a better argument? We're going to give everybody health care. We're going to give everybody housing. You don't need to worry about shelter. You don't need to worry about upward social mobility. We're going to offer that to you. Or constantly talking about whether or not 14-year-olds can participate, self-identifying transgender 14-year-olds can participate in fucking high school swim meets. Which one do you think is a better, more reliable message? Republicans would look like silly, perverted fucking weirdos constantly thinking about children's genitals if the Democratic alternative coming from the Democratic Party was, we care about fixing some of your material problems. But the Democrats don't do that because they're the fucking controlled opposition party. Do you understand? The pathway to protecting our trans allies, our trans brothers and sisters, our neighbors, also revolves around class-first politics and class-first advocacy, universal programs. Because every moment that you spend defending universality in these sorts of programs is a moment where the Republicans have to attack that, force them to position themselves against the idea that you deserve health care, force them to position the Republicans against the idea that you don't actually deserve to have a federal jobs guarantee. Enough with this fucking running scared narrative. That's it. That's it. These guys don't understand why the public used to be a lot more favorable to the progressive view on trans rights. Because back then, at the very least, the Democrats tried to advocate for trans people a little bit. Asman is saying trans people should be removed from population by being hospitalized. Asmongold and his followers, I would say, should be removed from the population by being hospitalized, but they don't need to, actually. I don't need to do that advocacy at all because they never go outside anyway, and most of them are in Europe regardless. So we don't have to worry about those guys at all. All they do is chirp, chirp, chirp online. They don't exist in the fucking real world. A week ago, many doubted this statement of yours. Today, libs are already caving to trans terrorism propaganda because they think that's the way to go. You're yelling at one of the few... Yeah, The very same people. I want to see what they're saying about trans people now, by the way. I want to see what guys like this who called me out are saying now. Because we got one example, Trey Easton, who had a lot to say. Trey Easton, that fucking ogre's staffer, Trey Easton, John Fetterman's staffer, Trey Easton, had a lot to say about my takes on the Democrats writing out trans people from the equation because they are running scared. Trey Easton, only a week after yelling at me for sharing that sentiment, proves the sentiment itself. I think about this specific development a lot. Yes, the right worked hard to raise salience and villainize trans people, but this sort of sea change isn't just the result of a focused propaganda campaign. We lost people, and how we try to get them back matters. Hasn't been a fucking week. Hasn't been a full week. What happened? This is what I said a week ago, and they clipped it, and they shared it widely. You're yelling at one of the few people that does give a fuck about trans people in general, okay? That's all you're doing. Democrats don't give a fuck about you. They would literally shoot you in the fucking head if it meant that they would be able to secure additional electoral wins. Shut the fuck up. Bro's using this tragedy as a gotcha moment. You think this is only a gotcha moment because the very same people that yelled at me for this take are now doing the exact same thing that I was talking about. Okay? You fucking moron. The only reason why you're chirping right now is because you feel at least a shred of embarrassment. I don't want this to be a gotcha moment, you fucking idiot. I want this to be a moment where you recognize you are literally seeing it happen in less than 7 fucking days. It hasn't been 7 fucking days. It's been 6 days. How else can I use this moment to educate people? How else can I use this moment to show you that the Democrats don't even have to do this? They're just telling you that they have to do this, and you're falling for it. Fucking insane. 36,000 likes.
Hey, in 2.5 years from now for lunch, do you want to have a piss sandwich or a poop milkshake? Are those my only options for lunch that day? Yes. Ideally, I'd like to have some better options by then. Ah! This man hates democracy. Hey, in 2.5 years from now for lunch, do you want to have a piss sandwich or a poop milk?
It blows my mind that the people on the one hand are doing this advocacy, while on the other hand, like they are literally fulfilling exactly the promise that I delivered, which was that centrist Democrats at the first sign of friction will fucking sell off trans people and then try to sell it to you as though this is a electoral mechanism that works. This is an electoral strategy that fucking works when it clearly didn't work. It's not like Kamala Harris was running around talking about trans people. They didn't even have a fucking trans speaker at the DNC. These sorts of things, these sorts of aesthetic points matter, right? Kamala Harris didn't have a single trans person speak at the DNC. Kamala Harris didn't have a single Palestinian person speak at the DNC. They were very actively writing out trans people. They were actively writing out undocumented migrants from the equation, migrants from the equation in general. They were writing out Palestinians from the equation. And those who cared about those sorts of things, they were saying, like, this is how we're going to win. This is how we're going to win. And they fucking lost. If they had won, at least they could have an argument. We could have a totally different conversation. If Kamala Harris was president right now, I'd still obviously be criticizing her. I'd be saying, look, you wrote out trans people, you wrote out Palestinians, you wrote out undocumented migrants and migrants alike. That was a disastrous policy, specifically because now you're advancing the same cruel measures. Because I care about the people. I care about the policies. I don't care about a fucking D victory over an R victory. I care about what that impact is. I care about the impact of said victory. It blows my mind that people are turning around and fucking like very 6 days after yelling at me saying, how dare you say the Democrats would sell off, Democrats would write off trans people, are literally in the process of writing off trans people once again at a moment where the media narrative could just as easily be around this shooter's MAGA and neo-Nazi identity rather than the fact that they are also trans. It blows my fucking mind that these guys are just like immediately rushing to say, no, this was a weirdo trans guy. And as Democrats, we don't fuck with trans people either. That's not going to make people vote for you, you fucking idiot. That's not going to make people vote for you. It's going to make you look like a fucking hypocrite because you are. You're a goddamn hypocrite. You don't care about anything. You don't even want to win. It's like 99% of fucking mass shooters and school shooters are all neo-Nazi groypers. And the one time or the 2 times that there's a trans shooter. They're still a fucking neo-Nazi groiper, but everybody goes, oh, well, there it is again. The trans are acting out. It's fucking ridiculous. If a dude has a whole ass totem cough and double lightning bolt SS tattoo on their arm, but they're also wearing a dress, and you focus on the dress, that's on you. That's on you, brother. It's fucking ridiculous. How many times do I have to make this argument over and over again? That's crazy. If Nick Fuentes grabbed a weapon and did a fucking school shooting, would you go, oh, he did this school shooting because he's gay and Mexican? Or would you say he did the school shooting because they're a fucking neo-Nazi? Pretty sure you would go, that's a neo-Nazi in this hypothetical. I'm not saying he's going to do that. His fans certainly seem to do it, though. Like this last trans neo-Nazi who did. Hassan Piker claims trans people wouldn't be safer under a Kamala Harris presidency. I didn't even say that. Professional misunderstanders, by the way. It's not what I said. I said Democrats have a tendency to write off. Democrats have a fucking tendency to write off marginalized identities and marginalized communities because they think it's electorally beneficial, when in fact it's not electorally beneficial. It's going to take many of us getting lynched for Dems to have a pussy-ass lukewarm take. Anyway, trans neo-Nazi MAGA Nick Fuentes supporter doing a mass shooting for them to immediately prove the point. I was idiotic. I wouldn't have said it quite like that, but they're not wrong. Who's not wrong? I told you that your argument was basically a turf one. What is this? 99.9% of fucking school shootings are done by, or mass shootings are done by fucking cisgender, heterosexual white men who are right-wing as fuck, who are neo-Nazis. The one time as a trans person, everybody goes, oh, this is how the transgenders are. You're a fucking psycho, okay? You're a fucking psycho. You're an insane person. It is completely fucking ridiculous, okay? I was reading whatever the chatter was talking to another chatter. The turf thing was the turf thing was just about an inside conversation that became an outside one because I read it. The chatter wasn't implying that I was making a turf opinion. They were saying another chatter was. Don't listen to that. Don't focus on that. Anyway, it's also crazy because this is a sequence of more MAGA dads. A MAGA dad killed his wife and shot his daughter over a football game. Why is MAGA so violent? A Florida MAGA man, Jason Kenney, killed his wife and shot his 13-year-old stepdaughter over an NFL game. Okay? A father killed his own daughter because of an argument over Trump. Don't argue with MAGA. Write these bastards off. They've left the reservation never to return. They said it was a misfire. Here's that story. A British woman shot by her father in Prosper over Trump argument.
In the UK just wrapped up, concluding the death of a British citizen here in North Texas was unlawful.
Lucy Harrison was shot in the chest. It happened in January of 2025. Her father told police his gun accidentally fired and hit her. The Collin County DA's office declined to comment on the case, but there were no charges. Fox 4's Amelia Jones has more on the case, making headlines here and abroad. Amelia.
Heather Casey, gun laws in the U.S., specifically here in Texas, are very different from England. In regard to the police investigation, no criminal charges were filed and no arrests were made. However, since the victim was a UK citizen, she's entitled to an investigation according to the law in England and Wales. In the UK report released this week, based off of the evidence, that report found 23-year-old Lucy Harrison's death an unlawful killing. In January 2025, 23-year-old Lucy Harrison came to visit her dad in Prosper. The UK native never returned home. She was shot in the chest inside her father's home and died at the hospital.
Okay.
Body camera footage shows what her father, Chris Harrison, told Prosper police that day.
Getting ready to go to the airport and we were talking about guns, and she said, "You got a gun?" I said, "Yes." I got it out and it just went off as she stood there. As I pulled it out, it went off.
The Prosper Police Department told Fox 4.
Of course, this is not illegal. This is the most Texas story of all time. He's not even being punished for it. It was fucking crazy.
After it completed its investigation, it sent it to the Collin County District Attorney's Office for further review. A grand jury
They had argued. She went to leave. He called her into his room and shot her. He claimed he was showing her his gun.
issued a no bill on the case. No arrests were made and no charges were filed. But overseas,
is that guy getting deported or what? No, brother. He's a patriot. He's a fucking patriotic individual, a patriotic style individual. What do you mean? The ultimate sacrifice. Another fucking MAGA family annihilator, by the way. They come in all shapes, sizes, and colors, it seems, even British ones. This is what I mean when I say American culture is about killing your family members, okay? American culture is gun, burger, murdering your fucking family members. That's what it is. It doesn't matter. You could be trans and do it. You could be Asian and do it. There was an Asian mass shooter. There were two, actually. You could be black and still be a white supremacist and do a school shooting. You could be a young girl, a teenage girl, and do a school shooting and still it comes out that you're fucking a groiper. It's just the most American thing. What's more likely? Looking at statistical analysis, the likelihood that you are engaging in a school shooting goes up a lot higher when you find out that you're fucking far right.
a coroner's office was also conducting an inquest, a sort of fact-finding process, into the death of Lucy Harrison since she was a citizen of the UK. The report released Wednesday raised concerns about his alcohol use that day and said he took no steps to even familiarize himself with the weapon to enable him to check it was safe. The coroner concluded her death was a tragic accident, but also unlawful.
They specifically say that they are applying the laws of England. And so, you know, it's kind of like if this event were to happen there, then the outcome may be different.
Russell Wilson is a former Dallas County prosecutor. He notes accidental deaths are prosecuted on a case-by-case basis, and not all result in criminal charges.
Regardless, the person responsible has to live with the consequences of their actions, whether they're labeled.
We're a nation of laws, brother. And in this goddamn nation of laws, what is this? Treating tattoos like a $1 game cosmetics? Oh, the coworker take. Yeah, I know. And in this here United States, one of the laws of the land is if you are shooting your daughter, you have your God-given right to do so.
Criminal or civil or nothing at all.
Texan laws on guns are so different to England.
Lucy Harrison's mother addressed the press after the coroner's inquest was released.
It results in too many deaths in the USA. Furthermore, it is mine and Sam's strongly held view that the US investigation led by the Prosper Police Department lacked the rigour and scrutiny you'd expect if this had happened in the UK. Lucy deserved better.
In our conversation, Russell Wilson said it's unlikely that the UK will pursue a criminal trial because the shooting happened here on U.S. soil, and it is the local law enforcement that takes the lead in terms of prosecution. However, the case can move forward in the civil courts, and civil lawsuits can be filed. We did reach out to Chris Harrison for any comment or statement, but we have not heard back.
Don't quote me, but in the article I read, he said some weird shit about his other daughters. That's why she got mad. This guy would have been immediately locked up if he was black. I mean, yeah, it's a nation of laws, baby. That's how it is. Dad shot daughter after arguing about Donald Trump. Now, the reason why this became news in the UK is because this happened on the 10th of January in 2025, last year. So why is it a news story in the BBC this year, 7 days ago? It's because it was such a normal incident from Texas standards that he's been walking freely since last year, since he did this. The only reason why this became a matter of national news in England is because there is a civil proceeding taking place right now. A British woman who was shot dead by her father while visiting his home in Texas had argued with him about U.S. President Donald Trump earlier that day. Lucy Harrison from Warrington in Cheshire was shot in the chest on the 10th of January in 2025 in Prosper, near Dallas. Police in the town investigated the 23-year-old's death as a possible manslaughter, but no criminal case was brought against Chris Harrison after a grand jury in Collin County declined to indict him. An inquest into Lucy Harrison's death opened earlier at the Cheshire Coroner's Court, where her boyfriend Sam Litter described the big argument about Trump, who was preparing to be inaugurated for his second term in office. Littler, who traveled to the U.S. with Lucy Harrison for the holiday, said she would often become upset with her father when he spoke about owning a gun. The inquest also heard how Chris Harrison, who moved to the United States when his daughter was a child, had previously been in rehab for alcohol addiction. Chris Harrison, who did not attend the inquest, admitted in a statement sent to the court that he had relapsed on the day of the shooting and had drunk about 500 milliliters of white wine. Littler said on the morning of the 10th of January, his partner had asked her father during the Trump row, "How would you feel if I was the girl in that situation and I'd been sexually assaulted?" Chris Harrison had replied that the 2 other daughters who live with him, so it would not upset him that much. We're a fucking shithole country, bro. I mean, no other way around it. Like, straight up, we are not a nation of laws at all. We are a fucking shithole country. Littler said Lucy became quite upset and ran upstairs. He told the court that later that day, about half an hour before they were due to leave to go to the airport, Lucy had been in the kitchen when her father took her by hand and led her into his ground floor bedroom. She was supposed to leave. He forced her into his bedroom and shot and killed her. Littler said he heard a loud bang about 15 seconds later, and then Chris Harrison screamed for his wife, Heather. Littler said, "I remember running into the room and Lucy was lying on the floor near the entrance of the bathroom and Chris was just screaming, just sort of nonsense." The statement from Chris Harrison said he and his daughter had been watching a news item on gun crime when he told her that he had a gun and asked her if she wanted to see it. They went into the bedroom so he could show her a Glock 9mm semi-automatic handgun, which he kept in the bedside cabinet. Harrison said he bought a gun a couple years before because he wanted a sense of security for his family. He denied ever discussing it with his daughter before. He said, "As I lifted the gun to show her, I suddenly heard a loud bang. I did not understand what had happened. Lucy immediately fell." Harrison said he could not recall whether his finger was on the trigger. I wrote a whole long thread on this and people commented saying they live in this county and had never even heard of it. They had no clue. He also lied to the cops initially and said he hadn't been drinking. According to the boyfriend's testimony, Lucy had previously expressed concern over her father having a gun. In the body cam footage that was released yesterday, the dad tells the cops, "She asked if I have a gun, so I went to show her." He acknowledged he had issues with alcohol in the past and said he briefly lapsed on the day of his daughter's death because he was emotional about her leaving. The inquest heard police officer Luciana Escalera, whose evidence was read, noticed the smell of alcohol on Harrison's breath when he was called to the house after the shooting. CCTV footage showed he had bought 2 500-milliliter cartons of Chardonnay from 7-Eleven store shortly before that day. Anna Samuel, representing Chris Harrison, made an application at the start of the hearing for coroner Jacqueline Devonish to recuse herself from the case, saying a fair-minded observer may conclude there was a real possibility she was biased. She said the inquest had been conducted in a manner more akin to a criminal investigation than a fact-finding inquiry. Lewis Norris, representing Lucy Harrison's mother, Jane Coates, said the application was an ambush by Mr. Harrison's legal team. She said Chris Harrison was the person in the room who shot Miss Harrison and the only person in the room when it happened. Devonish refused the application to recuse herself. In a statement issued by his solicitors, Chris Harrison said he fully accepted the consequences of his actions. "There isn't a day I don't feel the weight of that loss, a weight I will carry for the rest of my life," he said. Coates said her daughter, who worked as a buyer for a fashion brand Boohoo, was a real force of life. It adds up, though. Prosper, Texas is a ghost town filled with model homes, affluent areas, so the cops probably thought nothing of it. I'm sure. Yeah. The reason this story is making headlines in the British press is because Lucy Harrison's death is currently being investigated by Cheshire Coroner's Court in England, where she lived. Last January, Lucy was shot dead by her father, Chris Harrison, at his home in Texas, but a grand jury in Collin County declined to indict him, so no criminal case was brought. He has been walking freely since. According to her boyfriend, who had traveled with her to the U.S., Lucy and her father had gotten into an argument the day over Donald Trump. On the morning of the shooting, Littler said Lucy had asked her father, "How would you feel if I was the girl in the situation I'd been sexually assaulted?" while they were discussing Trump. Chris responded that he had 2 other daughters living in their home, so it would not upset him very much, saying, "I don't care about you. I have 2 extra daughters." Littler recalled that Lucy grew quite upset with that response and went upstairs. Lucy would often become upset when her father talked about owning a gun, as in she already knew that he had a gun. So when he said to the cops the day of, which there's body camera footage of for the record, I don't know if we have it right now. Can someone send me the body camera footage from that day? Because his response was, "Oh, she didn't know I had a gun, so I wanted to show that I had a gun." She already knew he had a gun. So the testimony, the argument, or the firsthand account of the perpetrator, the dad. Body camera footage captured the moment Texas police arrived at the home of a British man who fatally shot his daughter after they got into an argument about President Donald Trump.
No. So we were
She was just about to go to the airport.
Real quick, who is she to y'all?
That's our daughter. Okay. It's my daughter.
Okay.
And we were getting ready to go to the airport, and we were talking about guns. And she said, "You got a gun?" I said, "Yes." I got it out, and it just went off as she stood there. As I pulled it out, it went off.
Okay.
It must have been, obviously.
Did you put the gun on the bed?
I put it on the bed straight away, yeah.
Where was it at?
It was in the bedside cabinet.
Okay, you have like a little, you just keep it in there?
In a locked box. Okay. And we took it out to look, and just...
I think he was drunk and he was angry and he absolutely fucking shot her, like, on purpose. The very fact that she knew that he already had a gun, according to the boyfriend's testimony, implies that this wasn't like the first time, right? The very fact that she was ready to leave and he actually led her by hand to his basement bedroom to show the gun when she wanted to leave, once again, shows that there is a level of premeditation. The testimony from the officers on scene also imply that he was drunk still. Like he was, they could smell alcohol in his breath.
As I picked it up, it went off.
Okay. Ma'am, I'll have you step over here and we'll come over here. Okay.
So sorry.
Are they involved?
Can we go or somebody go?
Yeah, we'll get it figured out. I got you. Yep. Here, I just want to, so if they have to come out, because there's like
because
9.
They're about to go back to England, so she's not
She's not going now.
Okay.
She's not going now.
Okay, boyfriend. Okay.
Baylor Spot White, please, here at McKinney L3.
Yep, we got it. More than likely, honestly, she's probably going to go to Plano. Based on the injury. It'll be THR Plano. Okay. More than likely. I'll tell you here shortly.
Do you know if she's breathing or?
I'm not 100% sure. Okay. So.
If I shot one of my children on accident, I would absolutely be destroyed. This dude is way too fucking calm. Yeah, because he's drunk. Anyway. So yeah, that's the story. A story, unfortunately, that's all too fucking common. Which is why it blows my mind when people look at yet another incident of a MAGA family annihilator and go, oh, it's because they were trans. They were a fucking neo-Nazi. Who has a higher percentage? Who has a higher likelihood of doing a mass shooting or a school shooting or engaging in a violent altercation? Far-right neo-Nazis or trans people? The answer is far-right neo-Nazis. It's fucking ridiculous. They make up a large share of domestic terror incidents in this country, and yet our media rarely ever covers it as such. When they used to cover it like that back in the early 2016, 2017 era, Republicans made a big fuss about it. The Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice conducted separate investigations into politically charged instances of violence. Both of them found that it was actually infinitely more likely that someone would be a far-right domestic terrorist than a far-left domestic terrorist. Trump's own Department of Justice deleted that FBI investigation from its website last year. I'm not saying this to be like, oh, all white men are bad and evil and are inevitably going to kill their families, by the way. I'm not making that argument at all. I'm saying that if you were to look at demographics, though, there is one demographic that is overrepresented in these instances. And it's the very same demographic that never gets the same kind of coverage. It's only talked about if the person is not a white man, a cisgender white man. It's fucking ridiculous. Christians, does this go hard or is it blasphemy? Hey, how did you find my tattoo? You can be LGBT and pro-Trump. Don't fucking conflate shit. You're as divisive as the goddamn commies. Trans Netflix star Laverne Cox plans to hoard estrogen following Trump's victory. Says America will be just like Nazi Germany. Trans my whole life. Post-operation. Back Trump 100%. Love America. They don't stand for me. They don't speak for me. Fuck these commie assholes. That's okay. Trump will have his own Rushmore. I call it Trumpmore. Real Republicans. Real MAGA. December 18, 2025. American flag, American flag, American flag, American flag, MAGA, April 9th, 2025. We're pro-labor, pro-union, and pro-MAGA in my shop. Stop it. February 7th, 2025. There you go. Yeah, was there evidence that she was a Nazi? Oh, wait. Yes, there is. It's fucking insane, man. It's right in your face. You're choosing to look at the fact that they were trans. Anyway, we're moving on from this to CBS. Not broadcasting Stephen Colbert's interview with James Tallarico.
Give it up for the band, everybody. Oh, this is exciting. Oh, friends,
This is so exciting. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys, you know the band. Well, I've got some great news. This is a whole new band tonight because we've got a whole new band name. Louis, tell everybody the new band name.
And well, if you look right down here, you'll see we are now Louis Cato and the Great Big Joy Machine.
There you go. Not only that, but they're always Jennifer Garner. And you know who is not one of my guests tonight? That's Texas State Representative James Tallarico.
That's not even him, is it? What the fuck? That looks weird. That doesn't look like him at all.
He was supposed to be here, but we were told in no uncertain terms by our network's lawyers, who called us directly, that we could not have him on the broadcast. Then I was told in some uncertain terms that not only could I not have him on, I could not mention me not having him on. And because my network clearly doesn't want us to talk about this, let's talk about this. You've probably heard. So you might have heard of this thing called the equal time rule, okay? It's an old FCC rule that applies only to radio and broadcast television, not cable or streaming, that says if a show has a candidate on during an election, they have to have all that candidate's opponents on as well. It's the FCC's most time-honored rule right after no nipples at the Super Bowl. There's long been an exception for this rule, an exception for news interviews and talk show interviews with politicians. Now, that's crucial. How else were voters supposed to know back in '92 that Bill Clinton sucked at saxophone? But on January 21st of this year, a letter was released by FCC chairman and smug bowling pin Brendan Carr. In this letter, Carr said he was thinking about dropping the exception for talk shows because he said some of them were motivated by partisan purposes. Well, sir, you're chairman of the FCC, so FCCU. Because I think you are motivated by partisan purposes yourself. Sir, you smelt it 'cause you dealt it. You are Dutch ovening America's airwaves. Let's just call this what it is. Donald Trump's administration wants to silence anyone who says anything bad about Trump on TV because all Trump does is watch TV. Okay? He's like a toddler with too much screen time. He gets cranky and then drops a load in his diapers. So it's no surprise that two of the people most affected by this threat are me and my friend Jimmy Kimmel. When this letter dropped, we both talked about the letter on air, and then later, Carr defended it like this.
If Kimmel or Colbert want to continue to do their programming and they don't want to have to comply with this requirement, then they can go to a cable channel or a podcast or a streaming service, and that's fine.
Great idea, man whose job is to regulate broadcast TV. Suggest everyone just leave broadcast TV. It's like when Arby's changed their slogan to, Arby's, would it kill you to eat a salad? Anyway, am I being clear? Have I been clear so far?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, this one up, super important. Okay, anyway, I decided to take Brendan Carr's advice. I am going to interview James Tallarico tonight, but it's not going to be on The Late Show. It's going to be on The Late Show's YouTube page. The network says I can't give you a URL or a QR code, but I promise you, if you go to our YouTube page, you'll find it. Now, the show, right? Little later. Okay. Now, Carr here claims he's just getting partisanship off the airwaves, but the FCC, as I said, is also in charge of regulating radio broadcasts. And what would you know? Brendan Carr says right-wing talk radio isn't a target of the FCC's equal time notice. No, I get this part. It makes sense. You can't get rid of talk radio. What else would your angriest uncle do in traffic? Talk to your saddest aunt? Now, as I said, at this point, he's just released a letter that says he's thinking about doing away with the exception for late night. He hasn't done away with it yet, but my network is unilaterally enforcing it as if he had. But I want to assure you, ladies and gentlemen, please, I want to assure you this decision is for purely financial reasons. And this doesn't just affect interviews. The rules forbid any candidate appearance, including by voice or picture. That's right. I am absolutely not allowed to show a photo of Texas State Representative James Tallarico, and because that's not him.
Milquetoast lives like Colbert and Don Lemon are actually on the forefront of negotiating a pushback against fascism, or are we totally and utterly cooked? I mean, they are doing more than most, especially Don Lemon. I'm not gonna disparage my new friend Don Lemon, who I think understands the seriousness of the moment. I mean, I think Colbert is still, Colbert's still like playing fun and games here a little bit, but yeah, look, right now we don't have the luxury. Right now, we don't have the luxury to fucking, push people aside. Okay? We don't. It's just we need everyone. We need everyone we can get. And the same thing that I said post October 7 with pro-Palestinian advocacy. Anyone who joins us on this, on the side of justice, is good in my books. Anyone who is a real avowed anti-fascist is good in my books. Okay? Because we need the liberals. The liberals are a part of the masses. Self-identifying liberals are, unfortunately, whether we like to appreciate it or not, self-identifying liberals comprise the largest group of political advocates in this country.
That's a stock photo we found when we Googled.
Wikipedia
not
updated
James
your
Tallarico.
photo.
Heck, I'm not even, and this is true, I'm not even a...
I don't know why they did that. There's like plenty of fucking professional photos out there. I guess like people are fucking around, you know? This is a crazy photo. Bruh. It can't be copyrighted. Deadass, you becoming besties in my #1 op is so on brand for you. Yeah. It has to be public domain. I guess. Colbert, the guy from V for Vendetta who gets blackback for making fun of Dear Leader, happens and normies will rise up. Yeah, I mean, I said the same thing with like Jimmy Kimmel, right? I said the same thing with Jimmy Kimmel. When Jimmy Kimmel was targeted, like that actually caused liberals to fucking wake up. And I'll take it, you know?
Proud to show you a drawing of him, okay? Which is why I cannot show you what I'm drawing out of fear that James Tallarico looks like Snoopy. Okay? Cheap high. Carr is not joking around here, folks. He is serious. He is as serious as the season cliffhanger of Matlock. Matlock, watch it or don't watch it. I leave in May.
Anyway, okay, all right. Here's the James Tallarico conversation that took place. That CBS, compliant ass CBS, was too afraid to show.
What is your...
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me now.
There's an update. This is just in from CBS. The Late Show was not prohibited by CBS from broadcasting the interview with Representative James Tallarico. The show was provided legal guidance that the broadcast could trigger the FCC equal time rule for 2 other candidates, including Representative Jasmine Crockett, and presented options for how the equal time for other candidates could be fulfilled. The Late Show decided to present the interview through its YouTube channel with on-air promotion on the broadcast rather than potentially providing the equal time options. That's fucking bullshit. CBS is literally an op in this situation, by the way. Like, CBS itself, under the editorial guidance and leadership of Barry Weiss, working at the behest of ultra-Zionists and people who are pro-Trump, are straight up fucking lying, okay? Do you want to know why I know they're lying? Because Colbert has already interviewed Jasmine Crockett. Colbert has already interviewed Jasmine Crockett twice, okay? Just so you understand, the James Tallarico conversation, they did not want to have it specifically. I believe Stephen Colbert on this 100%. They just didn't want to do it. They did not want to do it because they have interviewed other people in the past. They've interviewed Josh Shapiro. They've interviewed Jasmine Crockett twice.
Now is a representative in the Texas State House who is currently running for the United States Senate. Please welcome to the Late Show YouTube page, Representative James Tallarico.
I think the reason why is because the argument they can present, because like you think that Stephen Colbert is going to say no to interviewing Jasmine Crockett? No, of course not. Yeah, this story became unintentionally hilarious. Stephen Colbert and his team decided they would rather can their Tallarico interview and move it to YouTube than host Jasmine Crockett for equal time. And notice how it's the Republicans who are saying this. Very strange stuff. Okay? Jasmine Crockett has been on multiple times. Delete your account, says Norman Ornstein. To which people are replying, she wasn't a Senate candidate. Okay, but do you think Stephen Colbert doesn't want to interview Jasmine Crockett? Are you fucking stupid? The fact that they interviewed Jasmine Crockett multiple times implies they don't care about interviewing Jasmine Crockett. They just didn't want to trigger the FCC's ire. It's that fucking simple. Also, the irony here is that there is an addendum that exempts late night talk shows from the fair rule, regardless. James Tallarico is having quite a moment in Texas after the Colbert interview, and according to Google Trends, Texans are now searching his name at a very high rate just in time for early voting. So it unintentionally ended up boosting his profile, by the way. It had to, once again, just as everything that these dumbass Republicans do, it backfired. Just like the CBS, the initial CBS 60-minute story on the conditions in the El Salvador CCOT facilities for undocumented migrants ended up causing people to look into it. It has the capacity to backfire once again. It backfired once again. Let's take a look at the interview now.
Now, here's the thing. I don't usually say this to a guest, but if people are watching this right now, it's because they found us online on YouTube. I did an act of the show that's on tonight explaining why. It's not the first time you've caused some drama. FCC opening probe into The View after appearance by Tallarico. Do you mean to cause trouble?
I don't know why they hate this guy so much, but it is certainly backfiring because as skeptical as I am of James Tallarico, because I've said this before, he got money from Miriam Adelson back in the day for gambling. You know, he isn't aggressive enough on Israel as I would like. Having said that, however, this kind of aggressive attacks coming from the Republicans implies that they are worried about James Tallarico's success in the general. Tomorrow is the first day of early voting in Texas. All Republicans, make sure you get out, pick a Democrat ballot, and vote for Jasmine Crockett for Senate. Yep, I'm telling you right now, dude. They want Jasmine Crockett. They think Jasmine Crockett is a significantly weaker candidate. Do with that information what you will, Texas. Okay? Do with that fucking information what you will. Between this admission and the FCC attacks against Tallarico, it's obvious to me that the Republicans are terrified of going up against Tallarico in Texas as opposed to Jasmine Crockett. Not only is he a white Christian man, which, you know, unfortunately in the state of Texas probably plays a role, he does that populist sentiment that we know has worked. It worked in the other Texas election that took place as well, where you had literally a fucking UAW union organizer win an upset victory in a plus Trump 23 district. Okay? Now, let me tell you something. Tallarico versus Ken Paxton. Yeah, Tallarico versus Ken Paxton actually brings up a really interesting race because Ken Paxton is MAGA through and through. And it's really interesting because Ken Paxton is also a uniquely weak candidate in some ways. His own party in the state has actually ousted him in the past and then obviously coalesced around him once again, as they're known to do. Having said that, Tallarico is a uniquely strong candidate for the state of Texas as well. I'm telling you right now, that matchup could yield a tremendous upset for the Democrats. A tremendous fucking upset. Jasmine Crockett is uniquely weak, okay? She is an establishment Democrat through and fucking through. Her base of support is the conservative wing of the Democratic Party and the black voting bloc, whereas James Tallarico has the Zoran coalition, as Ed Germentum points to. Another poll showing Tallarico winning the Zoran coalition and Crockett winning the Cuomo coalition. Centrists have no idea how much their base has lost it. With white voters, Tallarico's 61 to 29%. With Latino, 52 to 32. With black voters, Crockett wins 82% to 10%. Independents go to Tallarico. Democrats go to Crockett by 48 to 43. Age 18 to 34, Tallarico wins 52 to 33%. Age 35 to 54, Tallarico wins 46 to 45%. Age 55 plus, the older voters go to Crockett 48 to 40%. For men, Tallarico wins 49 to 39%. For women, Crockett wins 50 to 39%. For the four-year graduates, people who graduated with a college degree, Tallarico wins 51 to 38%. This breakdown is almost identical to the Zoran coalition. This is, simply put, the exact battle that is taking place within the Democratic Party. Now, of course, In the general, especially against the outward Republican, unless there is a out of nowhere centrist Democrat that tries to fucking throw their hat in the ring in the same way that Cuomo did in the New York race. This is the real fucking battle at the heart of the Democratic Party right now. This is the real battle at the heart of the Democratic Party. You have people who are left flank candidates and you have people who are establishment candidates. The establishment candidate leans heavily into the more conservative base within the Democratic Party. Minus the race aspect? No, the race aspect plays a role in this. Come on, guys. We can be adults about this analysis, right? The black voting bloc is the most reliable voting bloc for the Democratic Party in the generals, in the general elections, but it also happens to be a more conservative, more establishment adjacent voting bloc for the Democrats in general. That's in the primaries. That's it. That's just the truth. Otherwise, Jim Clyburn, for example, would not even be a figure that is as consequential as he truly is in the Democratic Party. It's progressive versus blue MAGA, even when you insert race? No, for sure. For sure. Absolutely. Of course that is the case. It is progressive versus blue MAGA. I'm just saying that older black voters have a tendency to vote with the establishment, especially in the primaries. They are, when I say they're conservative voters, I don't mean they're like socially conservative, by the way. I'm saying that they are more likely to vote for a candidate that they think has a higher electability. And the electability argument for a lot of more conservative, a lot of older voters has not reached the same standards for plenty of other liberal voters who now look at Bernie-crat style candidates as the true electable candidates. They're still running on the old guard method. They're not necessarily conservative, and they will certainly vote, especially in a matchup against the Republican. They're not ideologically going to decide like, oh, I'd rather vote for fucking Ken Paxton. Black people will never vote for fucking Ken Paxton. It'll be like 8 black people that votes for Ken Paxton in the state of Texas, right? That's not the case at all. So the real battle here is to first, in the primaries, try to convince black voters that the harm reduction voting or the electability voting candidate, the electability choice here is James Tallarico over Jasmine Crockett, which might not happen. So if that doesn't happen, you still win with the other demographics that you can convince. Cautious voters is a great example. Yeah, it's a great way to put it. I was trying to explain to my best friend, another black woman, why Crockett has been disappointing. She agrees, but sent me an article that cited how Jasmine has not accepted PAC money in this election. Her Israel trip was also pre-October 7th. I think these details are easy to dismiss for many risk-averse black Texan voters. I do suspect that this race is going to get even nastier, by the way, and I do think that they'll call... Ironically enough, I think that there will be a racial component to the race, for the record, where people will talk about how James Tallarico is actually racist. It's already started to heat up a little bit. And that ironically will backfire. My estimation is, my suspicion is, that narrative is going to backfire on Jasmine Crockett because people will go, okay, this is Texas. So you'll have conservative voters within the base of the Democratic Party that will turn around and go, okay, that's good for us, I think. Like, then, like, okay, he's racist. Yeah, I mean, he's running in Texas. And that will, I think, snap establishment adjacent voters, the cautious voters, to vote for James Tallarico over Jasmine Crockett. She just said this 3 hours ago. Okay, well, there you go. There you have it.
We've all seen the attack ads that have come on behalf of primary opponent, supposedly wants to get rid of super PACs, yet doesn't have anything to say about the negative ads, the ads that are darkening my skin, and this continual kind of, if she wins, we lose. It's not even undertones right now. It is straight up racist. And I need people to understand that that cannot be the way that we proceed.
I swear to God, I swear to fucking God, I promise you that this narrative is going to backfire. I suspect, maybe I'm wrong, but I think the more you say James Tallarico is racist, the more people in your base that would otherwise vote for you will turn around and go, wait a minute, that could probably help us win? Because remember, we're talking about Texas, okay? We're talking about, if you're a Democrat in the state of Texas, you have already gone through so many instances of fucking disappointment. At a time like this, when Democrats are desperate to lean into anyone and everyone that can actually put up a strong fight against the Republicans, the reason why they like Jasmine Crockett is because she's seen as a fighter, right?
If we are going to win, we are going to have to win because we are united. I think that, we've all.
Yeah, this is another one of those Hillary Rodham Clinton consultants, of course, in the tank aggressively in the tank for Jasmine Crockett, of course. These were their competing Super Bowl ads. Wait, hold on. I'll play both of these. The Super Bowl ads. I mean, I know Jasmine Crockett had the anime ad, which was ass in my opinion. Versus I didn't see the Tallarico one.
Billionaires don't just influence politicians; they own them. That's why I don't take corporate PAC money. It's why I fought to cap campaign contributions. In the Senate, I'll ban billionaires from making unlimited secret donations. I'll stop members of Congress from trading stocks, and I'll raise taxes on those at the top to fund tax cuts for the rest of us. I'm James Tallarico, and I approve this message because our government should work for all of us, not just billionaires.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
The system is broken. Our communities are being terrorized. People are hurting. But Texas has a warrior who's fighting back. A champion for us, our votes, our rights. It drives the president crazy. So they tried to draw her out of Congress because they thought it would take away our power. They were wrong.
I'm Jasmine Crockett, and I approve this message.
Yeah, that's ass. It's straight dookie. Okay? I mean, it's AI. It's also utterly devoid of policy. No policy argument whatsoever. Just, I'm going to fight against Donald Trump. Okay? But another poll, Edinger Mentor says, another poll showing Tallarico winning the Zoran coalition, Crockett winning Cuomo coalition. Centrists have no idea how much their base has lost it. Alex Bronzini says, this is a leitmotif in my writing. The American center is driven by passions and grudges every bit as intense as those on the left, and that holds from the base to the elite. This is shaping up to be the most important thing I've written about in the Trump 2 era, because the demographics going for Crockett were the exact demographics of this event. This is the core of the centrist base. There is a very real, delusional, firm, committed centrist base within the Democratic Party that refuses to recognize that their politics is what lost Kamala Harris the election. Okay? They don't understand. They keep saying, no, we have to pivot to the center because you guys are fucking delusional. You have pie in the sky ideas, not realizing that Kamala Harris did that and she fucking lost all the swing states. She did that shit. She fucking did that shit. Stop appealing to this like mythical moderate center. Start running for things, not just against the Republicans. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, Adam Cochran reports Tallarico has flat out denounced attack ads in general. Tallarico's red box does not call for attacks on any opponent. Crockett's red box is requesting attack ads on Tallarico. Tallarico actively wants to ban super PACs. The ads she is taking, or the ads she's talking about from the super PAC has a dark, grungy video filter over the entire ad, image 2, so everyone appeared darker. The only other ad or media running in Texas right now featuring Crockett was the Ken Paxton ad, which used an AI caricature of Crockett dancing with John Cornyn, and that one I could see you wanting to complain about. It's disappointing to see Crockett triple down on this approach of identity politics and calling her opponent a racist when he has done nothing but praise her and advocate against attack ads and super PACs the entire time. I will say, I think Tallarico should be a little bit more aggressive against Jasmine Crockett. Controversial take alert. I think Tallarico should come after Crockett a little bit. He's pussyfooting around the issue. You have a fucking race in front of you, big dog. Get in there. Get down and dirty with it. Say she is silly. Say she's not serious about winning in Texas. Come on now. Stop with this fucking nonsense. They tried to do this shit already. They did it like 2 weeks ago with Colin Allred coming out and saying Tallarico is racist. Like, I can't believe, Tallarico is so racist. He's such a white supremacist. And he literally turned around and was like, I love you guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about this. You will never be rewarded for niceties. Okay? Don't do this shit. Be a fucking shark. You were a goddamn shark when you took Miriam Adelson's money to advocate for casinos opening in the goddamn state. You can be a fucking shark against Jasmine Crockett as well. Cut this shit out. Crockett is popular with the resistance liberals. I don't think she's ever been a favorite of the far left. Bit of a pattern here of influencers talking their way into the same point. She has a longer resume and black women are party's backbone, so give her the nomination. Yeah. We are permanently stuck in a state of 2016 politics. And the ones that will transcend from that state of affairs will be the ones who learn from the mistakes of Bernie Sanders and recognize the success story of Bernie Sanders. Okay? You mustn't just channel the Bernie-crat message, the left flank democracy, a politics of class over other issues. But you must also recognize that Bernie Sanders made a lot of fucking mistakes. One of the biggest mistakes of Bernie Sanders was that he was far too soft on his opposition. Okay? He should have been lighting their asses on fire. That's it. There was never a moment where Zoran turned around and was like, oh, my opposition to Andrew Cuomo is fantastic. No, he fucking cooked them. You got to do the same thing. Cook their asses. Talk about how the major problem here is business as usual politics. And Jasmine Crockett represents business as usual politics. Okay? We want to fucking win. We want to win elections. And we don't want to win with just business as usual politics. We want to win with a bold and radical vision, because that vision is what will inevitably stave off the Trump 3.0, Trump 4.0 vision that the Republicans demonstrate. We can't go back to business as usual politics that has lost to the Trump train twice. It's done.
I think that Donald Trump is worried that we're about to flip Texas. This is the party that ran against cancel culture, and now they're trying to control what we watch, what we say, what we read. And this is the most dangerous kind of cancel culture, the kind that comes from the top. They went after The View because I went on there. They went after Jimmy Kimmel for telling a joke they didn't like. They went after you for telling the truth about Paramount's bribe to Donald Trump. Corporate media executives are selling out the First Amendment to curry favor with corrupt politicians. And a threat to any of our First Amendment rights is a threat to all of our First Amendment rights. So I'm really thankful.
To fact check you, my network said our cancellation was a purely financial decision.
Got it.
And I remain very grateful for the last 11 years. Now, you grew up in Texas.
I
Here
did.
you are.
I did.
There you are. You can prove it. They give you the adult boots as a child, and you're
That's
supposed to
right.
just grow into them.
That's
I
right.
understand.
That's right.
You served in the Texas House, and now you're running for Senate. The race, frankly, should not be as interesting as it is. Donald Trump won Texas by 14%. Why do you think this year Texas is considered a possibility by Democrats?
Well, I'm an eighth-generation Texan. My family has been in our state since it was Mexico. And across...
So you're going to get deported, is what you're saying.
Across the state, there is a backlash growing to the extremism and the corruption in our politics. And I have traveled every corner of Texas already, from El Paso to Beaumont, from Amarillo to Brownsville. And we've had thousands of Texans showing up to rally with us. And I can't tell you the number of people who come up to me at the end of these events and whisper, I'm not a Democrat, like it's some kind of secret. And we've recruited 14,000 volunteers who are out there doing the work all over our state. We have, this is one of the most exciting parts. We have shattered grassroots fundraising records, all without taking a dime from corporate PACs. And so this is really it's a people-powered movement to take back our state and take back our country. And I feel like we're building something really special in Texas, and clearly Donald Trump has taken note.
Now, one of the things that's come up in some of the conversations you've had on the Texas State House floor, which some of the videos I've seen you do, and one of the things that's gotten you attention out there, is that you are a Presbyterian seminarian. Presently?
Yes.
You're a seminarian?
Yes.
Okay. The right attempts to co-opt Christianity, to say that you can't believe in God, you can't believe in Christ. I think that Donald Trump might have said something like that at the National Prayer Breakfast, like you can't actually be a Christian, be a Democrat. But religious right is largely a political movement that references spirituality, but it's a political. What is your heartfelt?
When you were asking why they're so afraid of him, Hassani, he's a middle-aged, straight, white male pastor openly saying that Christian nationalism has no ties to Christianity that directly undercuts their narrative. Yeah. I mean, look, I will say this. I wouldn't give a fuck if he didn't do it's not about right versus left. It's about up versus down, right? Because Democrats have run, veterans and even pastors as well in the past. The ones that actually have staying power when Democrats do run these candidates are the ones who do actually take a leftmost position in their policy agenda. A lot of people forget, but Raphael Warnock was a great example of this as well. Now, of course, as a legislator, he's been incredibly disappointing, but he won, right? Radical liberal Raphael Warnock won. He was a reverend, and he fucking won that seat. So for me, the way I see it, these guys, their aesthetics, they can help. But what's truly terrifying is their vision, is their agenda. And while James Tallarico is not exactly there all the way, I will say that I am a fan of his commentary, especially his policy platform, his agenda, the way he communicates on these issues. I'm a lot more excited about him running than I am about Jasmine Crockett.
Hand out to the people who want to use religion as a tool of political power?
Well, for 50 years, the religious right, a political movement, that is the perfect description for it. They convinced a lot of our fellow Christians that the most important issues were abortion and gay marriage. Two issues that aren't mentioned in the Bible, two issues that Jesus never talked about. Jesus in Matthew 25 tells us exactly how you and I and every one of our fellow believers.
Also, yes, I'm racist. That's the other reason. As you guys know, I'm a big racist.
How we're going to be judged and how we're going to be saved. By feeding the hungry, by healing the sick, by welcoming the stranger. Nothing about going to church, nothing about voting Republican. It was all about how you treat other people. I've said before, don't tell me what you believe. Show me how you treat other people, and I'll tell you what you believe. And I think in our faith, we've got to get back to those fundamentals. My granddad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas, and when I was little, he told me that Christianity is a simple religion, not an easy religion. He would always clarify, but a simple religion because Jesus gave us two commandments: love God and love neighbor. And there was no exception to that second commandment. Love thy neighbor regardless of race or gender or sexual orientation or immigration status or religious affiliation. And it's why I have fought so hard for the separation of church and state in the state capitol in Texas, because...
Well, I want to ask you about that.
Yeah, please.
Because you did, as a state rep, you fought against a bill requiring the Ten Commandments to be displayed in schools.
That's right.
Why, even on that level, do you think it's important to keep the separation, not just for the state, but for the church?
Well, because we are called to love all of our neighbors, including our Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, Hindu, Sikh, agnostic, atheist neighbors, and forcing our religion down their throats is not love. And it's why I have fought so hard for that sacred separation in our First Amendment, because my granddad, he raised me to believe that that boundary between church and state doesn't just benefit the state or our democracy, although it certainly does, but it also benefits the church. Because when the church gets too cozy with political power, it loses its prophetic voice, its ability to speak truth to power, its ability to imagine a completely different world. And so this separation between church and state is something we have to safeguard. It's something we have to fight for. And I think we need someone in the U.S. Senate who is going to confront Christian nationalism and tell the truth, which is that there is nothing Christian about Christian nationalism. It is the worship of power in the name of Christ.
I'm gonna be honest. I think one of the best ways he could fucking hammer this point is about Christian Zionism in general, and just be like, these guys love to put on a front about how Christian they are, and meanwhile they love defending Israel when Israel is slaughtering Christians in the origin place of Christianity. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
And it is a betrayal of Jesus of Nazareth. And I just want to thank you, Stephen, because I know you're not a politician, but you have really shown people in this country what Christianity should be and what it means to actually live out the teachings of Jesus, even in a talk show.
Well, I'm going to push back a little bit on that. That's very nice of you to say. I would never lay that compliment to myself, because I think I fall far short of what my standards would be. But I will agree with you on this. I think that it is bad for certainly my church or any religious organization to associate themselves from a political party. Right. How must it diminish God to be associated with something so small as a present political party?
That's right.
Because imagine this. Imagine that you managed to co-opt Christianity. Imagine if you managed to convince everybody that Jesus was on your side. If you then lose the election, sounds like you've got a pretty weak Jesus.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's the key, is you don't want to fit the big thing into the small thing. Mm-hmm. And God is the biggest thing there is. And so to try to fit God into a political party, whether it's the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, you've got it reversed. And so it's why I think we have to remember.
The play soundboard guys are just as annoying as the don't play the soundboard guys, by the way. I hope you understand. Like, y'all are being fucking insanely annoying.
To put those big things first, to put the love of God and the love for our neighbors before anything else. Because right now, what you've got is people baptizing their partisanship and calling that Christianity, when in reality, your politics should grow out of your faith, not the other way around.
Now, there's been some attention on your race in recent weeks after a TikToker that you met in person says that you privately said to them, and I want to get this quote, they attribute to you, right? This person says, you said, I signed up originally to run against a mediocre black man, not a formidable and intelligent black woman, supposedly in reference to Colin Allred being the black man, and you've denied this.
Yes.
Okay. You denied that you ever said that.
That's correct.
Okay. Allred continues to talk about it, even though he's no longer running for the Senate, correct?
Right.
Yeah, very strange that fucking that perpetual loser Colin Allred is still actively trying to curry favor for Jasmine Crockett in this race and undermining Tallarico. Hassan Abihed popping off on identity politics.
Listen to black women. Okay. Neoliberal genocidal girl boss Kamala Harris, or black liberationist communist Assata Shakur. Listen to black men. Okay. AIPAC Shakur, Cory Booker, or communist Black Panther revolutionary Fred Hampton. Listen to Venezuelans. Okay. The ones supporting the ousting of Nicolas Maduro, or the ones protesting U.S. aggression in Venezuela? You see how quickly identity politics leads to identity reductionism and can have you absolutely fucking confused about what to believe? This is why we need to stop treating identity as an all-knowing monolith and engage things in materialist analysis and start thinking dialectically. And no, this is not me saying that caring or considering for people's identities is problematic. But this is me saying that we shouldn't be reducing arguments down to someone's identity, because it can or cannot be a factor in their overall analysis or opinion. Listen to black women.
That's why I say, like, you know, like the very same people that constantly deploy the identity shield on the centrist Democratic side rarely ever are out there defending Cori Bush. They're not out there defending Jamal Bowman when they were being attacked mercilessly by AIPAC for their positions against Israel. They're not out there fundraising for Summer Lee. They're not out there defending Ilhan Omar. They're just simply using identity in this cynical way to people who actually do care about representative politics. Because the reality of the matter is, it's off-putting as fuck for, like, you know, most of the voter eligible population, and the only people who do care about like not being offensive, and the only people who do care about like an empathetic approach to politics is people like ourselves. That's it. That's the problem. So the quicker you do away with people cynically deploying this shit, the easier it is. I don't play ball by those rules, and you know, people yell at me for it, but I don't really care. I'll be honest. And I don't want people to think that because I'm pushing back against this, that like I'm some fucking reactionary. I don't want people to learn the wrong lessons here either. You know, I don't want like racist people to come in and be like, oh yeah, that's my guy right there, Hank Pecker. He don't care. He don't care about black women or some shit, okay? I'm just saying, all people ask for you is to not be racist, Law. Are you talking to me? Is that what you're saying? Name one progressive policy, Tallarico. The entire argument for Tallarico comes down the race. I hate this bullshit that people do. Tallarico is not a progressive. I've already been very skeptical of Tallarico, but this is fucking not true, okay? Between Tallarico and Crockett, Tallarico absolutely comes across as more progressive by wide margins. Whether it be he doesn't support Medicare for all, you're right. I'm saying between Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett, between Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett, that's the race right now, okay? Taxing billionaires is an objectively progressive policy in this day and age. If Jasmine Crockett is not putting taxing billionaires at the forefront of her campaigning, that's not our fault. That's her fault, okay? Jasmine Crockett has also gone to Israel on an AIPAC-sponsored trip. At least Tallarico has not done that. I know it sounds bare minimum, but given the confines of this fucking race, you know, that gives him more credibility with someone like myself. Jasmine Crockett is deeply, deeply invested in Adelson Money is worse, in my opinion. No, the fuck it's not. What? Not only has he explained why he got the Adelson money, which is the reason for my scrutiny initially for Tallarico, he has also openly said that he is not getting a dime from AIPAC. We'll talk about that as well in a second.
So where does that stand? How do you, as someone who...
Hold on. Here. Let's just jump right into that part of the conversation real quick, because I think that also needs to be talked about more as well. Where is it? Here it is.
Stance on Israel and AIPAC.
Well, I've never taken money from AIPAC, and I'm not taking money from AIPAC in this campaign. Seeing what's happening in Gaza makes me sick to my stomach as a teacher, as a Christian, as a human being. And our country's role in that slaughter makes me feel complicit in it. I think all Americans should feel that. Yeah. There was a theologian who said, I screamed at God for the starving children until I realized the starving children was God screaming at me. I think God is screaming at us in Gaza right now, screaming at all of us. And so I've said, if I am elected to the U.S. Senate, I'm going to use every bit of diplomatic and financial leverage to end the atrocities. I have already said I support banning offensive weapons to Israel. And I think we as a country...
Like, that isn't good enough for me, okay? It's not. What do you mean offensive weapons to Israel? Defensive weapons too, motherfucker, okay? 100%. But let's compare Tallarico's assessment on the issue and the moral clarity that he demonstrates on this issue to what Jasmine Crockett has said.
We have a moral responsibility to stop the death and the destruction. And we can. We
No, they're not fucking kind of the same on Israel. What are you guys, crazy? Some of you unironically fail to see the fucking forest for the trees sometimes, okay? That is crazy. That is craziness. What the hell are you talking about? There is a clear difference between Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett straight up is like, yeah, of course we're going to be allies with Israel. The fuck are you talking about? Israel is the most valuable ally we have. All this shit. What are you, crazy? What is happening? The argument people are making is that he's more electable because he's white. Oh my God, shut the fuck up. That's not the argument that people are making, okay? God damn. Also, that's not a fucking problem when people are talking about why Kamala lost, apparently. I was the one who was saying it doesn't matter. These are hurdles, but hurdles you can clear, okay? God damn, people just love fucking slamming identity politics into everything. Holy fuck, I'm turning into Norm Finkelstein. Jesus Christ.
They're sending money to Israel.
I understand. I also think that if people are going to vote as it relates to foreign affairs, which typically is not how people vote. People typically vote based on how are the gas prices treating me right now? How are my housing costs treating me right now? What's my job situation looking like? Those are the things that typically drive our elections and how people decide how they're going to vote.
You got to call out AOC on this too, man. How is she better than Jasmine Crockett? Okay, dude, you are fucking delusional. I cannot argue against your schizophrenic hallucinations. Okay, I'm sorry. AOC is even further to the left than Bernie Sanders on this issue. Okay, what the fuck? There's a lot of people on the timeline talking about how AOC voted for weapons to Israel. AOC voted for a weapons package to Israel. AOC never voted on a final weapons package to Israel, okay? She did actually vote to strike down Marjorie Taylor Greene's provision, which I was very critical of, and I criticized her on. And her defenses for why she did that was also terrible. But to say that AOC has not called what Israel's doing a genocide is fucking delusional. You are living in a world of delusion. I don't know why. I don't know why you guys do this. You can be critical of AOC's assessment. You can be critical of AOC not going far enough on the issue of Israel, as I am with Tallarico as well. But holy fuck, dude. One of the most annoying aspects of this kind of commentary is people consistently pushing my fucking buttons, the buttons I hate to have pushed, which is when you just straight up fucking lie. You see a goddamn Twitter post and you just go along with it. Holy fuck. I'm not even doing the, oh, my candidate has to be perfect or whatever. I'm not saying that at all. There's plenty of fucking room for criticism for all of the candidates, including AOC. But it is unfucking bearable when you guys come in here and just make shit up. Stop making shit up. Enough. I thought this was a community of high information voters, and yes, in comparison to the average person, certainly there's a lot more interest and investment in understanding politics in here. But even you fucking fall, even you fall for this dumb shit. AOC is not as progressive in her track record, in her foreign policy as Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. This is true. But outside of Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, she is literally one of the, if not the most progressive congressperson. We talk as though because of her, they're working tirelessly to do a ceasefire lie that she told when Joe Biden was still in the running, that people just literally say wrong shit about her track record. They deliberately misunderstand things that she's saying. It's so fucking strange. Yes, Summerlee as well. I can't believe I did that, but Summerlee is another person in Congress that is also incredibly progressive. When you greet AOC IRL, do you say AOC? Yes, I do. I feel weird calling her Alex or Alexandria. It's strange. Here's the updated Congressional Palestine Tracker with tonight's HR 9495 vote. Top 10 members on Palestine are Rashida Tlaib, Cori Bush, Ilhan Omar, Summerlee, AOC, Ayanna Pressley, Delia Ramirez, Jamal Bowman, Jesus Garcia, and Andre Carson. Casually forgetting that AOC also voted to fund the Iron Dome and then doubled down when pressed about it. No, she didn't even end up voting on the fucking final package. The problem is she struck down, she voted against. This is what I'm talking about. She did not vote on the final package. Okay, she voted against the final package. The problem is she actually defended striking down the defensive weapons aspect. The defensive weapons provision that Marjorie Taylor Greene added into the fucking bill was totally appropriate. And at the time I said she should never in a fucking million years be outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene. If you are the leader of the left movement in this country, or one of the leaders of the left movement in this country, you can't be getting outflanked by the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene on this issue. You can't have Marjorie Taylor Greene present herself as more woke than you on this. You can't, it's just ridiculous. Okay? Yeah. There's plenty of room for criticism for AOC, but God knows I've had my, Brent Berger says, God knows I've had my criticisms of AOC over the years, but much of left Twitter's subscribers will critique of her that's just phoned in from an alternative dimension. Let's start here. She's literally never voted yes on any form of military aid to Israel ever. She voted to fund the Iron Dome for a country committing genocide. Stop. False. She voted present on Iron Dome funding once. I slammed her for it at the time. And she voted against an amendment to stop the Iron Dome funding while leaving other military aid intact. But she voted against the underlying bill, which included both. I think she should have voted no instead of the famous present vote. And I think she should have voted for MTG's doomed amendment while still voting no on the actual bill. That part she did. But criticize her actual record instead of making up a worse one. This is right. Ben Burgess is right on this. Okay? You're doing it again. She did not vote on a bill that referenced the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. No. That one she didn't even defend, by the way. Once again, that one she didn't even fucking defend. She actually said, we would, of course, strike down any bill. I would vote against any bill that turns the IHRA definition into legislation, into any sort of encroachment on free speech. She said no, she would not vote for that. Again, you're wrong. I'm sorry. This is not me defending AOC. This is me defending the truth, okay? And I say this as someone who is very critical of AOC. There are plenty of instances where she does not go far enough. There are plenty of instances where she ends up coming out and positioning herself as though she is against certain things when she is not, okay? But if you are on the left, you have to care about the truth. You have to fucking care about the truth. It's fucking ridiculous, man. What are we doing? It's all fucking vibes. I feel like, and this is totally anecdotal, but I feel like Bernie gets less heat for his horrible approach to the issue of Israel than AOC does. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand why people do this shit. I genuinely don't get it. I don't know what the fuck it is. Going after AOC when Ayanna Pressley exists is a little crazy. Her voting record shocked me. I think Ayanna Pressley is a lot more woke than I initially gave her credit for. I thought Ayanna Pressley was like kind of a centrist addition to the squad. Ayanna Pressley has actually impressed me with a lot of the votes that she has, a lot of the votes that she's made. Straight up. Maybe it's my misogynoir for underestimating Ayanna Pressley's like track record initially. Are we going to address the misogyny in the room? Well, considering that we're talking about Jasmine Crockett right now, I just didn't I didn't think that it would be a part of the commentary, but yes.
When you start talking about foreign affairs, if that is going to be kind of like the precipice for determining whether you vote or who you vote for, then I want people to really.
If Crockett wasn't backed by AIPAC, would you consider her over Tallarico? No, because that's not the only component of my criticisms for Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett is openly an establishment Democrat, okay? What the fuck are we talking about? She's backed by cryptocurrency PACs, which is the only group in the country that has lower approval ratings than Israel, okay? What are we talking about? She's dead in the fucking water. I've talked about Jasmine Crockett's advantages, okay? She's bold. She can put up a strong fight. She can be very charismatic in moments that matter. She can have those high-intensity media moments that boost her national profile. But it amounts to fucking nothing if what you are saying in those media moments are just fuck Donald Trump or fuck Republicans. You have to also have policies that you advocate for. Hello, this is my entire advocacy. This is the fundamental plank of my advocacy, is you have to be policy first. So no, it's not even just about Israel and her shitty approach to the situation in Israel. This is dog shit, by the way. This is disqualifying from my assessment anyway, but it goes beyond that.
Our elections and how people decide how they're going to vote. When you start talking about foreign affairs, if that is going to be kind of like the precipice for determining whether you vote or who you vote for, then I want people to really dig in to foreign affairs, right? Like, and ask the question, which I think is a fair question. I think it's a fair.
Bro, I can't believe there are leftists in here that have bought the conservative framing on who Jasmine Crockett is just because she's a fighter and hates the Trump admin, unlike other centrist establishment Dems. I know.
The question of all the money is to ask the question of, well, why do we send money to Israel? Like, what is that about? And learn about the fact that this is an allyship that existed before I was around before. Well, no, the president was a baby. He was still around though. But it is an enduring relationship and learning the history of the region in and of itself. And I would argue that the most disputed land in the world is that land. And it goes beyond the Palestinians and the Israelis. But I mean, you can go back to the.
Yeah, but Jasmine Crockett is going for a Texas seat, so her politics can't be as free. But isn't she a Texan? This is super woke for a Texan, not gonna lie. Neek Skit. She's running against a person who is literally openly infinitely more woke than she is on this issue. What the fuck are you talking about? The way that she tries to dance around this issue makes it seem like Tallarico's statement on Israel is this.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Tallarico gets asked about Israel and goes, Israel's doing an unconscionable starvation of children. It's unacceptable. All this stuff. The reason why I'm showing you this is because Jasmine Crockett is not there.
Romans. So
once again, Israel is not the only thing I care about, contrary to what my naysayers claim. But for me, it's a very good litmus test on how well you read the room and how invested you are in actually being bold and brave. Okay? Do you understand? It's a fantastic litmus test because it's an 80-20 issue with 80% of the fucking base supporting a fuck Israel position. Do you understand?
So one of the scariest things for me, if I'm being like 1,000 right now, which my team will beat me up about this later, but if I'm being 1,000 about this, when you think about and because of the conversations that I've had, if the United States says we will throw away our 75 plus year relationship with Israel because we don't like their leader, then if we end up with Trump, we set a precedent for all these other allies to throw us away, because I have heard from other ally nations that they don't fucking like Trump, right? If we lose our allies, now I'm looking at the vulnerability of us, the people that elected me, and I am concerned about whether or not, like, we live in a bubble. You talk about bubbles, we live in a bubble. Because on both.
Keep in mind, we just lost Jesse Jackson today, who was an advocate for Palestinian liberation in the 80s. For her to act as though Israel is a new issue to black people is disingenuous as fuck. She clearly never talked to any black activists regarding Israel. No, she talks to establishment Democrats. That's it. That's the whole problem. That's the whole fucking problem.
Sides of us, we got water, and north and south, we got pretty decent friends, right? Like, we closer with the people up north than we are the people down south, but either way, we got friends on both sides, right? That don't mean that we are liked in this world. Like, a lot of people hate us, but it's about being able to flex. Like, oh, do you want to play with us? It's like, think about like those people that used to go to your school and they had like the biggest family. They had all the brothers and sisters. If you decided you was gonna fight one, you was gonna have to fight the whole family. Right. So you like, forget that, I ain't finna do that, right? But like, if it's just one kid, we may go jump you, right? That's the difference. And so for a lot of us, it's history. It's also thinking through possibilities in the future. And those are the conversations that nobody really wants to have and talk about. But it will set a certain precedent for allies.
I think we're going to look back at this campaign in the rearview mirror, and everyone that is, I mean, there's not a lot of people defending Jasmine Crockett in my community, but like the people that are defending Jasmine Crockett will say, Hassan, I'm so sorry. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. There will be a Hassan apology form for all of you where you will say, I don't know, I got captivated by the high intensity TikTok viral moments. You know, I really like how she fought against Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know, because it's so, dude, I'm sorry, even down to like the personal level, like she comes across as transparently in the game for herself. I mean, she's wearing the bleach blonde Butch body t-shirt when she's doing this interview. It's like, so obviously all matter of winning elections is there's an element of performance in all matter of like election campaigning, but it's fucking nuts how much like she comes across like she just cares about her boosting her personal profile. Okay? Like, if you can understand Gavin Newsom doing the exact same shit, you can understand that Jasmine Crockett is also invested in it for the same exact damn reasons.
So Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is running for Senate in Texas. And if you haven't followed her closely, you probably assume that she's running as something sort of like a Bernie Sanders style, like squad type candidate, one of the sort of like the radical progressive wing of the Democratic Party. And that's because, you know, she's very good at getting a lot of media attention and savaging Donald Trump and Republicans. You've probably all seen her doing that on MSNBC or CNN at one point or another. But if you actually look closely at her career, it's quite wild. She's actually basically just a corporate Democrat who is just looks and acts a little bit differently. I covered her first race in 2020. I have an anecdote about that race in my book about the squad, in which she's confronted with the question of what to do about crypto, because these crypto guys are going around the country. They were going after anybody that they thought was going to regulate them, and they were supporting anybody they thought would be friendly. And, you know, multiple people on her campaign told me that she just said, look, what do I have to do? Just tell me. And they're like, well, if you sign this policy statement and post it on your website, you know, they won't go after you and they'll probably give you a lot of money. She's like, cool, do it. That same campaign, she also attacked her Democratic opponent for taking corporate PAC money, bragging that she had taken no corporate PAC money. Within months of that, she started taking corporate PAC money, and since then has taken hundreds of thousands of dollars of it. And of course, you know, if you're going to capitulate on those issues, you're also going to cave on Israel. She went to visit Israel on a trip paid for by AIPAC. There she is. And has overwhelmingly just voted the party line when it comes to sending weapons to Israel. So when it comes to corporate power, crypto, Israel, she's a very standard Democrat. When it comes to style, not so much. So we'll see.
That's it. And y'all are getting suckered because you're so fucking desperate, dude. And I understand that desperation. You're so desperate for anyone that is even like seemingly putting up a fight. But it's the exact same predicament with Gavin Newsom. Okay, Gavin Newsom is the exact same. Someone who is memeing on Donald Trump, but has the style, but not the substance. Jasmine Crockett is the exact same person as Gavin Newsom. Someone with a good deal of style, but no fucking substance. Okay, stop getting fooled. Stop getting fooled by style arguments over substance arguments. I get it. You're just so desperate for someone that at least like pushes back, that communicates the anger that you feel, communicates the resentments that you feel towards the Republicans, especially when Chuck Schumer is the fucking leader of the Democratic Party. Hakeem Jeffries is the leader of the Democratic Party. Two figures that don't do that. I just can't see Jasmine Crockett as the same as Gavin Newsom. She's out for herself to build a brand for sure, but as a black woman, they need to get the bag. It's so hard for me to not. Oh my God. I feel like my own audience is out to get me. You say stuff like that, and then I respond, and then people clip the response, and then they go, look, Hassan is a fucking white supremacist. Yo, this isn't a small business owner. This is someone running for Senate in the state of Texas. Okay? Get your bag, honey, is not going to fucking work for that. Hello? Also, please, this is a socialist community. Please, I beg of you to stop doing this capitalism shit. Okay, please. More Fred Hampton, less Killer Mike. Okay, less Killer Mike, more Fred Hampton. Please, I beg of you. Especially not on the day that the good Reverend Jesse Jackson passed away. Oh my Lord! It's about uplifting the black community with money and resources that normally flow into the community. I can't vote for her. I don't live in Texas, but she's not the exact same as Gavin. As a person running for office, Killer Mike catching strays. I mean, come on, he deserves the strays. Like, what are we talking about here? How are people to this day in this community not getting duped for optics over substance? Because it's a much trickier predicament when you're talking about issues that pertain to the black community. Okay, that's why. It's desperation that's tenfold in that situation. And no, the response to that should not be, oh, fuck you, chatter. You're doing it, Paul. Fuck yourself. Okay, calm down. Because then you end up presenting a left version of the same type of resistance and hostility that black people experience by every other group in society. Okay? The NRSC robocalled high propensity Dems, urged them to call Jasmine Crockett's office to urge her to run for Senate, then connected the call her to the office. The GOP also ran on and pushed around polls suggesting she'd win. Crockett then believed the AstroTurf hype and launched her bid. Website starting to circulate. Genocide Jasmine criticizes Crockett's record, voting to send Israel $14 billion more in weapons after it had killed 34,000 plus Palestinians. Voting in favor of omnibus weeks ago that sent Israel $3.3 billion more and barred funding for UNRWA and the AIPAC affiliated trip. And Ben Dixon, it hurts me to see, is totally, truly in the tank for Crockett. Tallarico has literally the same positions, not to mention is taking money directly from pro-Israel orgs as well as directly from the Adelsons. Y'all gonna fuck around and really start a pissing match by being disingenuous. Okay, in spite of all of that, it seems that Tallarico at least has the wherewithal to communicate a much better message than Jasmine Crockett does on the issue of Israel. She literally has a tweet on the AIPAC website right now. Why haven't you deleted this tweet that's still featured on AIPAC's website right now? As the sun sets on the 5th day of the month of Iyar Hom Hatzamut, or Israeli Independence Day, comes to a close on the 75th birthday of Israel, let's continue to dedicate ourselves to peace and prosperity. Here's to the next 75. She didn't write that? Yeah, no shit, she didn't write that. It's fucking nutty, man. It's nutty. Ugh. Nina Turner saying, James Tallarico has the same stance on Israel-Palestine. Both deserve criticism for it. Didn't the other guy say he still wants to give offensive weapons to Israel? I may have misheard. No, not offensive. The other guy says he wants to give no offensive weapons to Israel, which, you know, is obviously totally fucking ridiculous, because that implies that you can give defensive weapons to Israel, which I don't agree with. I think it's fucking bullshit.
This person says this about you. You say it didn't happen. How do you imagine this gets adjudicated, and what would you like to say to people?
Yeah, I mean, we know that misinformation spreads on the internet, and it's sometimes like a game of telephone. As I said in my statement, I did critique Colin Allred's campaigning as mediocre, but I would never attack him on the basis of race. I respect Colin Allred deeply, even though we have disagreements on the best way to campaign and the best way to win Texas. My job in this moment is to try to lower the temperature, is to try to remind us that we are all on the same team, trying to change the politics of our state and change the politics of our country, because we are seeing the consequences of losing elections as we speak. And we have a moral imperative to win in November in Texas and to win across this country, because that's how we're going to get things back on track. And so I know things get tense in a primary. I know stuff flies around on the internet. I understand that. But I'm trying to get us all to keep our eyes on the prize, which is remembering we're on the same team and getting out there, doing the organizing work so that we can win in November.
Have you spoken to Colin already?
I have. I call them after all this stuff came out and everything started to blow up, just to reiterate what I said in my statement, that I do respect him.
And how did the conversation go?
I don't want to reveal anything in a private conversation, but
Man, they both gonna lose? I don't even think so. I think that Tallarico has a better shot than Crockett does, but he has to fucking sharpen his rhetoric. He has to be more aggressive. These guys, for some reason, Tallarico has a penchant for good media moments. Like, he went on Joe Rogan. He really impressed that crowd, and that's good. That's a good thing. And he is issue focused, and that's good. I like that. But he needs to have more fucking dunks. He needs to have more dunks. That's just what the media environment wants. That's what the media environment demands. He needs to mog. He needs to go out there to ASU and frame mog the ASU frat leader. Okay? I'm sorry. That's just what he has to do.
I hope that he and I walked away with a better understanding of each other.
Now, you're serving in Texas House of Representatives. You've had your fair share of strange days. I understand you had to weigh in on legislation about, and I hope I'm reading this correctly, furries.
The ASU frat leader is a GDI? He's a fraud? A GDI? A goddamn independent? He's not even the leader of a frat? I'll be honest with you, okay? If we can't fucking trust Twitter clip farmers, what the fuck can we trust? At least we know he's Albanian. So there is that. For example, Zoran knows how to toe the line between running the happy, good vibes admin while also being sharp and critical when the moment needs. Well, sometimes, but in his campaign, it was better. Yeah, I'm not subbing again until you stop the soundboard. Chatters, I ask you, if you like the soundboard and you want it to continue, please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, okay? The soundboard that has things like this.
Liberal, 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 happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals.
Ooh, subs are rolling in.
La 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 la.
What about this?
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
You are manipulating statistics? I don't know. Kind of feels like people really fuck with it, dude. Kind of feels like people really are demanding more of the soundboard. He's down there right now looking up. That's right. He's down there looking up at us going, hell yeah, brother. I love the soundboard. Kind of feels like people are fucking with the soundboard. Yeah. For every millennial we lose to the soundboard, we gain 3 in the... Just saying. Just fucking saying.
I hate white people. I hate white people.
Yeah. That's Austin, by the way.
Do not come.
I have some that's like, oh, hell no. I have, where is it? Oh, I have this.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Why you hate women so much? I don't. How dare you? I'll fuck with your unfettered joy. Keep the soundboard. Maybe add a few viewer submissions. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we got to add Trump's I'm going to come onto this because obviously right after I say
Do not come.
I need to go, I'm going to come.
Do not come.
And Holy Toledo as well. We got to put Holy Toledo instead of this. Or instead of this. Okay. Okay, fess up. Which one of you freaks taught Hassan soundbites? Go ahead. We just want to talk. He's like a dog with a squeaky toy. Yeah, we need Holy Toledo. Gen Xers love a good soundboard. It's so funny because Gen Xers love a good soundboard. You know who also loves a good soundboard? Fucking Gen Z and Gen Alpha. So it's not just Gen Xers and like boomers that love the soundboard. It's also fucking Zoomers and Gen Alpha. The only group, unfortunately, that doesn't fuck with the soundboard are millennials. That's literally it. Faillennials are the only group that don't fuck with the soundboard and have decided like this is bad. And it makes sense that there's so many naysayers in my chat because a lot of y'all are fucking faillennials. Bruh. Anyway, my streamer is in a shock jock era. Yep. They gave the dude with ADHD a soundboard.
One. And that it is a class.
40-year-old streamer discovers Jester maxing is legit peak fun. I didn't fail. I was failed by my government. Yeah. I'll only sub if you keep the soundboard and I'm poor. All right, get to it. Chop, chop. Soundboard whining is a pressure valve for chatters overwhelmed by current events, to be quite honest. Yeah. This needs to go on it. No, we're not going to.
Now I'm about to make them tuck their whole summer in.
New York City, listen to me. If you are nearby a Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer district office, go inside and put your hand in the Super PAC donation box for no reason. Their money is your money. That was my first foray into the soundboard. Your YouTube viewers like it? I don't think my YouTube viewers like it. Safe to say people are loving the soundboard. Who gave this motherfucker a soundboard? The soundboard is diabolical. Unk is on the soundboard again. Every single time Hassan uses the soundboard, I mail in 20 illegitimate votes from our local Republican representative. Every time Hassan uses a new soundboard, I become a little bit more reactionary. We will never forget or forgive the world's complicity in Hassan getting a soundboard. Hassan with a soundboard feels like hearing your grandpa talk about having Riz. The soundboard is going to make me right-wing. Oscord made a fog gift for you. Can I get a bruh and what the hell on this? Wait. Oh, you want to... Oh, this is frying me. Magadex piracy site removes all lolly content because of the UK. Update. I lost everything.
No. What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
That's so much fun. Come on, man. You really want to take this away from me? Tectone drops another video. My life is ruined.
No. What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Still doing lolly content is crazy. Yeah. What's gonna happen? Are they gonna fuck his wife extra hard? It's over, bruh. It's over. Yeah, he should just stick to what he knows. You know what I mean? Reminds me of my dad on WhatsApp and his obsession with WhatsApp stickers. Listen, I'm going to eventually figure out how to do this appropriately. I'm going to nail the timing. You just got to stick with me through the process. You know what I mean? You want 5 big booms? See above. Yeah, my 11-year-old brainrot son thinks your soundboard is awesome. Hell yeah. Anyway, where were we? Yeah. Oh, let's finish this up.
I did.
Now, I know what furries are. And is that the same furries that I do not use my work computer to search for?
That's right. Yeah, when I ran for public office, I never thought I'd be talking about furries in this job. But my Republican colleagues in the state legislature, they were promoting an internet hoax that Texas public school students were identifying as cats.
Yes.
And
I heard this story.
Yes,
I read the story.
And that the schools were providing litter boxes to those students. I know.
My understanding is it's not just Texas; it's everywhere in the United States.
It's an epidemic. What I hear. Yeah.
Biden signed a law that had to happen.
Yes, forcing litter boxes in every classroom.
Yes.
Anyway, they decided to write a bill to combat this completely made-up problem, and it fell to me as a member of the Public Education Committee to question the author of that bill. And so I just asked him a pretty simple question. Has there been a single documented case of a school providing a litter box to students? And he couldn't name one. And this video went everywhere. You can look it up online.
So the law was working.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. He actually kind of said something similar to that.
Yeah.
His response was that this law is to prevent that from ever happening.
Oh, I understand.
Which I guess that's true. But anyway, there is a point to this craziness. They want us talking about furries and bathrooms, so we don't realize that they are picking our pockets, that they are closing.
Like, do you understand why I am more sympathetic to Tallarico over Crockett? I mean, this is my argument. This is like something this is not my argument. This is just the argument, right? This is just the truth. But that's what it is. That's what it fucking is. He's not a communist or anything. He's not an anti-Zionist or anything. But like, he very clearly understands what this current moment needs. Like this kind of disparaging of hyper focus on trans people and shit like that. Like, this is exactly what is a necessity for every single goddamn Democrat that's out there fighting the good fight. Meanwhile, let's see what Jasmine Crockett's argument is.
I am tired of people asking whether or not I am electable. The reality is that is nothing but dog whistle. If you got a super PAC that's doing your bidding, then they need to go ahead and lift you up. What they shouldn't be doing is tearing down a black woman who, number one, is more qualified. These are just the facts. At the end of the day, I am the only one that has owned a small business. I am the only one that has actually practiced law both on the state level and the federal level. I am the only one that has been elected to do work on the state level as well as the federal level.
She said, I'm a small business. It's literally Kamala with more riz, bro. How do you not see it? She said my mother was a small business. I'm a small business. God damn.
And frankly, I did all of that, and we know that as it relates to my opponent. And God bless, because my dad is a teacher, so I don't want anybody to get this twisted. But he had 2 years where he taught charter school. And then after that, he went into the State House, and then he became a consultant for charter.
Mr. Tallarico has been up a ton of ads.
Another moment, another bruh moment right there. Charter school consultancy.
Entire campaign.
Yep.
Do you have any regrets about your campaign strategy?
I don't. Listen, I think that Texans need to, number one, understand that Republicans are going to outspend us come November. This is just the reality. If we spend $100 million, they're going to spend $200 million. And if the only way that you can get through an election is by spending money, then we're going to have a problem anyway. We've tried that. We need a candidate that, yes, can raise money, and I am the 5th highest fundraising member of the House. So, yes, we need somebody that can get the resources. But more importantly, we need somebody who has a rapport with the people, because when we don't have enough money, because we will not match their money no matter who the candidate is, we never have, we are going to need a little extra something. I am tired of people telling me they don't know how they're going to afford to buy a home. I am tired of people telling me that the tariffs are making them shut down their businesses. This is not who we're supposed to be, and don't get me started on ICE and how we need to rein them in.
On the eve of the first day of early voting, State Representative James Tallarico, who is also running for Senate, was slated to appear on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. But that interview only aired on YouTube.
This is the party that ran against cancel culture, and now they're trying to control what we watch, what we say, what we read. And this is the most dangerous kind of cancel culture, the kind that comes from the top.
Welcome back, Kamala Harris. I mean, she's definitely a lot better than Kamala Harris. Like, she has a lot more charisma. That's why it's so disappointing, because she does have the tools. Okay. That's why it's even more disappointing than Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris was bad on the policy front and did not have the riz, right? At least Jasmine Crockett has the capability of commanding people's attention. She just uses it for fucking evil. That's it. She uses it for establishment Democrat bullshit. Sorry, I fucked it up. Switch it up, bro. I don't want to hear fa as I try to fall asleep. Okay, how about Tallarico is a psyop? I think the Tallarico Colbert debacle is a psyop. Oh my God. Dude, I love me some fucking leftists out here who just immediately start with the fucking, honestly, here's how Tallarico actually is a member of the CIA. He got the Trump administration to go after him like this with the FCC. You got it, man. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're the craziest white boy anyone's ever seen. Okay. No one's doing it like you. Fred Hampton was an agent. You know, he was also a part of the FBI secretly.
Well, I think it's interesting. I've been in this race for 5.
Yeah, this was, I've had a lot of interviews with national media. No one's ever asked me about the cost of housing. No one's ever asked me about the cost of prescription drugs. The only thing the media asked me about are trans athletes.
5 days, and I've had a lot of...
This is like the perfect defensive posture, by the way.
Interviews with national media. No one's ever asked me about the cost of housing. No one's asked me about the cost of prescription drugs. No one's asked me about the cost of childcare. The only thing the media wants to ask me about are trans athletes. And so what I would say is that the only minority destroying this country is the billionaires. Trans people are 1% of the population. Undocumented people are 1% of the population. Muslims are 1% of the population. We are all focused on the wrong 1%. Trans people aren't taking away our health care. Undocumented people aren't defunding our schools. Muslims aren't cutting taxes for themselves and their rich friends. It's the billionaires and their puppet politicians. And so we need not only the media, but all of us to focus on the real problem at hand.
Someone on the team has studied your boy a little bit, because that's bar for bar. I should be out here suing this motherfucker for copyright infringement, okay? Which is, of course, the reason why I do it. It's free money. It's free ball. Hassana really rose me the wrong way. You constantly put Jasmine Crockett. She's dynamic, talented, and most importantly, she's guaranteed on the next Fear and Gang. Guests included. Will you play pool on your pool table-shaped person? This is my least favorite, like, ongoing meme chatter. Anyway, all right, that's it. That's the whole spiel, okay?
Losing our schools, they are gutting our health care, and they are raising taxes on all of us while they cut taxes for their billionaire donors. The culture wars are a smokescreen, because the real fight in this country is not left versus right, it's top versus bottom. Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much for being here. Thanks for being the first guest to ever appear only on YouTube.
I'm honored. I'm honored. Thank you.
Representative James Tallarico, everybody.
We got U.S. Iran at the precipice of war. Okay. Also, Israel's former Minister of Defense, Yoav Gallant, war criminal Yoav Gallant, says, striking Iran is not just a political decision, it's an operational one, and the conditions are coming together. So, do with that information what you will. I do feel as though we are at the brink with more assets, more naval assets actually moving in that direction as well. Also, Israel's next target isn't just Iran. Former Israel Prime Minister Bennett says Turkey is the new Iran, adding that Erdogan is a sophisticated and dangerous opponent. Naftali Bennett added, Turkey may be more dangerous than Iran. It is also trying to turn Saudi Arabia against us and is also working with nuclear Pakistan. The prime minister is falling asleep on guard again and allowing Turkey to enter Gaza. While certain senior Israeli officials are on Qatari payroll, Israel is Hamas? Because Qatar is Hamas. So therefore, also Israel is Hamas? Wait, what? And Hamas is Iran and Turkey is the new Iran. So Turkey is Hamas and Iran? Who isn't Hamas at this point? Or Iran? Turkey, which is based in Syria and with Israeli consent in Gaza, are feeding a new monstrous axis of the Muslim Brotherhood is similar to the Iranian one and are trying to incite Saudi Arabia against us. Yeah, if you recall, I talked about how Israel's next target after Iran is Turkey. And, they're openly saying I can't even say they're saying the quiet part out loud because Israel's never known for being fucking quiet. Let's be real. They're always yelling loudly and hysterically. But, maybe Trump will.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Just saying. What is the most Israel will realistically be allowed to directly do to Turkey? I mean, Turkey's another one of our minions in the region. Turkey is literally a fucking NATO country. Turkey has American nukes housed inside of American military bases. Yeah, maybe the staffer saw the Theo Vaughn episode.
Democrats, so handily, because he was like, yes, you're angry. I'm angry too. Why are you angry? Because woke libtards, because DEI, because trans people, because, undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants aren't your fucking landlord. They're not the one who's raising the price of rent. They don't own the mega corporations. They're not sitting at the board of BlackRock. You know what I mean? It's not a Guatemalan migrant that's sitting at the board of BlackRock, purchasing all the fucking houses. Bar for bar from James Tallarico, just saying. This was almost a year ago with Theo Vaughn. So whoever is the fucking staffer that hit those bars and made James Tallarico say those words, respect. Good. Keep up the good work. All right. Now let's get to U.S.-Iran talks.
Messaging from Iran is anything but subtle. Take us on and you'll face this. Missile attacks in one of the world's most strategic waterways with global oil.
You alone invented material analysis? Wait, first of all, you can't even say that that's materialist analysis in and of itself. And secondly, I mean, there is a difference between like verbatim saying the exact same thing, right? I mean, that's a verbatim repeat of what I was saying right there. Which, by the way, of course, I want people to repeat those things. That's why I say them. What the fuck's wrong with everybody? I'm memeing over here. Hello? Why the fuck do you think I say these things on the broadcast? I say them so you motherfuckers repeat them. Hello? Do I need to spam the fucking a little bit more so you guys understand? Like, this is there's a little bit of humor here as well.
Oil supply, the target. If there was any room for doubt, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, rammed the point home.
They keep saying the US have sent warships towards Iran. Okay, of course, a warship is a dangerous device, but more dangerous than that is a weapon that can send that warship deep under the sea.
None of this is putting off the US, amassing a huge amount of military force in the same stretch of sea a few hundred miles south of Iran. The Straits of Hormuz, through which a fifth of the world's oil supply passes, where the Iranians have been carrying out exercises and where the USS Lincoln aircraft carrier strike group is now in place. Further west, the US has deployed more warplanes and other military assets in bases in Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE, Kuwait and Jordan. US President Donald Trump is telling Iran to make a deal or else.
I would say they're bad negotiators because we could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential, and we had to send the B-2s. I hope they're going to be...
We had to send the B-2s to knock out their nuclear potential. Bitch, the deal was about knocking out their nuclear potential anyway. Yeah, Yoav Golan has openly said striking Iran is not just a political decision, it's an operational one, and the conditions are coming together. They want to strike Iran. Israel wants to strike Iran. Israel wants to do a decapitation strike. Israel wants Iran to turn into Libya. And America seemingly is going to go along with it.
More reasonable.
Not good.
President Trump wants a deal on Iran's alleged nuclear weapons project, its ballistic missiles program, its support of proxies across the region, and its treatment of its own people. Thousands are thought to have died in a brutal crackdown on nationwide protests last month. The Iranians are in a tight spot, threatened by more unrest and economic meltdown. So they may choose to play for time, emerging from the latest talks in Geneva, sounding positive.
A new window of opportunity has opened, under which we had the second round of the negotiations with the United States earlier today here in Geneva. We are hopeful that negotiation will lead to a sustainable and negotiated solution which can serve the interest of relevant parties and the broader region.
But the signals from Tehran look less conciliatory. There is no sign of significant progress on the major issues. Without it, President Trump is still threatening to strike Iran, and he's putting in place just the kind of firepower he will need to do so. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News.
And by the way, I watched AOC answering questions in Munich. This was not a good look for the United States. I watched Gavin Newsom answering questions in Munich, and this was a bad look for our country. These two people are incompetent. I never heard her speak very much. They started answering questions. She had no idea what was happening. She had no idea how to answer.
President Trump slamming AOC over what she said at the Munich Security Conference after she took a series of questions on foreign policy. The far-left congresswoman now going to...
This is my favorite line of criticism from Donald Trump against anyone, especially AOC. Oh, she rambles on. She rambles on. She doesn't know what the hell she's saying. Brother, have you heard yourself? Okay? What the fuck do you mean? Like, he is the last guy in American politics that can say that about anybody. Okay? That's crazy. At least like with AOC, there's a coherent vision there. With Trump, there isn't even a fucking coherent narrative, let alone a vision. Like, I know Donald Trump, or at least the people around Donald Trump, have an idea of what they want to implement as far as this global design. Okay? But Donald Trump is so bad at communicating that agenda that he constantly gets ahead of himself. He constantly undermines what they're trying to do. So it's pretty funny for him to turn around and be like, AOC doesn't know what the hell is going on.
The New York Times venting about the
Yeah, and AOC obviously called the New York Times and did a phoner with Kellen Browning, New York Times politics reporter, and it was a very interesting interview as well. I saw pieces of this. After first big overseas trip, Ocasio-Cortez expresses frustrations. We'll obviously talk about that as well.
criticism and mockery of her performance on the world stage. Take a listen to some of her gaffes.
Would and should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
I think that this is such a, I think that this is of course a very long-standing policy of the United States. Maduro was, as a leader, he canceled elections. He was an anti-democratic leader. That doesn't mean that we can kidnap a head of state and engage in acts of war just because.
Bro, again, I cannot believe my eyes. I cannot believe my ears. This is Fox News. Guys, make no mistake. We are watching Fox News, a channel that champions Donald Trump. Okay? Donald Trump on his best day will literally fucking... Donald Trump on his best day is like, who's Maduro? I don't care. Like, that's right. I don't care who Maduro is. I don't know. Basically, ing his way out of every fucking conversation. He's like Brandonizing at an alarming fucking rate. Everything computer. And it's wild. Wild that these guys are like, wow, the pants shitter is awesome. And AOC here, totally unacceptable. I mean, this is classless. This is tasteless. Now, there's a lesson for AOC to learn from this, I think. Okay. And that is just be confident. Just be confident. That's it. I know it sounds stupid, but even if you're like wrong on some of the facts or whatever, your base will support you as long as you maintain a confident posture. That's pretty much what I've learned over the last 12 years of being a political commentator because of a lot of my opposition that will oftentimes be incorrect on the facts, but will be very confident. And they've built a legion of sycophants that surround them that will also be confidently incorrect. That's it. That's it.
Because the nation is below the equator.
What was their problem with the Maduro clip even? Because one, Maduro did not cancel elections. And two, I mean, you can contest the results of the elections, which is the American position, is that they were, phony. It was a sham election. But also, Venezuela is not north of the equator. It's south. Not south of the equator. It's north of the equator. But it is what she was trying to say there. What she was trying to say there was a global south nation, because Venezuela is considered a global south nation, and she fucked it up. Who cares? I don't give a shit.
And
here with us now is Ben Shapiro. Ben, she called the New York Times and said, everybody's got this story wrong, that this is about me running for president. I could give whatever about that, to be honest. The story is less about the opponents being some hypothetical primary. To me, my opponents are the network that links Orban, Trump, Milei, Bolsonaro, all these folks. In my experience, Ben, it takes a lot of effort and learning and preparation to not make news on things you don't want to make news about. That didn't happen here.
Well, I mean, it's not our fault for noticing that she was horrible. My favorite conceit here is that she goes abroad, she says a bunch of incredibly stupid things, and that's leaving aside her general message, which was that there has to be class solidarity across countries between people who are poor and people who are rich. But put that aside. I'm sorry, but if you proceed to give an answer reminiscent of that famous clip of Miss South Carolina attempting to answer a question about the Iraq War from 15 years ago, and you're on a international stage,
It is pretty funny that they brought in Ben Shapiro, because as far as like the conservative talent pool goes, I would say that he's probably the only reliable orator that remains. Most of the conservative talent pool nowadays is just shit from the butt. Like they'll just get up there and be like, yeah, she's a dumb bitch. Yeah, she fucking stupid. Unlike me, I know where Vuvuzela is. Like most of the conservative commentary orbit now is Nick Shirley level. What was the word? So they had to bring the old guard in for a second. The last Japanese soldier stationed on the Philippines island. Thinking that the war is still continuing,
Your fault, right? She apparently prepared for this for months. According to Politico, she'd had.
I also have the Mr. Benevolent in his new video, Nick Shit from the Butt, Shitley. He went to California. He was in my hood. He was in my backyard, fucking around. So their latest meta is a dog was able to vote, for the Republican Party, and subsequently literally got the Republican who did that in legal trouble. Interesting. So I guess the system does work.
Multiple sessions with Matt Duss, who is Bernie Sanders' foreign policy advisor. Leave aside the advisability or inadvisability of going to Bernie Sanders' foreign policy advisor for your actual takes on the world. The fact that AOC spent months preparing for this and then proceeded to fall all over herself on basic questions and to place Venezuela below the equator. Again, that is your fault, lady. It's nobody else's fault. You were the one who went. And obviously, look, she was taking her 2028 bike out for a spin. She hit the embankment. She flipped head over heels and went all the way down the mountain. It's her fault.
Ben, she might not have been prepped for questions about China, but she was certainly prepped for questions or able to drop in Israel at every opportunity.
Oh, yeah. Let's hear what Ben Shapiro has to say about her objectively correct Israel positions. Yeah. I'm sure that Fox News' audience is going to say she's cringe, she's gross or whatever. But if they actually got to the Israel side, I suspect that they're going to not agree with Ben, really.
That is her thing. I mean, she was really only looking for solidarity around anti-Westernism. And part of that, of course, is to claim.
Isn't that wonderful, by the way? Like, Ben Shapiro's argument here is identical to like my liberal naysayers as well on the internet. All she has to say is anti-America, America bad. Why does AOC not have a better argument than America bad? And by the way, you got Benny Boy tackling the AOC problem. You got Vance also tackling the AOC problem. Now, what's interesting to me about this is they might see her as a threat. Kind of feels like they see AOC as a threat, don't you think? I mean, it's interesting. Nobody's talking about Gretchen Whitmer also participating on these fucking panels. I wonder why. Ross Barkin, AOC at Munich, we asked about what should we do if China invaded Taiwan. She didn't have much of an answer. It was a rough moment that deserves scrutiny. Either she thinks American troops should show up to fight China or she doesn't. Yeah, I wonder why she doesn't have a good answer on China. Perhaps it's because of the last 60, 70 fucking years of American foreign policy, which is strategic ambiguity. Okay? That's it. That's the literal fucking reason why you can't have a normal position on China. What's your stance on this? I say hands off China in its entirety. I say cooperative agreements with China, not treating China as an adversary, but instead as a fucking ally. Meanwhile, by the way, AOC's opinion on China is not going to be all that bad because guess what? Donald Trump seemingly is talking to Xi Jinping about sending more weapons to Taiwan. My fucking goat, dude.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
The great nation builder for China. Oh my God. Let's watch this real quick.
President Xi, in your talk with him recently, it warned about sending more weapons to Taiwan. What was your response to him? Are you going to send more weapons to Taiwan?
I have a response. I'm talking to him about it. We had a good conversation, and we'll make a determination pretty soon.
Tell us about your trip.
We have a very good relationship with President Xi. In fact, I'll be going, I guess, in April.
I'm sorry.
President Xi, in your talk with him recently, it warned about sending more weapons to Taiwan.
Trump loves power so much. Dude, you don't understand. He fucking loves what the Communist Party of China has been able to implement. Okay? I'm sorry. This man is development maxing. He's China maxing. A lot of people think I'm China maxing. I have yet to meet an American leader China maxing as hard as Donald fucking Trump. When he's destroying the design of global trade, he's doing it for China. When he says he might not arm Taiwan any further, he's doing it for China. I haven't seen a guy, a Republican that loves China this fucking hard since the secret Maoist Richard Nixon. Okay? Fucking incredible. Beijing has sought for decades to condition Washington to consult with it ahead of Taiwan arms sales. Previous administrations have refused in line with the six assurances. Regardless of what Trump decides, Trump has gifted Xi a win by setting new precedent. Okay? It's crazy. Who is the biggest Maoist, though, Nixon or Trump? I think to this day, what Nixon did for China is undefeated. And it will, and unless Donald Trump just, I don't know what Donald Trump could do to override what Nixon has done. Like, there's nothing you can do, really. Especially in a moment where it mattered the most. Nixon straight up came in and was like, yeah, Donald Trump would have to like give up California to China or something. Like, or Taiwan, honestly. But even then it wouldn't be as significant as what Nixon did. And for the record, I am saying objectively, it was a good thing for the world that Henry Kissinger and Nixon recognized the PRC. Anyway, let's get back to AOC now.
That the West has been complicit in what she called a genocide. There is no genocide, obviously. Her foreign policy is the basic idea that the West is always to blame for everything bad happening on Earth. One of her big claims is that the West has engaged in hypocritical foreign policy at the same time that she's sitting there and claiming the United States should have basically allowed Hamas to run roughshod over Israel after October 7th, or that the United States should have done nothing about Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, who, as she freely admits, is an oppressor of his own people. Again, this is the Noam Chomsky School of Foreign Policy, except spoken by a person with two standard deviations less of IQ than Noam Chomsky.
Let's talk about Marco Rubio. Many people have seen the clips from his speech. It's roundly being applauded. And Jerry Baker of the Wall Street Journal wrote this today, that in Munich, Rubio points to a path forward for the GOP. His touching invocation of the shared roots of Western civilization that unite America and Europe didn't obscure the warnings Mr. Trump has been sounding, which Mr. Rubio Rubio echoed Europe can no longer rely on American security for its own peace. And yet he did get a standing ovation. Maybe people thinking, okay, this is a tone that we can appreciate.
Yeah, I was speaking with Senator Tim Scott this morning, and one of the points he made about Secretary of State Rubio is that he was constantly using the word we. Now, President Trump selecting Secretary of State Rubio for that position was a brilliant move. Rubio did a spectacular job on the world stage, specifically because he made many of the same critiques you heard J.D. Vance, the vice president, make in Europe. But instead of going in and trying to clobber everybody with a 2x4, he said, listen, we have a shared culture, we have a shared history, we have a shared set of values. If we wish to uphold those things together, then it's really important that you be strong. We're here to help you strengthen yourself, but you can't stand in your own way. You have to get out of your way on the economy. You can't put forward all these green regulations that are designed to hamper your own growth. You have to get out of your own way on mass immigration. If you do those things, then not only can we stand together, we can build the next century together. That's an encouraging message. It's an optimistic message, even if he is making spectacular critiques of the Europeans at the same time.
Well, it's like Rubio ended up with the headlines he wanted out of his speech, and AOC did not. Thanks so much for being on the show, Ben.
Thanks.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get our latest interviews and highlights. And click to subscribe to the Will Kane.
Financial health.
Okay, I'm going to watch Clavicular versus Adam Friedland now before we get to Zoran's Zomentum.
If you're going to take out hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of loans, you might as well invest it into surgery rather than going to school.
What if you could be a plastic surgeon?
And by the way,
bad paper.
you can actually get college loans and use it for surgery. So this is a method. So I've been telling people, yeah, you can literally do that. So just misappropriating the funds, it's really not going to get you in that much trouble, and you'll mog, so you'll be able to sort of get out of it.
He's right. It's free money. Especially if you
Welcome
mob,
to
they'll
a
let you
very
get away with
special
it.
episode of the Adam Friedland Show. It's Adam Friedland. We're going to get right into it. My guest this week is controversial kick streamer and looks maxer Clavicular. That guy. Clavicular has enjoyed quite the meteoric rise over the last 6 months, thanks in part to a series of live stream controversies that have put him on the social radar of anyone and everyone that has a social media feed. I wonder if our parents, you think our parents do?
My mom knows.
Your mom knows?
Because the New York Times.
Because your mom's horny for him. Bro, chill. Okay, now I'm no fan of the things this young man has said about various groups like women, the LGBT community, and especially Jews. What has he? I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
Yeah. What has he said about it?
It's not. Again, we'll talk about it later.
But the bad ones, right?
The bad Jews?
But I think it's important to view clavicular as a symptom of something much deeper, something much darker, perhaps. A cultural virus that has plagued the country, the world, perhaps, for the last decade. And I'm talking about, of course, I don't have to say it, but none other than video game player and pickup artist extraordinaire, Hasan Piker.
What?
Our younger generation has...
Wait, what the fuck? No! What? What the fuck?
Grown up idolizing this man who uses a preternatural fashion sense as a tool for sexual persuasion. How many times have you seen young men at the store or perhaps the mall wearing this exact outfit, attempting to mold themselves into a man who's quite frankly an anti-Semite? Anti-Semite of the year, mind you. A man who views women as workers. A man who live streams everything he does, makes it about politics. A man who's not even as big as his dog. Folks, I'm hoping this interview will be a wake-up call for everyone who's watching it to stop supporting the monster, Hasan Piker. So please enjoy my interview with fucking hell. Jesus Christ. But you can use a phone. Why is he using that? Anyway, so please enjoy my interview with Clavicular, everyone. It's going to be a good one. I think it'll be a good one.
That's insane.
Ladies and gentlemen, the #1 streamer on Kick. Give it up for Clavicular, everyone.
I've never been so mercilessly attacked.
How you doing? You're
so
in New York
viciously.
City?
Doing great, man.
You're enjoying it?
It's a little cold for me.
Yeah. ADL check cashed in. Okay. That's what it is. Clearly. First, he makes me go up on stage at Funny Moms and he makes me destroy myself by attempting to do fucking stand-up comedy. He Andrew Cuomo'd my ass, dude. Presenting me as the reason for why these guys exist. That's crazy. Unacceptable. Is he wrong though? I mean, he's probably wrong about Clavicular because I don't think Clavicular ever watched me, but I mean, Sneeko used to be a Hasanabi head, so I guess he's not technically that wrong. There's a bunch of these young guys that are popping off right now that used to watch. Jason the Ween, Sneeko. They've gone in all different directions. Jackson Hinkle.
But
honestly, like I'm 38 years old and I'm like learning about looks maxing and stuff. Like I do a lot of research for the show, and I feel like I just feel so like a boomer. I feel like so foreign from the youth of today. I feel like I'm learning like a new fucking language or something like that.
Right, yeah. All of the terms are quite comical, but you know, you're not in your own world with not knowing about this whole looks max thing. It's kind of a new thing that's popped up over the past few months, I would say, to the mainstream.
Right.
It's been...
But it existed in forums for years, right?
Right, yeah. No, it's been around for years, and it had sort of a explosion on TikTok back in 2023 where like the kids knew about it, but now it's kind of pushing to X and like, you know, people in your demographic a little bit, so...
Shut up, dude. What does that mean, demographic?
Like old cells?
What is my demographic?
Old cells?
Old cells?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Celibacy?
Just
Dude,
like...
I get pussy. Shut the fuck up, dude. I get mad pussy.
No, it's not like...
Even when I was poor.
That's just one of the terms that we use.
My
like,
sexual market value is just through the roof.
We'll just add cell
any
to the
these
end
guys.
of a descriptor. So
Really?
Just old cell.
So what is your role in this ecosystem? How would you...
It's so funny that he's so matter of fact about something so stupid. What happened to Jason the Ween? No, nothing. I was just kidding. I brought his name up as a joke.
You define the place that you exist within that.
I would say I'm kind of the cultural leader in the looks maxing world, you know, because not a lot of people are super well versed. You know, they're not willing to, you know, go the distance, do whatever it takes kind of to ascend through any and every mechanism out there available to them. So I was like, okay, let's, you know, take this to its logical conclusion, you know, with biohacking, with you know, whatever you know, form of ascension necessary.
Yeah. Are there other are there ops that are trying to come for that #1 spot? Do you have to defend the throne?
Not that I know about.
Are you the hottest guy? Is that what you're saying?
No. Well, that's just...
you just know the most about looks maxing.
Right. Well, that's the goal of the game, right? Is to mog other people, right?
Tell the boomer cells about what that is.
So mogging is essentially just, you know, outperforming them, looking better than them, and just sort of dominating, right? It came from something called AMOG, which was alpha male of the group. Then it was shortened to just MOG. So that's kind of like the term we use when someone is just like outshining another person in like a photo or whatever. So if that comes along and happens to me, right, that's just kind of like almost biblical. You know?
Have you been mogged by another man?
I've definitely been mogged, yeah.
Yeah. How does it feel to get mogged?
It's not a great feeling.
It feels bad.
It does feel bad.
It's just that a guy's more beautiful than you, or
just it could be through you know, a whole plethora of different things. Maybe they have more money than you. They could money mog you. They could status mog you.
Okay. Do you only chill with handsome guys?
No. I chill with
You have normie friends.
I do have normie friends.
And what's your perception of those guys? That they're like, you feel bad for them?
I try not to think about it too much. But it's kind of just like the only thing that I'm kind of talking about when I discuss, you know, looks maxing and the importance of looks is, you know, you could try your hardest not to acknowledge someone being ugly or good looking, but at the end of the day, it's a subconscious bias that everyone's going to have, and it's unavoidable, right? So just because I know the exact facial ratios that make someone good looking or not good looking, it doesn't mean that everyone doesn't instinctually know them already.
It makes sense to me, the basic premise that society rewards attractiveness, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's kind of obvious, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Do you think it's like a revolutionary concept because it's like you're just saying something that's always existed, right?
Right, yeah, no, I think it's quite logical, and that's why I would say that most of my messaging is so well received, is because it seems to me so beyond obvious that you're better looking.
Bro, he actually has like serious mental damage, brain damage. He's like, yeah, my message is so well received. Like, it's fucking crazy. I mean, he's also autistic. Like, when I say he's like, he has serious brain damage, it's like, I'm talking about something different than his autism. I'm not like disparaging people with autism. He obviously is autistic. But like, I feel like he is so oblivious.
You have better treatment in almost every aspect of life. And this is something that's also quite well researched, right? You know, you look at prison sentencing for good-looking people versus people who are less attractive. It's quite clear that it's a huge advantage to have in life.
You think you beat the case recently because you're a hottie?
No comment.
No comment. But did you like, you pumped before you walked into the courthouse?
No, I didn't pump.
Did you wear something slutty so the judge could see?
No, I was fixing my hair in that one mirror, like the curved one, in the courthouse.
I would throw your ass away for life.
Yeah?
Personally, yeah.
Oh, well,
to
good thing you
ugly
weren't the
jail. I'd
judge.
send you to ugly jail.
Brutal.
I'm just playing, dog. Wait, so you came with your boys? That's your camera guy?
Temporary.
Why? You're about to fire him?
No.
Why?
My other.
What's your name? Come up and say what up to the crowd or to the audience. Yeah.
Yours?
Yeah. Come up and say hi. Yeah. Say name, age, body count. Yeah. Yeah. You don't have a body count?
I'm yours.
Social Security
21,
number.
and body count like lower double digits. Something like that.
Lower double digits, like 10.
I don't really count.
Lower double digits is a bizarre way to say that.
Well,
10?
double digits implies like 50s, so that's too high.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your body count?
I don't count.
Do you guys ever run
20s.
two mans together or no?
Not yet.
Not yet.
He's so
One
Two
day.
man's like threesome.
Yeah, one day like a devil's three-way with you.
He said one day. I will say, Adam does have jester's privilege, which I don't mean in like the jester maxing sense, like literally in the OG sense. He has jester privilege for two reasons. One, he can conduct this interview without tremendous scrutiny, as opposed to someone like myself. If I were to do something like this, people would be up my fucking ass. And two, he can have this conversation with like 20-year-olds and you know, make something super entertaining out of it without people being like, you're 38 years old, dog. What the fuck are you saying? That to me is jester privilege. Adam is jester maxing.
You're in the watch out right now. Okay, sorry. I was just like, let's get back into you. I want to like, because it's been like really fucking fast, your ascent, right?
That's right.
Mr. B says you're about to be the #1 guy. I saw a clip.
Yes, he said that if he were to invest in any content creator who's up and coming, it would be myself. I'm not really too sure what that means, but
It sounds like a little bit sinister. A little bit, yeah.
Well, maybe a little bit, but
Dude, that guy kind of tortures poor people, don't you think?
I don't know too much about that. That's been speculated. No, I think people just kind of call into question stuff about some of the budgeting, maybe not being the greatest.
What does that mean, though?
Well, so they're doing like
explain it.
the Team Water thing, right, in Africa, where it's like a charity
The wells,
project.
yeah, for Africa.
The wells, and people were like, is $40 million really necessary? And, you know, personally, I have no idea how any of this shit
less
works.
for the wells?
And, well, that's what people are speculating.
You got a bad
I
deal,
I have no fucking idea, quite honestly. I don't think anyone has any idea how much it costs to, you know, run a water project in Africa.
Yeah. An interesting thing that you talk about is kind of like how economy that you were presented with at your age, the world that you were promised wasn't a better future, right? Like, how would you explain that?
So essentially what I always say is, you know, looks maxing is just another version of self-improvement.
Yeah.
And I'm simply stating that in terms of ascending your sexual market value, which means, you know, how valued you are by women, how easily you're going to succeed in the dating market. It's a lot easier to improve your looks and improve your SMV by that metric than it is to overcome, you know, certain disparities with your finances or improving your status. Because what needs to be accomplished is so much greater than people could ever imagine to have equal results, right? So it's like, let's say you ascend to making even 7 figures a year. It sounds like an incredible number.
Someone in the chat said, I'm going to be real. He sounds much more normal than I was expecting. What do you think, bro? You only see clips. Of course, he has like just because he's out of his fucking mind and leaning into the memes doesn't mean that he doesn't have like a coherent worldview. His worldview is wrong, or I would say unhealthy. But for a 20-year-old, he has like this. I mean, Adam nailed it, right? Adam nailed it. He was like, so you're just basically saying hot people get things, you know, like hot people get, better treatment. It's not, you're not really reinventing the wheel there when you say that, right?
And it is.
When you're a kid, you're like, that's the most money ever.
True,
Yeah.
real. I mean, especially when you live in big cities. So that's the thing, right? People get to these like insanely good milestones, and then they're expecting these results, and they're not coming.
Like
Because-
getting pussy, you mean? Or like.
Well, the fact of the matter is, looks are valued a lot greater in these big cities with how shit the economy is. That's really not getting you as far as you think.
Oh my God! You could just also just move to New York because there's like so many gay guys that there's just more straight women than straight guys. It's a hack.
Or you could just looks max.
Have you seen Seinfeld before?
No.
George Costanza was like on dates with 11s, and it's real. It's real. That's actually what happens.
I don't know. For any of the pop culture references, we are
you don't
20
know
years
shows.
apart. No.
You don't know any shows or movies.
Not like anything before like 2015.
So like Transformers like 4.
No.
No.
I think that's.
What's your favorite movie?
Favorite movie? Oh, that's a tough
Or it's
one.
Jester. Movies are Jester?
Movies
or no?
are kind of Jester, and sports.
Sports is. Oh yeah, you hate sports.
Yeah, movies I could put up with every once in a while.
What's the best one?
Let me think. The most enjoyable movie.
Dude, you gotta not go back to Miami. Just come chill with me and the lads tonight.
And just watch movies?
Have you seen Moneyball?
I have. That's a good
So
movie.
Us, that
Yeah.
movie. So Us. Have you seen it? I love it.
Yeah, I like the movie Limitless.
You kind of are a Limitless style guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that kind of what having like a stack is like being Justin Timberlake, or
That's
who's the
kinda-
guy in Limitless?
Matthew McConaughey.
Bradley Cooper.
Oh, Bradley Cooper.
It kind of feels that way when you first start taking stimulants.
Yeah.
A little
He's
bit.
talking about men.
For me, I just write long emails to people that I haven't talked to in 4 years. So you grew up outside the city, Hoboken?
Yes.
And you've been staying with your family.
Hoboken, no joking.
Yeah.
Are you close?
Wait, this motherfucker's from Hoboken? Oh my God. Oh my God. Hoboken is beautiful. He's Jersey Bridge and Tunnel crowd. He's your people. Hey, chill. All I'm the OG looks maxer. Clavicular is like your id. I'm not kidding when I say this. If I was his age, there is a very high likelihood that I would turn out like that. Like I'll be straightforward with you. I mean, I went through my own journey of trying to figure out who I was and like self-improvement and shit like that. So I don't envy young men that are growing up right now, honestly, because like with all of the fucking bullshit that you're inundated with, I could totally see myself behaving in that way if I was his age. Straight up.
Yeah, I talk to them a fair bit, just online usually. I haven't seen them in person for about a year before this week.
You talk to them online? What do you mean?
Like just over the phone.
Oh, that's on the phone. That's not online.
Yeah.
You have a sister, younger sister.
I do.
Are you close with her?
Yeah.
Yeah. How many years apart?
She is turning 16.
So 4 years.
Yeah.
Me and my sister are 4 years. Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. We got.
He deadass says the worst qualities of you and academics. New Jersey needs to be stopped. Bro, what are some of my qualities that he has? Get the fuck out of here.
Gotta fucking protect our sisters.
Indeed.
Yeah, my sister's my dog. We're like very close. Do you
Okay.
like Springsteen?
Who?
Bruce Springsteen. He's like New Jersey. He's like a rocker. Dude, I gotta put him on the songs. I gotta put him on the movies. We got a Movie Max and Song Max at some point. The two of
Okay.
us as dogs. Your parents are also they're bodybuilders. Is that right?
Back in the day, before I was born,
They were competitive, like Mr. Olympia.
No, not that. Like that's the top of the top competition.
Yeah.
Just local stuff.
Yeah, Jersey.
But you grew up in the era of Rich Piana and Ziz. If I recall correctly, they weren't as toxic and into the community in general during that era. I mean, it was definitely toxic. But yes, it was not as bad as it is now, for sure. But yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, I did grow up in that era. I was in the fucking bodybuilding forums. By the time, luckily, that I was in my 20s and I'd gotten out of college, like, I looked at that stuff and joked about it, right? Like, I had the wherewithal to recognize that that stuff was corny by the time I got out of college. But I could have just as easily been a hateful little shit, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, your mom was.
Yeah, not my dad.
You had a jacked mom?
Yeah, before I was born.
Whoa. I wonder what it would be like to have a jacked. What was it like to have a jacked mom?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, it was
What was
before I
your
was
mom
born.
was? Oh, before you were born.
Yeah, yeah.
You had hot parents?
That's kind of a weird question.
I had a hot mom and a disgusting father. Yeah. I'm fine saying it. I did the measurements on their eyes and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Did your dad teach you how to work out?
No, I kind of just figured it out on my own because we had a home gym that I would just dick around.
I feel like he does not have a good relationship with his father. Judging by that one clip that we all saw, I'm sure, when his dad calls him and is like, "You're fucking doing ketamine. You're a goddamn piece of shit. You're a loser," or whatever. And he's like on the verge of tears.
When I was growing up, and then I got my first gym membership, and kind of would just watch like various.
Rich Piana?
Rich, yes.
Yeah, he was a psycho. I loved him.
Yeah, I loved Rich too. Unfortunately, 99% of the shit he was doing is the complete opposite of what the literature suggests.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that he was doing this.
Also, where in the literature does it say you should be meth maxing? I guess he's not meth maxing. He's doing a low dose, but still,
Rest in peace, you fucking god.
He was a great guy, but his mentality.
Did he die from steroids, or can you die from steroids?
It definitely had a role in his passing, unfortunately, but you can die from steroids, yes. It's putting a strain on your organs, So when I talk about steroids and testosterone usage, it's put into the same category as these bodybuilding guys who are dying, prematurely. But it's not a binary thing, right? It's extremely dose dependent. So when you're talking about TRT or slightly above that, that's not comparable with bodybuilders who are using about 10 or 20 times the dosage.
Does your dick get smaller, or your balls?
Your balls.
Your balls get smaller.
Yes.
But it kind of makes your dick look bigger, probably.
Correct. Yeah. It's about the proportionality. Yeah.
It's probably true. Yeah. I should do, dude. I have long balls.
Wait, what?
Nothing. When did you swipe your V? Like 11, probably?
No, 16.
16?
Yep.
All right, that's a responsible age.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah. So you got into looks maxing prior to
yes.
You getting chicks. Yeah. Was that a motivation? Those like message boards?
That was, but that wasn't necessarily the only thing I was thinking about at the time. It was more just like an objective, this will improve the quality of my life mentality.
Yeah.
And that was just one of...
That's bullshit. That's the biggest bullshit anyone's ever said. No one gets into looks maxing for improving your quality of life. Every single young man that is straight abso-fucking-lutely gets into it because they want to get laid and they want to impress women. Where they go from there, depending on their, mental faculties, is an entirely separate story. His endpoint might be different, but his start point absolutely was because he probably had a crush on a girl or something, and he wanted to impress her. Bro, you were fat when you were a child? Yeah, I was. What kind of fucking point is that? Yeah. And I was absolutely all up in these fucking forums trying to figure out how to lose weight my whole life. Yeah.
The results of that, I guess you could say.
When did you start? Like 14?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you in COVID lockdown?
I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it suck?
Yeah, well, that was when I was 8th grade and freshman.
This fucking sucks.
Yeah.
You had to be at home with your parents the whole time?
Yeah.
If I couldn't see my friends every day, it would just fucking suck. Yeah. So you were online a lot during lockdown.
Yeah. I was definitely on the internet probably 14 hours a day.
Yeah.
Yep. Video games, whatever.
We don't talk about it enough, culturally, about how that sucked for kids.
Yeah, I don't really think it was that bad for most people, not gonna lie. Especially this generation. I think a lot of people...
Yeah, it's because you have no idea what a normal fucking social development is supposed to look like. Yeah, dog, that's why. You are proof that it's bad. You are literally proof that it was disastrous. He's in denial? No, he's not. He's just oblivious because he doesn't know what normal is supposed to be like. Many of you are on the other side. Many of you are on the millennial side or on the older Gen Z side. So you at least had like some of your formative years of social development happen in the normal world. So you had like you had a range of experiences. These guys didn't. Like, he is right in the fucking wheelhouse of a dude who got one-shotted by COVID. Okay? If you're like 20 years old, 21 years old, if you're like on the younger Gen Z side, you're cooked. That's the difference between older Gen Z and younger Gen Z in general.
Just got to sit on their Xbox all day and not have to do any schoolwork. I don't really think that anyone was too upset by the whole process.
But it probably like made it hard like to be like socialized, right? Like,
well, I wasn't doing that anyway.
Were you a loner growing up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Your obsession prior to Looks vaccine was Nerf guns?
No, that was just one.
What's that all about?
That was one when I was like, 8 or 9 years old.
How many Nerf guns do you have?
None anymore.
Come on, dude. You talk about it, dude.
I said it one time, but that's good research.
Yeah, I know everything about you, dog. Wait, did you get obsessed with things growing up? Was that like an aspect of your personality?
Yeah, that was kind of the point.
He's needling him. He's trying to figure out, like, he's identifying the autism, the hyperfixation.
I was trying to make.
Yeah. What other things were you obsessed with?
I was pretty obsessed with like GTA 5, I would say.
Sick, obviously, fire.
I rotted on that for hours a day, like minimum 10 hours every single day during COVID.
Yeah.
So
that's why I'm saying he's like, oh, things were great during COVID. No, it wasn't. You were playing fucking Grand Theft Auto 5 for hours a day. It's cooked. I mean, I did it too. I can't even talk shit. Let's be real. But,
that kind of stuff, just getting super hyper fixated on random shit.
Yeah.
So
I think that's pretty normal.
Yeah.
Video games for kids.
Yeah, I guess, but just only playing one thing for. I have no idea.
I play sports games because I'm cool.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, FIFA, 2K.
Yeah, I wish I was that cool.
I don't trust a guy that doesn't like sports, honestly. You can't trust a guy that doesn't like sports. You can't trust a guy that goes on 7 dick appointments a week. Do you have 7 dick appointments a week? That would suck. It's a lonely feeling, actually, being one of those guys.
What's that?
Nothing. Bro, what do you guys? Is your camera guy? Are you roommates? Yeah.
Yep.
Where, Brickell?
No, thank God.
Where do you live in Miami?
Just no comment, but not.
Oh
Brickell.
no, yeah, I don't want to dox. Yeah.
I would say that Brickell is probably the worst place that you could possibly live if you're an influencer.
Because it's all influencers.
It's all wannabe influencers.
Yeah.
Who want to stop you for a street interview when you're trying to get a coffee in the morning.
Yeah, like do one of those things.
Yeah,
it sucks.
Incessant. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you let your girl get a train run? If, that's what they always say.
Right. Yeah. For
$1 million,
exactly.
and I'm like, obviously, I'd do it for free. Yeah, I guess like, what's the genesis behind like the boards? Did it grow out of like incel and PUA shit? Like, was that right? Yeah. Did you interact with that kind of shit?
That was
first?
before my time. That was kind of when I was like born. Was when it was like all conceptualized on the internet.
Yep, that's my era. PUA, pickup artistry, lookism, and I guess the other one is one was PUA hate. The other one was slut shaming, I think, and then the L is for lookism. These are the 3 blogs that basically got together, and the PSL comes from that. Like the PSL rating system that these guys use come from that. Yes. W. Clev using his wisdom from aging 40 years from all the tests.
So the genesis behind it was like, if you're involuntary celibate, you're like, I'm actually not going to accept this. I'm going to become a like piece of ass.
Again, tell me you guys are not the same person with a straight face. I mean, let's just say he's 19 years old or 20 years old now. He's going to hopefully grow up one day.
And then I'll get girls?
That was the idea behind it. It was more so like identifying.
The most obvious thing in the world.
I think it was more so just identifying why people were incel, and then it kind of transitioned to okay, how could we fix this now?
Have you ever been in love?
That's a tough question. I
it's
don't know.
awesome. It's the ultimate. Honestly, it feels great. But it feels crazy. It feels like you're taking crazy pills sometimes. It's like, what are we even doing?
Mm-hmm.
I think you've been in love. I feel like you're capping. That's cap. I can see you on your face.
Well, I just said
you're
I don't
a lover
know.
boy. You don't know.
Yeah.
So you thought it could be love.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
No.
Do you think that your career has complicated like having like a
Oh
stable
yeah, no,
relationship?
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
You had a girlfriend recently?
Yeah.
And did it make it tough?
Yeah, certainly. It's kind of not really possible to do what I do just because of the hours. Like, you know, with all this kind of
Someone in the chat said, yeah, he's been in love with the ASU frat leader.
production-oriented stuff where you're kind of running a show, it's a little less time devotion than like the streams. Like the streaming hours are beyond brutal, and the shit that I do on stream isn't something that most girls would want to be a part of. You know?
Yeah, like hoes, like flirting with
Hoes,
you.
yeah.
From Brickle style hoes.
Brickle hoes.
Yeah, trying to do street
The worst
interviews.
of the worst,
Do you ever worry that you'll be like, you'll get so hot that you'll be hotter than your girlfriend? 'Cause you don't want to be hotter than your girlfriend.
Why?
Because it's like, what, you want to date? No, you
It's
don't.
like typically how it is in
Really?
modern dating.
Not
Yeah.
for me. Not at all, dude. She is an
Modern.
idiot. I can't believe she's gonna wake up one day and be like, "What the hell have I been?" Well, yeah. I guess there is an aspect of dating that is like courtship, right? Like, it's not sexy if someone is pursuing you, right? Like, it's more sexy if you have a crush on someone and you want to like, you know, like be charming and get them to like you.
Right, and women are just outrageously hypergamous.
What does that mean?
Oh,
it means that they're
God.
trying to date above their looks level.
Oh God, here we go. This is the incel bread and butter. Okay, this is the Das Kapital of incel theory, or this is a labor theory of value for incels. Okay, female hypergamy.
To a ridiculous degree.
You got to move to New York, dude. You see some of the gargoyles with just 11s, dude. This is a different world.
Well, that's because there's a lot of people in New York who are like
gay guys. Yeah.
I was gonna say money maxers, like, you know, finance.
Not even
as a whole, right?
Yeah.
What is true about women is they are hypergamous. They're dating above their looks level, and if they're not, if they're better looking than the guy, it can 99% of the time be attributed to either money or status.
They're way better.
Right?
They can
So
see titties and asses.
that's why I don't really understand when people give like, you know,
This boy's gonna murder someone one day. Mark my words. Nah, he's just gonna probably die. If we're being real, the highest likelihood that he doesn't make it past like 24, going at the fucking rate that he's going. Didn't he already? No, he didn't kill that guy. He just ran him over with a Cybertruck. But unfortunately, the guy survived. And I say unfortunately because the guy was a fucking psycho.
anecdotes on breaking these
Will
rules.
Nev, what is this fucking soundboard? Hey, chill.
I hate white people. I hate white people.
You hear that? That's Austin saying that. Isn't that crazy?
When it's like, yeah, as a whole, we're looking at a society here, not, you know, were you able to get with a chick who's hotter than you?
I don't know. It's just like they like it kind of a little bit if we're like a little ugly sometimes.
No.
I think yeah, bro.
Well,
He's
you're
mocking.
also
I'm
a
like-
millionaire status.
Billionaire.
Billionaire.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I did see someone say. Is
Why
that
did they
true?
say billionaire?
What?
Who tweeted that I'm a billionaire?
I don't know. I was like, is that true?
Yeah, I'm a billionaire, dude.
But you know, as a whole, these rules are true, and these are rules that you
I don't
should
think
kind
they're
of.
true, dude. I think you're making
They
up fake
absolutely are.
rules.
No, I don't think so.
I'm telling you, dude. All my friends' girlfriends are hotter than them.
Hmm.
Dude,
Are all
you
your
should
friends
see
rich?
Steven's roster. Steven, no, not at all. Back me up, Steven.
And that's another common cope is people just don't know how to properly rate individuals' attractiveness because they'll score women a lot higher because it's like,
'Cause
yeah,
they're hot.
Exactly. But when you actually know the objective measurements, it doesn't become about sexual attraction.
Yeah, I wonder why. Perhaps it's because beauty is subjective. I don't know. That might have something to do with it. He's so cooked. He is so fucking cooked.
It's about mathematics, and you're able to be a lot more analytical with, you know, rating people.
But what's sexy about math?
Well,
Right?
it's about figuring out attractiveness.
I
at the
don't
end of
need
the
to
day.
know the math on a pair of tits, you know?
Well, it's about the faces, and at the end of the day,
face, yeah.
you see a girl, you think she's hot. It's the same, but we're just trying to identify why. You know, why do you have that subconscious
'Cause you're horny.
instinct? You know, but why? What makes a face good? What makes a face bad? That's the kind of stuff that I'm just explaining to
Because
people.
I think girls are hot. I
Right.
sometimes get horny for them.
There you go. Well, we're just
I've
talking
been
about
horny
why.
for them my whole life, dude. Even before I could bust, dude. I've been horny for them. Anyway, let's not get carried away. Can you break it down for me? Like, so what are these measurements, and like how have they? Is it crowdsourced? Is it like the community is kind of determined like
They do a lot of
PSL?
surveys
It's
on this
called
stuff.
PSL.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it comes from a bunch of different sources. You know, even something like the mid-face ratio tracks back to ancient Greece, but a lot of it is, you know, attractiveness surveys, scientists determining what is the most ideal measurement, right? And you take all these measurements and you come up with a total facial harmony score, and that kind of is able to be gauged on how attractive someone is. And
Yeah.
there's other things that play a role, like phenotype, you know, and if you were to extend it to just the full body and height and frame, things like that. So there's a lot that goes into it, but it's all very objective.
And this is kind of something that's like the community has debated and kind of like
It's not like that makes it sound like it's just a bunch of autists on forums kind of debating
I'm
numbers.
not saying that. I'm just,
Well, no, I know. I'm just.
there's no like guru. There's no like Ross Jeffries who's
No,
teaching his
it's not like
system.
one guy's opinion.
Yeah.
You know, it's all very well researched.
Do you know who
stuff.
Ross Jeffries is?
I don't.
He's like the first pickup artist guy. When we were 15, my friend Tommy was like, dude, I'm sick of not fucking. I was like, we all are, dude. And he's like, I downloaded these lectures from Kazaa of this guy, Ross Jeffries. And I was like,
Okay, this is lore that I didn't even fucking know. What the hell, Adam?
what the, like you're
That's why he's the one true Adam. Lol, this dude really trying to bring a return to phrenology. All of this looks maxing shit is phrenology.
not gonna get pussy from lectures. And he fucked at school like 3 days later. Literally at school. Literally, it was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And then he started dating that girl, and he saved her in his phone as bitch.
Bitch.
It was rude, quite rude. So, just explain to me what like the PSL kind of like, you know, layman's terms, because I'm like not very smart, but like.
Well, PSL was
There's
3.
4 categories.
Sorry.
It's an 8-point scale, right?
Right.
Yeah. So how's that determined?
So that's just a different rating system that came from the community, and those are just PSL is 3 like lookism oriented forums, and
Yeah, say the names. Say the S.
and you know, like pickup artist type things. So the idea behind it is that there's no such thing as a 10, and the highest rating was an 8. Now it's kind of been skewed to match the decile scale, so it's not completely
What's
what it
the
was.
decile scale?
Like out of 10.
Out of 10. Oh yeah.
So people will kind of just try to.
The S is slut shaming. The P is PUA hate. The S is slut shaming. And the L is lookism.
Like make it translatable when that was never really the intention. There's a reason there was no 9 and 10 included in the scale.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know?
Yeah.
So that's kind of just what it comes down to.
What are the 3 categories?
Unc, you're 40? Dog, I was there when these fucking ancient tomes were being written. Don't fucking test me, okay? The fuck do you mean? I walked so the motherfuckers like Clavicular could run.
The 3 categories.
You said there were 3 standards.
No,
that
it's
go-
just 3 forums that
Oh,
PSL
forums.
stands for.
Oh, yeah. What was that? What does it stand for?
Pickup artist hate, slut hate, and lookism.
Slut hate?
Yeah.
What do they say? Just fuck girls. The whole...
Well, that's what the forum was called.
Yeah. Who was on the boards? Was it like kids your age?
Now it is. Yeah. Now
Now it
it's often people who are a little bit younger.
Yeah.
That's not good. It's true. It's not good. You walk because you are 34. You ran when you were 33. Okay, chill. Why are we trying to get our licks in? Okay, can we not do that right now? Can we not do that today, of all days, in this set of circumstances? Okay, we're watching Brain Rot.
Girls on there?
Sometimes there'll be girls who try to like LARP their way into the community when it's meant to be a male-dominated space, or just like a male space in general, because women have just an exponentially easier time living life and sort of getting away with whatever the fuck they want. So, you know, you give them like this whole looks max app.
Like, this is the problem, especially with this kind of mentality, because like objectively, this dude is on the other side of it, right? You start this journey because you want to get pussy. Let's be real. And you start getting pussy, you are on the other side of this story now. You've done it. You've succeeded. Okay? You can't keep up with the whole like, oh, women, they fucking the resentment towards women, like, oh, they get everything handed to them because they're hot, like all this shit. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy to me that these guys are, I guess the difference between a guy who like goes to the gym and like works out and you know, develops like a very healthy body and is in peak physical form versus the guy who like gets really into lifting and then looks like a Ninja Turtle, right? This is the Ninja Turtle of misogyny and inceldom. Because as far as like self-improvement goes, I mean, I'm a big advocate for self-improvement. You guys know this. I talk about it all the time. It's been a really, really important part of my own personal journey. That's why I always say everyone can be a 7. Like, what did I say? People are throwing up huhs. Like, you're supposed to shed yourself of this kind of idiocy by the time you are interacting with women. Like, by the time you get to a point where you're like actually putting yourself in a situation where you're around women and they're not running away from you and you're getting like positive affirmation from women, you're supposed to Ninja Turtis. Oh man.
Now to make things even easier, it's just I don't know, maybe makes the playing board kind of.
But haven't they've been look maxing for a long time, no?
Yeah, but
They wear
not
makeup
properly.
Not properly.
Yeah.
So wait, correct me if I'm wrong. There's normie for guys,
right?
Low tier, mid tier, high tier normie.
Yes.
And then there's Chad, Turbo Chad, Giga Chad.
Chad Light Chad.
Chad Light.
Yeah.
What are you?
I don't rate myself.
We're like Giga, no?
Yeah, sure.
Low key.
We're like Giga, yeah.
Yeah. People
I
don't
agree.
understand what it's like for us to be.
It's true.
Yeah. Is your philosophy that like one can make themselves into Chad if
No.
they want? No.
So genetics are going to play a huge role in everything and what's able to be accomplished, but you know, anyone can improve their
He's
life.
on Ket right now. He seems dozed off. I think he's on beta blockers. By his own admission. I don't know if he does Ket when he's like going on interviews. I think he does Ket when he goes out to party. But I think he's on, oh God, I should not know this. No one should know this. Why do I know this? Bro, he's not having fun. No, this is literally how he is. He's like this the entire time. I mean, look at all the clips of him that go fucking viral, dude. It's always him like this. There's never anything past that point.
To a pretty significant degree, if they're willing to do sort of whatever it takes and go with that mentality.
Yeah.
But obviously your base where you start out is going to determine a lot. You know?
Yeah.
So you might looks max your entire life, do everything properly, but if you're someone who just does not have the genetic base to allow for you to be a Chad or anything, you might be a little disappointed.
Yeah. How do you conceive of yourself prior to like going on this transformation? Like, what do you think of that kid?
No, I'd say it's like a very like linear process to looks max. It's not like a, you know, where you leave your cocoon or whatever, like a butterfly or some sort of metamorphosis. It's very slow and steady. So I don't really think you change your, you know, view on anything.
Yeah. Had you not looked max, you think you'd still be a hot guy? You probably would, no?
I would say that, you know, obviously your genetics are going to play the biggest role in everything.
But you have it, right?
I don't think I would be as...
Why is he on beta blockers, heart medication? It's because of all the steroids that he's doing. He says it's for his high blood pressure, hypertension caused by taking a fuck ton of steroids. He does TRT and Anavar.
As good looking, no.
Not as, but like you'd still be a hot guy.
It's just, I don't know.
Yeah,
But
he's
not-
male to male transitioning. He's male to male
hard.
trans.
It really is hard to pinpoint exactly
Yeah.
how much, you know, some of the different interventions would have played a role, or, you know, where I would have got to.
I know you said you wanted to get double job, and you're not going to do it now. What's
No,
double
I
job?
still want to do it, but there's just been a lot of things
What does
that
it
have gone
do?
down. just advances your upper maxilla and your
Dog shit physique for someone on steroids. Yeah, he is in remarkably poor shape for doing so much steroids that he's infertile. I will say that. I mean, especially because, like, dude, you do not need steroids when you're 19. I'm serious. Like, you do not need steroids when you are 19 years old. You have to be fucking insane. You are already on steroids when you're 19 years old. Barring some kind of like genetic disorder that causes your body to not produce testosterone, when you're 19 years old, you're basically you're auto producing like test levels of T already organically. It's natural steroids pretty much. And there's also the other side of the cycle, which I guess he never gets off of it. I guess that's how he manages it, because like the other side of this is going to be disastrous. He will fucking kill himself, you know? Because like, dude, after doing it, after cycling, like being on TRT for years and years, getting off that shit, like then you're going to have to go on, you have to do like estrogen, right? Oh my God, the fucking downfall. I don't even know what it's like. I don't even know what it's like to be on TRT at the age of 19. I probably would have fucking ran through a wall. It's an absolute endocrine nightmare for the rest of his life. Yeah, I mean, that's why I say he's like he's maxing out at 28. He's not going to see beyond 28, I don't think.
lower mandible.
Did you just get your mouth is like print out?
Yeah. Just move the jaws
Turkey?
forward.
You're going to Turkey?
Yeah, there's just a lot of complications with travel right now that I'm not going to get into.
You're on the no-fly list?
No.
Yeah.
Nothing like that.
Yeah. We got to go to Turkey.
Yeah.
I get rhinoplasty.
There you go.
Actually, I like my nose. I used to not like it.
Okay.
I like it. The other thing was leg breaking.
Do you think he has count? Do you think what he has counts as some kind of body dysmorphia? Bro, this is beyond body dysmorphia. I have body dysmorphia. What he has is something entirely different. Like, considering what he has as body dysmorphia is like doing a disservice to the term itself, because he has acted out on his body dysmorphia so much that it's just, his body psychosis. I've never seen anything this like critical.
Yeah, that was kind of just like a thought experiment. I think people didn't really understand what I was getting at was the reason I was talking about sort of the limb lengthening stuff was just about ROI. And then I kind of started popping off in another area, which was, social media, status, money. And I realized that the ROI was not worth it anymore. In terms of like ascending my S&B, I was able to just leverage something else.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the corruptive and corrosive nature of capitalism for the record? You got a 19-year-old talking about the sexual marketplace, right? Utilizing terms like ROI, return on investment, and making mathematical decisions on something that is not even supposed to be remotely quantitative, but objectively qualitative. Okay? I think this is one of the other often unspoken remnants of capitalist dogma, capitalist realism, like the notion that every single aspect of your humanity, even something as simple as like interaction, something as simple as finding love, finding a romantic partner, has turned into this like degrading, dehumanizing mathematical equation. Every aspect of our existence is about maxing out. It's disastrous. These children we're destroying them. We're destroying their futures. We're destroying their brains. I briefly touched on this when we were talking about like Sigma guys and like alphas and, the fucking wantrepreneurs and all of that. But this generation, especially like younger Gen Z and Gen Alpha, is so bricked with the notion that you got to get the bag. Everything is in pursuit of the bag. It's even worse than previous generations, especially because a lot of the social component of social learning, social development that was previously offline has been destroyed. We're more atomized than ever before. COVID certainly accelerated this process anyway. And now everything that these guys learned, they learned from people on the internet, people like myself. And unfortunately for many others, people like Andrew Tate and the like. And that's what's so devastating. Like for a lot of you, because this is the number one thing that even when I was in China, no matter where I'm at in the world, people come up and say like, oh, I, during COVID, I watched you quite a bit. Like you were a formative part of my life. Imagine if you didn't find me and instead found one of these like fucking right-wing shitheads in that same time frame. Like I do truly believe that I played a little part in at least saving a decent percentage of at least like the generation that I'm a part of and also the elder Gen Z to the best of my ability, of course. And, I had limited reach, but goddamn, dude, imagine.
How tall are you now? 6'2"?
Yeah. So that's the goal at the end of the day is to maximize SMV. And if you could do so through other areas, go for it.
Yeah, gesturing.
But at the end of the day, that's going to be incredibly difficult for someone to have like the status ascension I did, right? Where it makes it comparable.
Can I ask you a question? Is it like looks maxing a means of like avoiding, like it's called gesturing, but like just like a chatting, like or like flirting with girls? If you're like so hot, you don't have to talk to them.
Yeah, it certainly makes it easier to be a dumbass.
To not talk to girls.
Yep.
Also, just about like when I was like a 16, like just being so afraid if a girl doesn't want to kiss me back, like just like wanting to kiss a chick and like how nauseating you feel at that age.
Mm-hmm.
And like had that been post Me Too, it probably would have been even scarier, right?
I've never had to.
I'm just saying, like, does that make it scarier? Like, does that make dating or gender relation, like relating to women,
This
scarier?
is interesting. This is an interesting dynamic. Again, it's cultural for a certain age group. I guess like for Gen Z, they don't even have that either because they don't even realize that like the relationship dynamic has changed already. Like the consent dynamic at play has changed dramatically for their generation, or they just don't even think about it at all. It's like not even a thing, like the Me Too era.
For guys your age? No?
No.
Me Too?
I've never had any issues.
I'm not saying you got Me Too. No, you're not listening to me. I'm saying that it creates a...
Nope, never mind. His reaction implies that, nope, never mind. This generation is also perfectly aware of Me Too. He's just like worried.
Kids are having less sex now.
That is true.
Yeah.
There's a lot of statistics about this. Young men are I'm pretty sure 2/3 of young men 18 through 21 haven't had sex in 6 months. So it's quite brutal. Yeah.
That's crazy. I guess like let's go into like your fame, right? Like it's been rapid.
Correct.
What has it been like to become a famous person very quickly?
Well, don't want to use the term famous, just kind of well known, maybe infamous even.
Famous, dude. Famous. Say it, dude. Say it with your chest.
No.
Yeah, say it.
Not
dude.
yet. Hopefully one day. But
you'll get more famous. But you're very.
I've kind of been doing social media for a little bit longer than people realize because I just started streaming and going super mainstream. But I had been posting and doing content for about a year now. So which I guess in the grand scheme of things for social media, that's still relatively short in terms of like career longevity. But so the live streaming started in about November. It was when it kind of took off. So yeah, it's been a quick rise from there. But I don't know. I've been adapting.
What do you attribute it to?
Consistency, and it's new, it's fresh, it's content. People are doing the same shit all the time on Twitch, and no one gives a fuck anymore. It's the same streams, it's like video games. It's just boring, right?
Yeah.
But
I don't watch that.
Exactly, So, and people are realizing that more and more.
Fuck you, Adam.
So everyone looks for what's new on the internet.
Who's your fan base? Who's the squad? Do you have a name for the stands?
No, not really.
What are they called? Clav Gang? Yeah.
No real name.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a lot of guys? It's a lot of young men?
Surprisingly, it's actually pretty split down the middle.
Really?
Yeah, I would say in terms of like my live stream viewership, it would be like mostly men, but I have a lot of female fans, like,
For being hot.
Dude, I'm not going to lie to you. I know we think that he's capping, but I don't think he's lying. Dude, I don't think you understand how fucking busted the next generation's brains are. Dude, he's not fucking lying, dude. He's not lying. I mean, it's not 50-50, but it's like, it's a lot higher of a percentage than you think. Like, out of the people that do know him, right? Out of the people that do know him, you would be shocked. Because part of his appeal is very gay, okay? So if you're like a hag, or if you're, into like messy reality TV drama, like, I 100% believe like ladies watch his shit in the same way that they would watch. There's a term for it. Hag I'm not saying the full word, but like someone, it's a type of white lady oftentimes that is fascinated with gay culture. Okay. I don't know what like the appropriate terminology for it is, but you know what I mean? Someone said fruit fly. Okay. Fujoshi? I don't know what that means. But I was saying like F-slur hag is the full term for it. But what is I don't know what a fujoshi is. But anyway, my point is, I think that there is like somewhat of an appeal from that perspective as well. It kind of clicked with me a little bit when I saw the interaction that he had with all those like Dime Square ladies at the New York Fashion Week thing that he was doing, where I think like a lot of people like the reality TV aspect of it, and there's something for the ladies there as well. Fujoshi means rotten girl is a girl who's obsessed with yaoi gay mangas. Oh, good to know. That's strange, but what is this? Pretty well explained. Completely mogs the looks maximum movement under 2 minutes. I can't see that. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly.
Come on, bro. You have an SMV. That's why the bitches want to. Come on.
Yeah, I think it's just from TikTok. Like, would be most of the female audience. Like, they're not really interacting with
these girls right here.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. TikTok probably.
Wait, I felt bad for you when I saw that clip of the Orlando Asian kid.
That.
What up, homie?
Yo, you think you can sign my album?
Yeah, I got you, man.
Big fan, man.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, bro, we've been on your ass since the moment you were streaming, since November.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
You think we can take a stream photo?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
All right, bet. All right, on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my God.
Love you, Kyle.
That kid sucked.
Oh man, that is so annoying when like I'll be just trying to.
Oh, it's so annoying when I'll be out just trying to rizz up a babe, and like one of my fucking dumbass fans comes up and does exactly what I've been doing for like the past couple of months now. It's just so lame. It's like, bro, those are your fans doing what you do. If a motherfucker like that came up to me and stream sniped me, that'd be a hater. Okay? That would be a fucking hater doing some shit like that. Luckily, it doesn't happen, right? But in your circumstance, that's a fan of yours.
Talk to girls and in the bar or whatever, but people want to spam a million photos, and it's like I get it, and I like all the fans, but if you're dropping game on like a chick IRL, like people will come up and kind of distract you or whatever. Yeah, a little bit by accident, but
How could you even call yourself the Orlando Asian mogger when that guy has clearly mogged no one his entire...
Oh, dude, Adam. Bruh. That's crazy. How dare you fucking disparage the good name of the Orlando Asian mogger? He was mogging in our hearts.
He's a liar. He should call himself the Orlando Asian liar.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if that was like a clip farm or whatnot, but
I guess when I found out about you, it's like I guess you've had like various controversial moments, but like those have obviously, for me as like a fucking middle-aged man, like those are the times that it gets on my like algo, right?
Right. Yeah.
And is there a pressure there? I guess like to like controversy max.
Most content creators try to clip farm.
What is clip farm?
Like just do stupid shit to go viral, but a lot of the times like I won't really be thinking too hard.
It's just
when it happens. Yeah. The thing is, all those clipping accounts that just went viral for that kind of shit, none of those words are or anything that I even understand myself. Like, it's just people making up random shit because they pay clippers based on viewership, so they're just writing dumb shit, and like they'll put filters on your face.
What
and
words
stuff.
are they saying?
Like jester gooning. Like
Jester goon. Yeah.
doesn't like really mean anything.
Do you feel like that's making fun of you a little bit?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. Folks, I'm going on the road this week.
God damn, he's got so many fucking ads. He's selling creatine. That's crazy how many ads he has.
AFS. What percentage do you think when you view society are normie versus like Chad or like...
I'm jealous. I can never have ads like that. I can never have ads like that. You know? Jester gooning explained.
The most interesting thing about jester gooning is that it's almost a synonym of jester max.
Okay, enough.
Like Becky versus Stacy.
Well, what percent of people are Chad?
Like when you view the world, yeah.
0.1 maybe. Something like
0.1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you feel like you occupy that percentage?
No, I don't really like to try to categorize my looks. I just want to look better. That's the message.
You aspire to look to do
To look
more
better.
looks maxing?
Yeah, like I don't really think the whole rating thing. For some reason, people are goddamn obsessed with figuring out the rating. Ask me for a rating, but dude, just look better. That's all you need to worry about.
Yeah. When you look in the mirror, do you see the imperfections that you want to correct?
Yeah, but it's not like one of those body dysmorphia type of, reactions where I'm just like, can't even leave the house because I like, my mid-face ratio is off by like 1 millimeter type thing. And there are people like that.
You look good, dude. You're fine.
Well, there are people like that. I know.
Look at these girls. They're sliding out of their chairs right now.
So I know what's suboptimal about my face, but I don't really let it occupy.
What is suboptimal about your face?
Well, obviously there's plenty of things, right?
Dude, you're fired, dude. Plenty of things. What are you talking about, dude?
Well, just being like
What am I then? I should kill myself? What you look suboptimal. You look incredible.
Well, almost no one has.
You look like Superman or something.
Well, almost no one has a completely perfect face according to science, right? So you could find things that are flaws on anyone, but some of them will be minor, and some people will be extremely deformed. So it's just like it's the whole thing's a spectrum. But I don't really think about it too much on a
right. So I guess what do you do day to day? Like what's your kind of routine?
A lot of it is pharmacology, right? So like using pharmaceutical.
Drugs.
Yeah. So what that would kind of look like is I don't like the endocrine system, which is like your natural testosterone production, because just in a modern society, there are so many things that are meant to disrupt this process. So my entire mentality is just don't try to fight it with doing these stupid carnivore diets and wearing like this cotton clothes.
Yeah.
It's like just get off the entire thing and use exogenous hormones.
Okay.
So that's the first thing that I do is testosterone.
What is that, like a syringe or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's one. The next thing is going to be a GLP-1 agonist.
What is that?
So I use something similar to Ozempic called retatrutide.
Okay.
And that's a peptide that basically suppresses my appetite, making it difficult to eat. I don't really think about food too much, and because being lean is about 70% of what you could accomplish in terms of looks maxing.
Yeah, really.
And then the next thing is, hair loss, because 2/3 of men by 21 years old are experiencing some form of male pattern baldness. So avoiding that is really going to be something that's crucial to maintaining those looks.
I agree.
So taking what's called a 5-alpha reductase inhibitor, testosterone converts into dihydrotestosterone through this one enzyme in your body. So you're blocking that process because DHT is going to be a huge problem for your hair, right? It causes hair follicle miniaturization.
Would you rather lose your hair or your dick? Because I would say dick, personally. Yeah. Fucking, I would look terrible without hair. I'd look sick.
Exactly.
Yeah. But if you go bald, you could go jacked. You could go Bruce Willis kind of.
No, that just makes you look like one of those cringe red pill jesters. I feel like.
I think they're jesters too.
Yeah, I kind of just like to refer back to the quote, like hair is life, and if you have no hair, you have no life.
Oh my God. Dude, I just don't understand that, like how have you lived enough how have you lived a long enough life to have even developed all these theories? Like, I just don't think, like, you're 19. What do you mean if you don't have hair, you don't have life? That's like the attitude that a 35-year-old man has, okay? In a very deeply disturbed 35-year-old man, mind you, okay? I don't understand how you could be 19 and be like, yeah, dude, if you're fucking balding, it's over for you. Like, you should kill yourself. He's so wise. You're just a politics maxing jester. Yeah, that's true. I am fucking politics maxing. I'm jester maxing.
Confucius.
No, that's actually Saint Hamoudi.
Who's Saint Moody?
Saint Hamoudi, just some autists from like the Black Veil space.
Oh, okay. He's not from the Bible.
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, and then you do like a finasteride or whatever.
Something similar.
Okay.
I'm old. If a younger cousin calls me a jester, is it an insult? Yes, that means you're a clown. What do you mean? That means you're unserious. Using the word jester is so fucking lame. They came up with that shit. They used to say politics is jester, but then they started doing politics because they hung out with Nick Fuentes. This dude's career trajectory is so crazy because out of nowhere, they ask about Marlon, right? And Marlon, who you may have seen on this platform, Twitch. I've played basketball on the same team as him and Jason the Ween back in the day. Anyway, not the fish, man. I know you motherfuckers are old as shit, but he's like one of the phase adjacent guys. Oh my God. I feel so fucking old. Y'all are a bunch of old cells. Honestly, you are a bunch of old cells. Y'all are not even jester maxing. Anyway, so Marlon's like a very handsome dude, right? And basically what happens is like they're like, oh, what do you think about Marlon? He mogs you. And this guy with all of his homies, when he's a part of the cookie verse, turns around and says, nah, Marlon can't mog me because he's black. And everyone was like, what the fuck? That's mad racist. Why did you say that? Right? And from that point on, he became like totally tapped in with the Nick Fuentes clique. He basically went in fully on the racism pipeline. He then did a collaboration with Nick Fuentes like shortly thereafter, and the rest is history. Then Kick basically said, hey, you're exactly the type of guy we need on our platform. And they gave him a contract, and then he started kick streaming, and then the Kick Clippers basically blasted him all over the internet, and he got super virality from that point on. Yeah, he was eugenics maxing. I'm coming to the house to smash that soundboard is for your own good. Bruh. Chill.
Bruh.
Don't do it.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths. Forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
I feel like it gets longer every time I play that sound. Like, bro, you are not breaking my fucking soundboard, dude. This shit is fire. I'm soundboard Sally. Okay. Hey, Will, you know what I got for you? Oh, you want to come over, dude?
Do not come. Do not come.
Faster.
Because the tea makes you go bald faster.
Yeah,
it gives you acne.
The testosterone and its byproduct.
Yeah.
Dihydrotestosterone.
Yeah. So you just do those three things?
No, I mean, we'll be sitting here for a little while if we go through the whole
Why do you go to medical school?
Well, I got kicked out of school.
Yeah, but whatever. We'll get you back in. I don't want to be a Jewish mother, but you should go to medical school.
That's a horrible idea, dude.
Why? You know all this
because
crap. You could help people doing medical school.
I would never go back to school. I'm already doing good enough on social media where I can't even think about the word school in a serious context.
You could be a doctor. You could be a good doctor. It's a good job, no?
No, doctors.
But you know all this stuff. Do doctors agree with the stuff you're saying right now? Or
doctors are
you're rogue.
I'm telling you, listen to this. These people are literally going to school for 10 years, accumulating a retarded amount of debt.
Retarded, yeah.
Just to make, a wage that's not really going to elevate you to a position where you could beat any looks disparity.
Wait, what the fuck? He's saying the ROI on becoming a doctor is not worth it because you could just looks max and get the same quality hose, I guess? That's crazy. Doctors are status maxing, dude. I think you're forgetting. They're money maxing. They're status maxing. And they're also healthcare maxing. It's bullshit.
So it just doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah, but your mom tells the daughter, like, you find a
Like,
nice
dude,
doctor.
if you're gonna take out hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of loans, you might as well invest it into surgery rather than going to school.
What if you could be a plastic surgeon?
And
They
by
make
the way,
bad paper.
you can actually get college loans and use it for surgery. So this is a method. So I've been telling people, yeah, you can literally do that. So just misappropriating the funds, it's really not going to get you in that much trouble, and you'll mog, so you'll be able to sort of get out of it.
Okay, let's do a rapid fire questions. Okay, these will be.
I'm gonna be a high school teacher next year. Am I cooked? Yeah. It's probably the lowest of the totem pole as far as status maxing. I'm gonna be honest with you. You're probably gonna get zero pussy. You're gonna educate the youth. Well, low key, you are gonna have to deal with a lot of clavicular fans when you're a fucking school teacher. So you're definitely cooked.
Fun. You were interviewed by Michael Knowles. What do you think of that guy's? Do you know?
I thought he was very nice.
Okay, never mind. I mogged when he came on here. He's a nice guy, whatever.
He is nice.
He just tells trans people they should be eradicated. He's really nice.
But hear me now. Gray mogging does not erase legacy. He streamed through bad writing. He bulked through winter. He angled max through adversity. He taught us that even if your clavicles are average, your heart can still be elite. He may have been with differentiated. He may have been shoulder span dips. He may have been aura checked in 4K, but he never quit. And when that pipe stood there, all symmetry, all delts, all framed, and lived to tell the tale.
Oh my god. We do not buy clip-on mics. This is devastating. I guess people are having fun. I guess the positive of this is that people are having fun. You know? I don't want to yuck their yum.
Yeah, so that's why I don't like to think about politics, because these people get into these manic headspaces over nonsense. And I'm just
they're
like,
losers.
Dude, why?
Yeah. I have politicians on. They're fucking.
Which ones?
They're jesters, dude.
Yeah, for real.
I had the mayor, Zoran. Have you heard of him?
No.
He's fire. He's pretty fire.
Zoran?
Zoran.
Oh, no, I never heard of the guy.
He's sick. He's the New York mayor.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm so far removed. I can't give a fuck, man.
He's got a high sexual market value. Do you jester when you're chilling with your boys? Can you jester with guys? Can you just not jester with girls? Is it okay to jester with fellas?
Dude, honestly, it's okay to jester regardless.
Oh my god, thank you. When I read that gesturing was cope, I forced me to look in the mirror when I was learning.
It's just like you just have to be kind of conscious of the fact that you're gesturing. That's like the main.
Broken Heil Hitler, but doesn't know Zoran. Now, if that isn't a sign of the times, I mean, to be fair, he might not even know who fucking Adolf Hitler is. I'm gonna be honest, dude. These guys have nothing up here, okay? It's when I say the next generation is cooked, I mean they are down abysmal. They're down worse than fucking YouTube right now. Because I could get it, because YouTube is down currently. Everyone keeps telling me in the chat, YouTube is down. How are you watching this? You know, I'm bandwidth maxing. Heritage Foundation been doing work over the recent decades. Dude, this is beyond. We got to reopen the schools, man. I don't know how we fix this. I think we just hit the reset at this point.
Distinction that needs to be made, because some people will gesture and genuinely think it's like game or the right approach. But like if you just want to be silly and fuck around, like that's perfectly fine in my opinion.
It's fun to make a girl laugh at a joke, though. It's fun.
Yeah,
it feels
but
good. It's like
that's not really jester maxing though. Jester maxing would be like
juggling,
that, or just like maybe self-deprecating humor would be like one thing.
Yeah.
That's like a very jester max thing to do.
What do you do for fun? Like what's?
Dude, I'm gonna be honest. I don't do anything besides stream.
That's so sad, is what I would say if I lived in a totally separate body than the one that I currently occupy. And because I'm Hassan Hassanabi Piker, I will say that's normal and cool, okay? I caught myself. It is sad. And then I felt like I was just saying that about myself, I'll be honest. Oh, come on.
Blammo!
Come on.
Blammo! Blammo!
And both y'all balls are empty? Stop it.
And pussy too.
Come on, bro. You gotta have fun sometimes. You gotta put a movie on with the boys and make jokes about it because it's a bad movie.
Nah.
Just try it out. Yo, where's the camera guy? Just please, just promise me you'll do that with him.
We can try.
Yeah, fuck no.
Why fuck no, dude?
I would rather, the way I think about it is like when I'm doing anything off camera that's like an activity, I'm like, I could be streaming this getting paid right now.
Come on, dude. You can't just make it. You gotta have you separate a little bit.
Well, think about it, right? There's literally people who do shit like mini golf and bowling and like go and hang out with like, go to dinner dates with girls. Off stream, they're not getting paid, right?
Yeah.
Like, dude, doesn't that fuck with you a little bit? Like, there's people who actually do
You
this
think
shit.
that's what people are primarily doing?
It's not you and him are the same? No, no, I don't. I do stuff. I do things. Chat. I do things off stream. I do things off stream. I really do. I really do. Bro, you have friends? I do. I have friends. Science as a candle in the dark. Thank you for the 20 community gifted subs. Once again, if you like the soundboard, subscribe right now. Subscribe right now if you like the soundboard to show the haters that you like the soundboard. Let's fucking see it. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service if you enjoy the soundboard, everybody.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Nah, they read you. Play the soundboard now, bitch. I am playing the soundboard. Holy fuck, the amount of motherfucking subs are cooking, dude. Here, we gotta play it. I mean, come on. People love the fucking soundboard, bro. They love the soundboard. L. Sparkman, thank you for the 10 gifted, by the way. The soundboard is making you sub max. I agree. Can you link the soundboard? No, I just have like I have a stream deck now. It's like a mini dopamine edit. It's the talk of the town. Actual picture of Hassan's soundboard. He's like that child that got a very annoying toy for his birthday and he keeps pissing everyone off with it. God damn it. Why does this have 3.4 thousand likes, bro? You've divided my household. My mom hates the soundboard, but I love it. Never subbed before, but I heard this Wine Mom Socialist on Twitch is a cool ass soundboard. Thank you. Congrats on 1 billion YouTube views. Soundboard Unc. What is this? Oh shit. 1 billion channel views. Oh my God. Okay, we gotta celebrate. We gotta celebrate. You know what we gotta do.
We are blame. We'll follow the gospel's name. We are Charlie Kirk.
Hell yeah. 1 billion channel views, man. That's crazy. I'm like McDonald's, but I'm making your brain obese with socialism. Heard they call you the soundboard streamer. That's how they know me as, which is good because that is who I am now. I'm the soundboard streamer for sure.
You make dinner with your girl. You put on a girl show.
Stream it, bro.
You do face. No, I don't know. I actually like want a private life, and I had to learn that.
Dude, I want my fucking hourly streaming.
Here's the thing. I think that people are a little. When I look at social media, I think like people are kind of ignoring the fact that you're 20, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say that pretty much every content creator has seemingly got like this treatment for immaturity, or like, you know, people excuse bad behaviors, but that's never been applied to me whatsoever. And
why?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I just come across as like more mature when I do like these long form like podcasts a lot of the time, so people don't realize my age a lot of the times, and I'm also like a figure of authority in the looks maxing space.
Yeah.
So they're like, okay, well, we're not gonna give you an easy out on this one.
Yeah.
But it's fine.
I'm a figure of authority in the looks maxing space is a crazy statement.
I don't really, complain about it.
What aspects of life would you not stream? Like taking a shit, you wouldn't stream. Yeah.
Shower.
Getting pussy, fucking.
Well, I mean,
have you streamed having sex?
You can't do that, like actually put it on the camera, but
Yeah.
I've done it like with the mic on.
Really? Wait, you're rocking her world? What's it like for a girl having sex with you?
Like 1 minute, and then you have to go to a clinic a few days later.
You hit it quick?
Damn, he's Jester Maxing. That was him Jester Maxing.
Yeah, bro, I gotta get back to work. I'm a busy guy, yeah.
You're such a legend, it's crazy.
Dude,
You're such a legend. Why are girls more flattered about premature ejaculation? If a girl prematurely ejaculated,
It's
I'd
not
be like,
flattery
I'm the
at all,
best
man.
at sex. What? A
that's
girl
not-
should be like, wow, I was incredible.
He's just you without glasses and a beard. Okay, why did you have to make his head look so small? What the fuck is that, bro? That's kind of fucked up. That's kind of fucked up that you did that. You could have kept his head size the same, okay? You could have kept his head size the same. It would have been fine. I don't like this. I don't like this.
Yeah.
Dude, it's about my time, right? It's not about...
Oh, so you make yourself bust really fast?
Yeah, bro, I'm not here
So
to
what's
flatter
the-
anyone.
So then just jack off. Dude.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Wait, what is the looks maxing?
You ever do the stranger?
What's the stranger?
Oh, dude, I love telling people about this one.
What is it?
So basically, you gotta sit on your hand until...
Oh, yeah, classic.
there you
Yeah,
go.
the stranger. Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Have you ever done the Tennessee pile driver?
I kind of want to know. What is it?
It's you're stooping on a wall, and it's the force is so big that you smash through the wall.
Okay.
Yeah. Have you ever done the Darwin?
The Darwin. Maybe by accident.
You put your soft dick in a girl's mouth, and then it evolves.
Yeah, I've done that one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah. That's a fun one. So do you feel like a fear or like an anxiety about staying on top? Like I asked you this earlier, but are people coming for your spot ever?
No, I mean, like, there's making good content is kind of like the goal at the end of the day. And I think I'm pretty captivating based on what's been happening with the numbers. So I'm just going to continue being myself.
What about Marlon? Who's
about
this Marlon? I'm seeing
another
him.
streamer?
Yeah. But he's a hot guy too?
I don't know. It's up to you, man.
Yeah. I don't fucking look at guys. I don't do the math on guys' hotness, dude. Who's the hottest girl?
The hottest girl?
Ever.
Oof.
And we're gonna go around the room. So get ready.
Maybe you go first. I don't know.
Denise Richards, that James Bond movie, Dr. Christmas Jones.
What, the old James Bond stuff?
Yeah, with Pierce Brosnan. Yeah, she was an 11. Or the movie Wild Things. Model. Yeah.
The thing about that question is, like, I'll kind of flip-flop on the answer a little bit.
Who?
'Cause
Sydney
people-
Sweeney, you think is number one?
No, I think that bitch looks like shit.
Really?
Yeah.
I saw that clip where you're saying she looks like crap.
Yeah. So
Come
you
on,
baited
bro.
me to say that.
She got big. Have you seen the things?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of awesome, no?
Yeah, but it's just hard to get over that face.
Come on, pause.
And she's gonna be shooting your head off about some, like, political issue, and it's just like,
You think
bitch.
Sydney Sweeney is political?
People want her to be.
They want her to be. They want you to be too.
I know, bro. It's fucking retarded.
Why do people attribute looks maxing to being right wing?
They just don't know what it is, man. So they're kind of, scrambling to figure out what I'm about, and because it's a whole new thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Because
So
you're on forums, you say naughty words, so they think it's right wing.
Yeah, that's just like any fringe, culture on the internet is kind of like edgy, and not something that you would hear just out and about on a day-to-day basis. So,
Yeah.
but it's not necessarily political at all. It's just it's self-improvement.
Who's the hottest chick, dude? Just come on, just tell me.
Hottest chick, I think Taylor Hill's pretty good. Just a model.
Who's that? Run a pic. Let me see.
Okay.
Come on. She's fire. And you guys think that Matt Bonner is the hottest guy?
I said the highest in terms of the objective harmony ratios.
Bro, this guy literally thinks it's a science, for the record, which is so funny because it's objectively a non-quantitative thing, right? It's so funny that these guys are like, no, objectively, like, what do you mean? He reminds me of, like, I guess it's basically like being a fucking econ guy. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, excuse me, this is hard data we're looking at. It's a hard science. No, it's not actually. Like, it's not at all. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Why Hassan Abivad's not uploading more VODs? Please upload more. I think they got subject to a false DMCA. I'm working on it.
Matt from the Spurs?
What's poli-sci? Do you think I think political science is a fucking hard science? Are you stupid? Hello? What are you talking about? When have I ever said that? It's so silly. We joke about me being a political engineer.
Redhead guy, the 3-point shooter? Matt Bonner?
Let's see. Let's check.
She's hot. Let me see. Do you take
Who
that
is
down
it?
or no?
No, man, not yet.
Just say what up to her. Just DM her or something.
Couple more fashion shows, maybe. You know.
Really?
Who
She's
is
a
it?
fashion model?
Yeah.
Just say hi or something.
Dude, that's the thing.
You know what you should do? Respond to a story and say, "Damn, bro, she's perf," and then she'll say question mark, and you'll be like,
no,
"I
that's-
meant to send that to my friend."
Dude, she just ended.
That's
though.
what jesters do.
Taylor
She just ended
Hill?
since that photo. So
She ended.
Who the fuck is Taylor Hill? Let's see. This is the most attractive woman? I mean, she's very pretty. Yeah, I mean, of course, yes, she's very pretty. I wonder what it is that like makes these guys decide like this is the most attractive woman. The jawline? She's married to a private equity investor. Yeah, that's that's just how it is. That's the saddest maxer. That's a money maxer.
She's dead.
descended.
Descended.
Yeah, like looks worse.
I gotta show you some shit, dude. There's a whole wide world out there outside of male beauty. Peep this, dude. You're gonna love it. These
What?
are nice headphones too. Check those out. You know this track? Put them on, dude, or
Nah,
you
I'm
don't
not
want to
gonna
mess up your
my
hair.
Not really my style.
Come on, dude. Can I put you? I'll play you another track. Not really your style. You're an idiot. Okay.
Bittersweet
This song
Symphony.
will change your life.
What is he playing?
Yeah, Garden State, dude. She says this song will change your life, and it does. Does your boy know these songs?
What? The Karma Police?
Yeah.
From Invincible?
From what?
The show?
What's Invincible?
Oh, you don't know it? It's an animated show.
Oh my god, he said Karma Police from the Invincible show? Oh, I'm so old. These guys are the most attractive women that if you took the makeup and hair away, look like a looks-maxed guy. It's fucked up. Taylor Hill is a very beautiful woman. Hassan pretending he knows Bittersweet Symphony. I think you forget that like I used to listen to music, so of course I know Bittersweet Symphony and Radiohead too. The fuck?
No, I don't watch cartoons, bro.
What the fuck, man?
You don't fuck with this?
No.
Alright. You want to hear a song that I wrote? Tell me if this is good.
Do you want me to be honest?
Yeah, be honest, honestly.
Okay.
When you're weary, feeling small.
A little slow.
Keep listening, dude. Wait for the hook. Like a bridge over troubled water. Can I ask you another question? What's your favorite animal? Dog?
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, I have a dog.
Me too. What kind of dog?
I don't know.
A pit bull.
I hate when people ask me that question. Like, and
Why?
They think it's weird if you don't know what kind of dog you have.
Dude, look at my dog.
And that's another
So
just
cute.
like that's
Look how
what
cute.
normies interacting. Nice.
Yeah. What do you think? I got her from the street.
Normies interacting is always so silly to me because they're like
What? It was
like normal people.
Yeah, I
Because they
can't
run
stand
into
it.
each other and they're like, "Oh, what kind of dog do you have?" As if they give a shit about
that is, and then they go mini golf. Yeah.
answer. So yeah, no, I never.
Wait, let me see your dog.
Yeah, bro is so autistic. It's crazy. He's a legit alien. You're being ableist.
Then. Just be a normie for a second. Just be normal, maybe, for a second, dude.
All right.
Your dog looks. That's your best friend.
Is that what they say?
I don't know. Who's your best friend? This guy in the back. He fucked 10 girls, and he said low double digit.
Yeah, I can't even find a picture
All
of
right,
my
yeah.
dog.
Like, where do you rank male beauty in like the kind of scale of what's important? Like
the highest.
Like higher than like kindness or something.
Yeah.
Really? What? Why is that?
Well, because these things are going to be perceived according to the physical, right? So, like all the intangible things like
Wait, he couldn't find a photo of his dog on his phone? That's crazy. Like, you don't got one photo of your dog on your phone, that's a red flag for sure. That is the crazy. Okay, couple red flags. If you have a photo of yourself as your wallpaper, that's a red flag. But a much larger red flag than that is if you go, oh, I have a dog, and you don't know what kind of dog it is, fine. Okay, mutt. It's all good. But not having a photo of your dog on your phone is crazy. I have millions of photos of Kaya. Like, most of the photos I have in my phone are of Kaya. How do you just not like snap something? You know what I mean? When they're being cute. That makes no sense. Like, what, your dog's just being cute and you don't think like, oh, let me immortalize this moment? That is fucking insane.
You know, being kind or, you know, being funny.
Yeah.
That's all going to be haloed by your attractiveness. So there's no point in really valuing them as separate things.
That might literally be the weirdest thing that I've heard from him in this hour-long interview so far. And he said a bunch of weird shit. And I think that was the strangest thing.
When they're all kind of interconnected.
Well, like Mother Teresa, she wasn't a looker, but she's famous for her kindness, right? Like, she didn't need a baseline attractiveness. She was kind, right? Like, you know.
Well, nobody gives a shit about Mother Teresa. I'm gonna be honest with
People
you.
do. No, people. She's famous. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I think people are probably gonna care more about someone in Hollywood like Brad.
No, you're so fucking stupid. There's not a single what? Oh my god. Oh no.
Oh my God, no way.
Brother, what the, your cortisol is spiking? I'm dead. I'm done. Pack it up. Bro, how can you be so fucking brain broken? He's like, yeah, George Washington, never heard of him. I don't know. Was he fucking looks maxing? I don't think so. So who gives a shit what his accomplishments were? Vladimir Lenin? Yeah, he was bald. Not looks maxing either. Stalin, also kind of short. So he probably should have gotten fucking leg lengthening surgery. I mean, he's close enough to Turkey to be able to get it. It's crazy. Was Napoleon looks maxing?
Bruh.
Oh my god.
Bigger than they would Mother Teresa.
Because he's hotter than her?
He probably mogs, yeah.
He would mog her, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Since you've maximized your attractiveness, right? The things that I've seen, like I found out about you from, are like things like the car, the thing last week in Arizona, like those kind of things. I guess are like have those. Do you perceive those as complicating your life? Like, you know, like, so it's just like, is the formula of like maximizing your attractiveness to make everything better? Does that necessarily does that complicate it?
Well, I just have an interesting status, I guess you could say, where I'm like a infamous figure.
Yeah.
So, you know, where there's a lot of love, and I would say that's 99% of the interactions, those aren't the ones that are going viral on headlines as some one dickhead who is a hater and wants to, you know, do some dumbass shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's just what goes viral, but that's not the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
The reality of the situation is, you know, I'm talking about men's issues and kind of identifying with that, and no one's been a spokesperson for, you know, the struggle in any meaningful way. I would say there's a lot of.
You're the first.
Well, there's just a lot of like disinformation, I guess would be the way you could put it, or there's sort of like a key.
Bro, if this guy is the men's rights advocate for our generation and people see him as a figurehead, we are fucked. Okay. Luckily, no one thinks that. But imagine people listening into this guy and be like, this is the male struggle. Okay. Literally end all men. They're going to be advocating for a male-aside
element that's always been missing from the manosphere.
Chibi PSL0 back on the brink. He lost everything since. I know.
That looks are an extremely important thing, and they shouldn't be ignored. So I think young men like feel kind of understood by my message, like, you know, by me.
What resonates?
I'm not kidding. I could convince this person that communism is the way by showing him photos of fucking Che and Fidel Castro, like straight up, because they were moggers, bro. They were fucking mogging non-stop. They were mogging so hard that Fidel Castro had an assassin that was a former girlfriend that was hired by the CIA to go and assassinate him, and she fell in love with him all over again. It's not even a question. Communism is the looks-maxer ideology. You know who wasn't? Trotsky. Yeah, guess what? Guess what happened to Trotsky? Ice pick. Bruh. That's right. That's why Stalin got Trotsky out of there, because he was fucking uggo. He was like, you got to get the fuck out of here, big dog. Okay, you're exiled.
You think with young men?
Well, because I understand it, right? It's not like I have my head super big because I'm famous. It's like I kind of blew up on social media not that long ago, so
Right.
I was right there in the struggle.
Yeah.
You know, I was still working a normal job less than a year ago.
Wage cuck.
Yeah, I was wage cucking.
Yeah.
You know,
What was your last job?
working at a restaurant.
Yeah. If you're close with your sister, right?
Mm-hmm.
If someone told her that she was low tier Becky or subhuman, whatever, like, would you want to beat their ass?
Well, that'd be like sort of a cortisol spike. So the expectation for you to do some dumbass shit and like get into fights all the time, I think is just a culture that definitely needs to be added. Like, I'm high class and I don't do shit like that.
In the same sense as Michael Knowles fixating on trans people's lives, like, what is the merit of telling someone that they are nasty? Like,
well, yeah, I guess, and I would not really do that unless someone were to be a dickhead to me first. And I think any of the clips where it's just like me, talking to someone in a disrespectful manner, they always cut out the.
Bro has no aura. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if it wasn't for Adam driving this fucking conversation, I don't know how anyone sits through his fucking streams. I'm gonna be honest, it is so boring. He actually is boring as fuck. I don't think he's trying to be nonchalant, dude. That's what I thought too. I think he's just super autistic, and on top of that, he's on a fuck ton of beta blockers and shit. And I think that's just how he is. He is a pure straight man down to the wire. I mean, he's got nothing going on. And you can also see, you also literally see, like, when he actually says something on pure accident that is like received as funny by the room, he gets uncomfortable. Like, he doesn't react well to being perceived at all.
Previous part of the interaction where they would just come up and start acting crazy. Like, I'm not.
I imagine so.
Yeah, like, it's not like I'm going up to people and being like, "Oh, you're fucking subhuman."
I saw a clip where a girl was like trying to flirt with you. She was like, "Why did you come say hi?" And you're like, "Cause your fucking cheeks look like shit or something."
No.
You said her mandicular was crappy or something.
No,
Like,
I
come
don't
and be nice to girls, dude. At least.
I am. I would say
You should be nice to girls.
I would say
They're girls, dude.
There's a lot of clips of this, but pretty much every single chick I've met in person was like, "Wow, you're actually a lot nicer."
I think as a thesis, the concept that life is exponentially better for people that are good looking is the most obvious thing in the world, and you're just articulating that. Like,
Yeah.
And I don't to me that just makes sense, right?
Right.
And that's been what's benefited us in life. Like, that's why everyone's like, like, it's fine. Like, it's annoying sometimes, right? Like, when, just girls are like this every time I, publicly masturbating I'm sorry. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that, like, I guess when I was younger, getting obsessed with something was something that losers did. Like, cool people and hot people could just be normal, right? And that's the fascinating thing about this is, like, it was never a cool thing to be obsessed with anything. And I think that that's what I'm trying to grapple with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would not really say that looks maxing is cool. I would say that it's something only.
But you're the coolest guy. You're the biggest streamer.
Chill.
Well, I mean, it's more just that there's a lot more sides of the internet now, and there's a lot, like, people are just looking for what's new, what's fresh.
Yeah. Have you enjoyed this?
Yeah, no.
Dude, I think it's fascinating, and I really hope that I'm not condescending.
No. I don't get any malicious vibe at all. I would say, dude, I'm not gonna lie, I already kind of forgot.
It's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. So that happens to me too. Yeah. But it's thrilling to be around me and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I'm awesome, right?
Absolutely.
I feel the same way
I
about
appreciate you having me on. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel the same way about. I mean, also like, you're Braden, right? Yeah. You could call me by my real name too.
Okay.
Yeah, Muhammad.
Muhammad?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, my guy. I thought it was awesome. You enjoyed it, guys?
Hear him give some normal response makes it apparent that he has issues with self-esteem and a mix of superiority and inferiority complexes. This guy's a prick, but he just doesn't seem like a monster, at least not yet. I don't know. No, he's not. Everyone that has interviewed him so far, from Adam to Joe Bernstein that I've talked to, has given the exact same take, where they all say the same thing, where they're like, he's actually not like a bad person at all, even though his output is fucking cancerous. Okay? He's just like kind of a clueless kid. He's 19. We forget that he's like literally fucking 19. And back in the day when I used to say that, a lot more people in my community would be like, well, I'm 19 and I'm super smart. I'm in here instead, blah, blah, blah. But nowadays it's like, this community's like all fucking 30 plus. So y'all are old as fuck too. So you kind of understand, like, it's probably because he's a child. He's literally a child. And that's, that's the reason. You said he was going to be dead by 28. Yeah. I mean, he's not like, that's just what he's doing to his own body. That's what he's doing to his own soul. Literally 20. You're 20 years old. You've been subscribed. Okay. 9 months. That's not too bad. He's just a kid and life is a nightmare. Yeah. This interview actually made me feel kind of bad for him by the end of it.
Looks maxing macho testosterone pretty boy Olympics competition is that it is literally just toxic muscle gay circuit party culture.
Yeah, it is 100%.
Escaping containment and being transmitted to straight people. That's literally all it is. Like, you want to talk about frame mugging? Then you mean like a bunch of dudes that spend 10 to 20 hours a week in the gym, like comparing physiques and making each other feel insecure? Yeah, that's the dance floor at a circuit party. Even the like meth for hollow cheeks thing, like, girl, you didn't invent that. That's just tweaker muscle queen shit. Like, it's fundamentally an aesthetic of masculinity that is cultivated for the male gaze. And like, we do that because we are not sexually attracted to women, so women don't enter into our aesthetic calculus in the same way. Like, I appreciate women, I respect women. When women hit on me or call me handsome or hot or whatever, like, I enjoy that. I find that very validating. But it's like, I'm not making choices about my appearance, about what my body looks like, what my face looks like, what I wear to appeal to women. I'm making those choices to appeal to men. And these dudes are too, but they got there from incel philosophy trickling into the culture. Like, they removed women from their aesthetic calculus because they hate them. And I can tell you right now, like, straight people are not going to be able to handle this. Like, there are clear parameters that are placed around the animosity and conflict that can be generated by our use of competition in aesthetics because it's directed towards a clear purpose. Like, the peacocking can reach its zenith and then be sublimated sexually because we're trying to have sex with each other. But these dudes are not interested in having sex with each other, or at least that's the claim. So there's nothing constraining the animosity that,
I mean, it 100% is for the male gaze. That's why I said, like, so guys that hit the gym a lot, you know how, like, I always say, going to the gym makes you gay, and the more you work out, the gayer you become, because there's a certain point where, like, everybody starts off working out when they're younger for, athletic reasons or for athletic prowess, or like, usually it's for the ladies. Okay. At least for me, it was for the ladies, right? I wanted to look appealing to women. But there's a certain point that you go past when you're in the gym a lot where you start really hyper focusing on like bodybuilding and stuff like that. And at that point, you're not actually attracting women. The women that you're attracting, you actually you actually reduce the threshold of women, lower the threshold of women that are attracted to you when you go past a certain point, when you look like Canute. At that point, you're basically working out for other dudes. Other dudes come up to you, they're admiring you, they're talking about how fucking wonderful your pecs look, or how you got your calves to look a certain way, and it's like, it's just objectively gay, right? It's not gay in like a you want to suck a penis gay, but it's just gay in the sense that you are working out for the male gaze, not just like the GAYS. I mean GAZE. So that's what it is. And these guys are basically doing that, but in a looks maxing type of way, where it might start off, the starting point might be just like that you want to look appealing to women or whatever. You're like looks maxing, you're gym maxing. But the end point is you're trying to look hot for dudes.
It's created by the who's the hottest hierarchy. It's not held in check by being attracted to one another. And it can't be sublimated sexually. So there's nowhere for it to go. It just continues to grow in greater and greater conflict. And if it can't be sublimated sexually, then the most likely pathway for it to be sublimated is violence. It's just telling you right now, this is not going to be pretty. Ironically.
I mean, that went to a dark place. Also, speaking of looks maxers, yeah, I fucking, as soon as I saw this on my timeline, I bookmarked it. I was like, I have to fucking watch this on stream. I've teamed up with Kid Rock to deliver 2 simple messages to the American people. Get active and eat real food. Let's take a look. Into a fucking pool after a hot workout in his fucking blue jeans. I'd be like, nah, I'm done. There's no reason. There's no reason to do anything. Okay. Like they're in the sauna, and in the sauna, they're doing exercises. And then he's just taking those jeans and he's dumping himself into the fucking pool. First, he's going in Nazi welfare check. Also, the fucking bear has a fedora. That's already, oh man. It just really sets the scene, you know? It's just like you're in for this kind of ride. When you see a bear with a fedora like this, you're like, oh, this is the type of video we're going to watch. Wow. Whole New York Times article for the focus group. Oh yeah, I'm going to do that tomorrow. I'm too tired right now. I'm at 7 hours. You already know I'm an old man. I'm unk maxing. This is a wonderful fucking piece, though. I definitely can't wait to read it tomorrow and flex on all the fucking haters talking about how it's our party now. It's not their party. We took it from them. But yeah, that's all I got. My girl Trisha McLaughlin is leaving as well. Fuck her. But yeah, that's all I got for the time being. I'm so tired. Love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow is a big day. We're going to be talking to Bernie Sanders. That's right. Bernard Sanders is going to be in the building. I'm going to be also going to his event tomorrow in Los Angeles, the billionaire taxation event. So yeah, get ready for that. Also, I'm going to be interviewing the Kneecap Boys tomorrow too, I think. So yeah, get ready for that too. Anyway, love you guys. See y'all tomorrow.
There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya Place. Sun in Esmond Chatterloss, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still on course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total red radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail. It's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you, just you wait.